Glazed neon by Kipax.
Chapter 1.
Rich Natter was looking at the digital projection of the poker hand he had been shuffled by a corrupted supercomputer in the largest and best Neo-Tokyo casino. He was trying to beat the system with his brain, even if it was considered beyond impossible to do so.
This filthy little animals have me locked down in their dirty little game of poker. I can't win. These funny cocksuckers are playing with my head. I want to pull the gun and blow their brains out of guilty and innocent people.
His soul was filled with hatred. It had now been 2 years since his love had faded into the realms of the void. His beautiful girl, a cute Japanese girl, had blown herself to pieces in a mecha robot suit by self-destructing into a bunch of dirty yakuza. He only heard the black box recording of her whispering about Kokoro before blowing herself up. Suicidal Japanese girls. He didn't find too many of those around anymore, even if he did wish for another one.
Nothing like chicks who will kill themselves to enforce the law.
He knew it was time to leave the Neon Tropical Casino paradise he was being scammed by.
Filthy lowlife, Yakuza Uza. Won't even let me enjoy my day off in the casino.
He had joined the Special Police Force 9 years prior. The world had split up in two. The law-enforcing police and the Yakuza, which prevailed as the only mob. It had turned into the worldwide syndicate of evil, representing an alternative life form with their very own dedicated slaves working for them. Rich Natter didn't give a single shit about their scumbag plans of synthesized corruption of politicians. He only wanted to kill as many creatures as he could before reaching the edge of life. He looked at the artificial trees in the casino shining in digital lights that were nothing but pretty air filters. The casino had spent enormous sums for custom-built and programmed trees with hallucination-inducing effects on the customers, the idea of being to drain more of their hard-earned but easily spent coin. Gambling had become as unfair as ever, basically killing the person who would make a bet on the table as a form of sacrifice for the greed of the Yakuza. They had even made a cut on the fish tank, now only having an electrical representation of those animals with poor code. Who could see the repetition within 8 minutes of observing them, but who would watch electronic fish for more than 5? The Special Forces radio rang upon his shoulder. All officers close to the Dark Moon Strip, emergency call Dark Moon Alley, 5,500. 2 Yakuza suspects committing the crime of an armed robbery, dangerous and armed. Rich Natter turned around and quickly ran outside the casino, and with a scissor kick 12 feet high in the air, he jumped onto his cybernetic robot horse. His dark hair flickered in the neon lights of the city. The horse's eyes were burning bright red. He rode fast and confidently on his trusty beast, and when he had the Yakuza in his sight, he grabbed the shiny katana from his back holster. With the blade thundering in various colors, he dashed full speed toward the cowards. Slut! He chopped the first Yakuza right in half, dark blood spilling everywhere. The second Yakuza, seeing this, pissed his pants and tried to run away with the moisture in front of his pants, but Ulrich was faster. He flipped his katana upright in the air and threw it like a spear right into the backside of the dumb Yakuza's head, making it explode as parasites fell down onto the pavement. Chapter 2. Special Forces Top Gun and Lone Wolf Ulrich. Natter whipped the thick blood off his trusty blade, kissed by the moon and neon lights.
You need more fish in your diet.
He looked at the upper half of the dead Chuka Zug with blank cotton candy eyes filled with acceptance. The General Police arrived in a small caravan of electric automobiles the state had recently upgraded because the Yakuza had been able to hack them with ease before. The police chief, a man with silver hair and a 3-day beard, got out of one of the vehicles with a reddish Jesus look in his eyes and walked over to Ulrich.
Call an ambulance to pick this shit up!
He growled over his shoulder to his colleagues.
Great job, Ulrich.
He fished a flask dressed in black leather from his pocket and took a sip. That flask wasn't for the whole night. No, that was only for the time he would spend at the crime scene. He would fill the flask up at his office under the table with various liquors. He told himself he didn't have a problem, but he could piss in a bum's mouth and the bum would probably die from alcohol poisoning.
No problem.
Ulrich masterfully slid his katana into its holster.
Executing people without the involvement of a court. Now that's what I call good police work.
Chief Tagassara had given up on the justice system and people in general a long time ago. People in his drunken mind were swine, and he was tired of getting fucked by the court and the Yakuza lawyers all the time. He was the one who wanted to fuck, but ironically was always symbolically getting fucked. The constant moral abuse with no hope made him mundane and boring, so he entertained himself during the nights with the carousel of the bottle. In front of him, the mighty Ulrich had murdered 2 people who hopefully were part of the Yakuza. One never knows, since innocent mortals would run away just the same if a crazed maniac chased them on a cybernetic horse swinging a big-ass sword. Ulrich looked at the chief with dominance, letting him know that he was a mere bitch who mopped up the shit and that he shouldn't challenge his faith otherwise. The old man was a coward, so he didn't mind just hanging around. He didn't mind mopping up fresh blood either. And no one truly solved a crime as well as the great Ulrich. Enough, Lone Wolf got up on his horse and galloped away from the crime scene. He only had the casino on his mind that night. He had a feeling that he was about to meet someone there of value. The calculation of a possible future was appearing in the cybernetic part of his brain. The night was young. The neon was bright, and the dance had just begun.
Chapter 3.
Super cop old Rich Natter sat down at the poker table and was wondering why the few guys sitting there weren't playing a hand. In fact, they were waiting for a man who was waiting for Ulrich. They saw him walking down the golden corridor in all black. It was a Yakuza he had put away 5 years ago. He was back and wanted to play a game of poker. 1 versus 1 with Ulrich. The closer he came to the table, the more Mr. Nair could see that it wasn't a case of I eat my own shit crazy, but rather a case of I want to rape the bitch and beat her head in with hammer while doing so crazy. Ulrich stood up and walked away. Suddenly, in the world of the Yakuza, there was nothing but a black sky with brown shit rain falling down on the brisk ground with lightning striking like loud farts every moment, filling his hurt void of a world with misery. Oh, it was raining shit again, and Ulrich was not giving the dirtbag a chance for redemption. There shall be no angelic light. No, only eternal darkness and dirt from the heavens till the last day of his disappointing existence, left soaking in shit without an umbrella or a touch of love. Ulrich took the elevator to the top floor and trespassed onto the lonely roof. The shadows of the night were at their peak, and the powerful man stood there waiting for the weakling to follow him up there. Yet he waited endlessly, and the Yakuza did not show up for the fear of being kicked down the roof. Technically, Ulrich had the absolute right to do so, and he could even get away with even throwing the fat mayor of the city down right onto the concrete, smashing him into a pork pancake. Well, Ulrich did not smoke, so he just put his strong arms in his pockets and watched the stars. It had been a while since Ulrich last admired the beauty of the universe with its many mysteries. The century of religion had come to an end, and the technical status of human civilization had progressed enough for it to break into any corner of space just about any moment now. They were taking down the churches that resembled spaceships and had started building energy generators in their places. Human brains had grown, resulting in increased intelligence, and the average man was slightly smarter than those 1,000 years before. Ulrich imagined himself retired on his very own planet, just an old man relaxing and taking in deadly radiation. 3 minutes, the brave man had gazed into the blackness before he left the casino roof. He had played with an idea for 2 weeks now. Between neon lights, the lonely soul sought a door to a computer shop. He walked in there and saw the countless devices and parts for sale. A friendless hacker sat in the dark with his face glowing and blooming in the color of code.
Just a sec, let me finish this, and I will have time.
The man with the greasy hair and strong body odor didn't have a second to look at Ulrich. He was too deep in his head, recreating it in front of him. Only energy and time separated him from seeing his digital flower burst into beauty. The super cop walked around the store, looking at things.
What would you like?
The hacker's tone revealed he did not want him to touch anything.
I have this fantasy, and I wonder if you could write a simulation of it for me.
Ulrich was trying to get a read on the man behind the screen, trying to judge if he had come to the right place.
True.
Ulrich's arm was tingling. He was ready to kill. The hacker did not know how easily Ulrich could be triggered into a dance of death with a loose phrase like that.
I want you to write a simulation of my beloved girl for me. A digital dream scene. That's about it.
Armless brain stimulation had gotten to the point of selective dreaming codes that force-fired neurons during sleep for any desired visualization. The coder took 10 seconds to observe the legitimate killer at peace.
You do know that the little faggot Shakespeare has fooled you into a psychological complex. You are literally emotionally doing the same thing as masturbating to pornographic comics drawn by another man.
With his head down in pain and shame, Ulrich responded that he was human too and he craved love too. After all, it was his beautiful Japanese girl, Heine, that he missed so much in his cold, cruel heart. Death meant his freedom to slaughter and let his anger out on the law-breaking filth who really were just unlucky bystanders he could unleash and whip his madness out on.
How about these ready-to-go codes here? Just have these 5 gotses visit you at night, riding your face, stroking your cock, and tickling your nipples. I can modify them into fingering your asshole for 80 extra bucks.
The hacker had no shame or morality. He didn't even care for the money, truly, because he could write with ease.
It's different.
Which was bulldozing the train of feelings down a high waterfall.
I will do it. Just send me her pictures or videos or hologram recordings, and I will write her up for you. No problemo.
He just wanted to get back to scripting his flower. He couldn't care less for the macho's sensitive side and need for love. After all, the macho was only moving his brain juice from one side to the other for the sake of artificial happiness. People lied to themselves in different ways. People seek to escape from the self, and the hacker didn't mind a simple job and easy money. It would only take him less than an hour because he knew he would rip a code, get it ready, and sprinkle it with Shakespeare dust and sugar crumbs.
I'll do it when I get home tonight.
Well, see you tomorrow night then.
Their computer wizard returned to putting down the code, not only using his fingers but also his mind sensors and feet by pushing 2 large pedals so hard to push it hurt his back. Chapter 4. Chief de Gasser sat by his kitchen table, illuminated by the pale, bold lamp above his gray hair, and poured himself a generous glass of hard liquor. The sound attracted the look of his wife preparing a distasteful meal. She looked like an ugly Mickey Mouse. The chief turned his face away in disgust and then from the side emptied the large, full crystal with a single swig. He had married the ugliest girl around, and when hugging her, he was embracing his own death. Daily 3 glasses deep in the bottle, the old cop figured that his hideous wife must be sucking the psychotherapist's dick, and so she deserved a beating. He thought that perhaps he could somehow smack her pretty, or at least give her a hammering to such a vile degree that she would need a doctor to fix her face.
Fucking whore.
He jabbered. His wife ran out of the kitchen weeping. She got away right before the chief decided to land a right hook on her left eye. By now, she was trained to smell it coming in the air and knew to flee like prey from a wife-beating predator. 3 or 4 hours later, Tegasaro was vomiting in the bathtub, trying to squeeze the ghastly image of his loved one out of his tired mind. In vain, he suffered stomach cramps of self-punishment. Forever and ever had turned into a hellish eternal nightmare. Visual torture that his wife provided not only deemed him mental, but also suicidal. He tried to accept the fact that his ugly wife was giving her hard-earned money to that bald weakling of a therapist, and he was pleasing his lonely, miserable soul with her thin lips. Gasra thought about when he last kissed his other half 20 years ago, which only triggered another long, wretched, puking frenzy. Right when he came down from the culmination of misery, he remembered how meaty her vagina was and how it felt like sticking his penis into a small leather handbag. When fucking his wife, he felt just like Crocodile Dundee after getting crafty with a dead crocodile, pursuing his lustful needs. The image of the crocodile hunter shoving his semi-erect cock into a handcrafted reptile skin vagina made Tegasara regurgitate again.
Chapter 5.
After an exhausting day of violently slaughtering innocent Yakuza, Natter cheered himself up visiting the hacker he had contracted for a job the night before. It was a quick visit just to pick up a stick of code. Simplistic encoding pillowcases provided the necessary brain stimulation for any desired dream, as long as one would create or buy it. The large companies used it as another form of media, selling different kinds of dreams, from the relaxing Christian heaven with an ever-loving God to thrilling horror nightmares filled with blood and monsters. Meeting my friend Jesus was a popular one. There was also plenty of pornography available, as well as dreams about history and traveling. Natter's hacker had taken a romance dream by Simon Sam, one of the biggest in the industry, and scripted the dream over to the preferences and details provided by Ulrich. To make an original dream was not demanding in skill, but costly in time. It was easier to just rescript the faces over existing ones. Art galleries had mainly become empty spaces with virtual reality productions, enjoyable through the augmented visual cortex or with a visual device creating the imagery in front of one. The physical reality had no taste for enforcers of the beautiful, but rather the human soul saved into an arrangement of ones and zeros. Art and artificial dreams were also possible with artificial intelligence add-ons for projecting, creating, and bending the visual simulation to what the observer desired with a balanced yet random range of surprise elements. George's favorite was a Scandinavian artist with a piece called Devil's Lake. An AI in a human form guided one through a sun-inspirited swamp with no heat or humidity. It randomly announced that during the walk, a bear, a tiger, and a lynx had observed them, making the spectator feel stressed. They would then look afar into the forest and see what looked like caves, only for it to later calm the dreamer by showing a baby bear cub with a baby lynx run into the bushes. The tiger was never shown unless one would walk around and look for it. I mean, the branches of the large trees in Ulrich's favorite work were bent into circles by human effort, time, and the principle of nature's adaptation. One of the main attractions in this illusion was a Viking's mossy cafe. It had tiny artworks for one to inspect in the corridors. Ulrich liked the miniature piece named God's Hand, a brass hand stretching out right above a framed picture of a turtle drinking coffee from a mug. Yet if one would reach for the hand, it was programmed to disappear and leave the sensation that it was never there. Outside by the shady and vine-covered wooden tables, a grand tree stood tall. A large rusty rim was nailed to its trunk. It was at least 5 meters high and quite wide in diameter. At dusk, trolls would come out from the forest to play basketball. Ulrich liked to look up through the hoop, remembering his childhood. Chapter 6. Case Sherinim! Wearing heavy leather boots that could knock out at least 13 teeth with a single kick had a blast of a night. That is until this moment, because his glass was empty now. He ran his elegant hand through his slick hair to put it back behind his ears, and when he got on his knees in front of the upside-down wooden cross before him that he had tied a man to, dizzy and sleepy with a face already sea-slug blue, he felt happy.
Here, doggy, doggy. Doggies.
He called his 3 expensively bred Dobermans with peculiar red eyes. Then he grabbed the titanium knife before him, squeezing it tight in his hand.
You know,
he looked at the begging eyes of the victim, with tears running down from his temples and dripping on the cooling concrete floor.
I usually prefer girls over boys, but it is all right if I feel sad, and I do feel sad tonight.
The victim only wanted the nightmare to end. He hoped to wake up in his bed the next morning, but he knew he wouldn't. And the very thought made him shiver as more tears flowed. Like a crying Jesus, he was tied to the cross with no God in sight or mind. He spared him the nails, but did not spare him from the sharp blade piercing his skin. The barbaric gentleman held his fine glass to the dying lamb's neck after putting the bloody dagger on the ground. Gray eyes gazed at the wound. Satisfaction remedied his heart. And violent synth metal played in his auditory cortex cyber implants. One of the dogs tried to lick the blood of the blade.
No, bad dog.
He stood up, holding his grail and dagger, and took a sip of warm blood while observing his dogs licking the floor and the neck of the martyr who had been carried away by angels. Mr. Chironim added cold wine to his warm blood and danced in his lonely bliss. His needle-like fangs tingled and prickled. If only it was a girl he was having tonight, he thought, he would have gotten on his knees once more to suck her blood right out of her sweet neck, his tongue penetrating the cut, licking it, playing with it erotically. But tonight he had not, for he did not fancy the sweat and fear of a boy on his lips. The Gothic mansion shone under the dark moon. The wind whistled the thunderstorm song. Behind the dirty windows and tall walls, Ki put one leg behind another to arrive at the swimming pool covered in light and brown marmor with the ceiling painted in devils and demons, ripping people to pieces as they were surrounded by raging flames seizing their frightened souls. He undressed his tall, muscular body and downed the glass. He jumped headfirst in the water. The liquid turned black and boiled in his cybernetic visual cortex as he gilded close to the bottom of the pool, just like a bird in the sky. He had written the visual cortex manipulation program. He was running himself to be able to swim in 1,000 different waters. All he had to do was to bring the feeling of his destination and the lust for swimming.
He got her out of the pool and stood before the pool naked and wet, staring at all the black. The rich child had grown into a vile man. If it wasn't for the warmth of the blood and wine, he would be cold. He spent the rest of the night in his library studying books and data about mesmerism. Biochemistry had not answered the secrets of life yet, and Key sought ideas of a parallel world invisible to human perception.
Chapter 7. Ulrich was passionately kissing the simulation of Audrey Hepburn, the most playful, gracious, and dearest woman who had ever lived in human history when the dream turned dark. The policeman, still enjoying a semi-boner, was suddenly being held down by 3 strong men on dirty tiles about to be washed and bleached. He was kicking and trying to get out of their grip, trying to see their faces, but he could only see nothingness.
They must have hacked my visual cortex to censor their faces.
He was struggling, but to no avail. One of the men grabbed a knife and cut open his belly, fishing out his intestines and presenting them to the cop as snakes of wisdom. Ulrich awoke and unplugged himself from the simulation. It was not the first time his brain had dominated and assimilated a vision over a scripted dream. He exhaled and fell back into the bed, tired with his sleep gone. The policeman had potentially already had enough sleep, since now, for years, his routine was to go to bed very early as an act of avoiding the existential emptiness that prevailed outside his commitment to work. And to make the world a better place was the answer to his why, even if it was a lie. He was willing to take the excuse as an escape mechanism. He had a death pact with fate, and he was a man of his word. His only mission was to fool or erase the energy in his soul that wanted to live. His nihilistic philosophy caused such career issues as senseless violence, breaches of the law, and a lack of care to finish a case. If one would ask, his fellow colleagues would describe him as a protected murderer taking out the trash for the elite. He made his way to the kitchen and sat there sucking his raspberry-flavored protein paste out of a tube. 4 more hours till work. He grabbed a level 1 caffeine pill and maximum filtered water to down it with. The strange image of Mozart, Einstein, and Voltaire watching Nixon sleep in his own vomit popped into Ulrich's mind for no good reason. The Special Forces loner turned on the hologram projector and scrolled through the recently added criminal files. Nothing but Yakuza swine appeared within the light list of crime displayed. The true enemies of the Valor world and its leftover democracy. Ulrich gazed at the message box every few moments, hoping that Chief Tikasara would call him in early out of pity from seeing him browse the system at this hour, but nothing came. The drunkard's probably snoring right now. He thought about his boss being tight asleep and the hangover he would eventually awaken to.
The drunkard's probably snoring right now.
He thought about his boss being tight asleep and the hangover he would eventually awaken to. Ulrich didn't know better, so he stood up and put his Special Forces uniform on and attached his plasma-enhanced sword, his 2 pistols with high-velocity radioactive bullets, and 3 flashbangs to himself. He didn't attach the microsensor to his left auditory cortex, connecting him to the police control center, since working outside the designated time was a breach of inner sovereignty. In fact, it was a crime itself that the policeman ignored and Tegasara covered him, making it look like Ulrich's work was that of some other lazy policeman who didn't even perform half of their duty. It was just more paperwork for the paper knight Tegasara, but he didn't mind it. Slowly but surely, like a drunk turtle, he would sit in the dim light of his office and finish one file after another. The lone wolf opened the garage doors and disconnected his cyber horse from the charging platform with a fingerprint and spat on its back leg for DNA identification. The eyes of the robot beast fired up in a glowering red. Nuclear mini-turbines were winding up the inside of its belly. 50,000 horsepower and the ability to ride 800,000 kilometers. Or use a magnetic shield for about 6 minutes. Was guaranteed with a full charge. The super cop loved to ride his baby beast to the limit. The cyber horse was doing about 300 kilometers per hour on the highway with the mighty rider on the back. His hair straight from the wind and tears running from his eyes. And the legally tuned Oldsmobile, a Lamborghini, was slowly passing the super cop. 4 neon-haired punks gazed with an evil look at the policeman.
I will fuck you up,
Roared the one with the pink bowl cut.
Ulrich rocked back and forth on his cyber horse with his chest glimmering in the moonlight. The smell of death and destruction filled the night. His grin was far viler than that of the moon above him. At around 500 kilometers per hour, the super cop performed an ultra-violent jump, the horse landing right on top of the Lambo. The 4 titanium embellished legs pierced through the roof, leaving the punks inside screaming and pissing in fear.
Disable the machine!
The cop commanded his cyber stallion. All the neon lights underneath and inside the car shut off, and it started to slow down gradually. Just as gracefully at around 120 kilometers per hour, the cyber horse hopped off the Oldsmobile. The machine kept slowing down till it came to a halt, and Ulrich calmly rode along. The 4 clowns got out of the vehicle, humiliated and intimidated.
So what's up now, bullhead? Want to proceed fucking me up?
The superhuman was looking for wild fun.
No, Mr.
The buffoon with the round haircut stuttered, acknowledging the height, muscle, and arsenal of equipment in front of them.
Come on, pussy. How about you 4 baboons? Do your best to give me a good fight. Don't you kids want to be Yakuza when you grow up? A real Yakuza would fuck a cop up like no tomorrow, right? Whose daddy owns this car?
It is mine.
Said the one with the turquoise afro.
I am a rapper, a musician.
The super cop replied with a cold, loud fart.
Okay, you ugly, dumb bastards. I will let you off the hook this time.
What a thing to say after ruining their Lamborghini for good. Thank you, sir. The humiliated boys now were scratching their heads and calling for a tow service. Rich climbed back up on horseback, tipped his invisible cowboy hat, and off in the moonlight he went. He went on a sweet ride to the offices where he sat at his desk and looked through the criminal profiles trying to memorize every single face.
Good morning, Chief.
After 2 hours of looking at criminals on the screen, Tagasra entered Ulrich's office.
Morning.
Tagasra looked like he was in pain.
Hangover.
Oh, yes, pass me your bin.
Tagasra was filling Ulrich's trash can with vomit.
I will fix you some medicine, boss.
No need, Ulrich. I have some of my own.
The chief whisked his flask out of his inner jacket pocket and gargled a bunch down. He was really abusing the social status of his rank, drinking himself to what once in the past would have meant death, but now just resulted in the core of surgically swapping the organ for a freshly grown one. Being a policeman meant free organs until pension, and Tagasara was abusing this perk. The only thing one couldn't replace was the brain, which in fact would mean the death of one's spirit. Yet people fortunate enough would swap out their brains too in order to enjoy the fruits of a new life. This for an old school dog like Tagasara, the only true death was the one of the soul.
Well, boss, let me know if I can do anything for you. Any Yakuza pigmen I have to kill today. Dude, I'm ready to blast in there with an assembled team of mine, taking gunfights in the dark.
Langford goes, how about you take a day off and go see your girlfriend, Rich?
Hina? She is dead, Chief.
Oh, come on. Oh, Rich, don't be like that. That's just slanderous and childish. The fact that she got so severely burnt because of the accident doesn't mean it is all right for you to account her as dead.
She is dead to me, sir.
Ulrich could not love a piece of coal.
Come, Arch, you have been working so hard. Take a day off. Here's some extra cash from the police department's evidence room. Take her to Japantown, to one of those beach cinemas. Have you been to one of those?
No, I haven't.
Great. I wish you all the best.
The chief smirked and took another sip of his sweet old medicine. As dawn was still dim, the orange sun filled the artificially filtered sky, and Ulrich took his time slowly riding his cyber horse next to the morning traffic. He arrived at a skyscraper with a lovely park at its feet that had a fountain in the middle. Ulrich inhaled the moist morning bloom deep in his lungs, rejuvenating his brain with the extra oxygen. With his horse, he got inside the lift that took him to the 145th floor. He got off his beast and left it in the parking space next to a red truck. He knocked on the door with the number 145 on it.
Ulrich, is that you?
Heine opened the door, trembling.
Yes, it's me. How are you?
Oh, I look terrible this early in the morning.
She lifted her hand to her skull where once musket brown hair would have seduced any brave knight. Now, she didn't look much different from Freddy Krueger.
Yes, you do.
Ulrich looked down on what he once loved more than anything. Tears filled the girl's eyes. Her lips were quivering.
I love you so much!
She jumped into his embrace. Ulrich tapped her on the back faintly. Love had long succumbed. Ulrich liked to believe that there was no love for him in this world, and he preferred how cold and lonely such a thought made him feel. It was hope and freedom that he had obtained from this shallow equilibrium.
Come, get yourself ready. I want to take you to one of those beach cinemas.
He gently pushed Heine back and gave her an oceanic feeling with his glance.
Come in while I make myself ready.
Heine took him by the hand and invited him into her apartment. The slick Mustang walked around the living room, looking at a shelf with digital pictures on it. He took one from the shelf in which he had his arm around Heine and was smiling as bright as the sun into the camera. It was around that time when the picture was taken that Ulrich last smiled. He felt love and warmth for the ambitious, happy young man in the picture. He also admired how beautiful Heine was. The super cop smirked and put the picture back on the shelf. The powerful man sat down on the sofa, and on the pine tree table in front of him, holograms of koi carp circled like captured ghosts. There was a video game controller with 49 buttons and a box of tissues nearby. The girl was escaping reality and crying day after day. A little hologram dog jumped on the table and barked and wiggled his programmed tail.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Woof, woof. He barked with a smile.
Are you enough to Hina? Does she play with you often?
Woof, woof. It was really a mental health program scripted to read and analyze the mood and emotions of a patient. It would automatically suggest tiny daily improvements, activities, or nutrition changes to decrease certain brain functions, keeping dopamine and endorphin levels suboptimal. If prescribed, the dog would indicate what medicine to take. Heine walked out of the bedroom dressed in a swimsuit. There was a time when she looked so sexy and alluring in that thing, but now the scarred skin ruined the fun for Ulrich. She wore a big straw hat with even bigger sunglasses and had a pink bag on her back.
I am ready.
She smiled like a child.
Are you going like this?
The young girl was only wearing a swimsuit.
No, you silly. I will put a coat on.
Oh, she was so happy to see Ulrich again. She had been lonely since the accident, and she had craved him for many rainy days and windy nights. She hugged Ulrich and leaned on his enormous strong back while riding on the steel horse. The bright sun rays kissed the couple. An enormous honor for creatures as small as the inhabitants of this world who were not much different in size from germs accumulating space dust in the jolliest of ways. The couple arrived at the complex with the palm trees shortly. A place of white, deep-sea blue, and bright green colors. A building built just last year. The walls were still superbly white, and the whole structure had a reasonable amount of synthetic scent still present. The palm trees were nice and green. The flower beds were still young, and the sand was still fresh, with a tiny bit of saltiness from the ocean. Clean was the way Ulrich preferred public places. Even the slightest bit of microbes, dust, and dirt would bother his mind and disrupt the act of relaxation. They entered the building and, after negotiating the payment and receiving the fragrant towels, entered the bright UV-rich cinema room with heated sand up to the very front of the big screen. Ulrich and Heine had decided against the brain augmentation programs at the reception because they wished to converse and enjoy more of a calm experience of togetherness. A lot of scenarios were possible to fabricate. To experience endless fictitious mosaics of color or scenes of a holographic paradise of palm trees and birds with fantastic tales sparkling in a variety of colors. One can simply change the scene with the power of his mind whilst observing. Even floating manta rays glimmering on the ceiling and graciously floating jellyfish and octopuses flying in the clearly filtered air were an option. After around half an hour, the lights grew fainter until darkness finally filled the room. Only the bright light from the screen flashed onto the tiny sand dunes, which now felt slightly colder, creating shadows. The film was a romantic comedy about a young man falling in love and getting married to his cyber cat girl who was a mere clinging sex bot. Ulrich absolutely hated the film but remained chill in the calming atmosphere. Some of the people there looked at Heine's burnt skin, but not one of them truly cared to look more than twice.
Remember how we used to spend time together? Those were good times. I like those times.
Heine looked down and played her fingertips through the sand. Ulrich looked at her and grinned.
Those were the good times.
He did miss those old good times, but he also didn't allow his mind to retreat to a place where he would make himself believe that a return to these pleasant thoughts and feelings were once again possible. They were long gone, shattered mirrors in the wind of a cold, forgotten desert.
It was true love.
She wanted Ulrich to confirm it?
More of an egoism, dude.
He did not spare her feelings one bit.
I don't know what that is.
The girl confessed in a tone revealing low expectations for it to be anything good.
You know what? Let's just get some food.
Ulrich felt hungry, but not for romance.
Okay.
Heine hoped he would take her for some kimchi. She was addicted to the stuff. For her, the second most beloved thing in this world right after Ulrich was kimchi. She could eat kimchi 3 times a day. No problem. When they left the complex on the back of the robot horse, it was already late in the morning. The sky was orange, alternating in color because of the toxicity of the atmosphere. No need to space travel to Mars anymore for a vacation. The same orange was right here on planet Earth. They rode to a Korean barbecue place that had free kimchi refills so that Heine could get stuffed on it. The place had a raging fire on the roof as an advertisement. Ulrich sat opposite Heine at the round table and gazed into her eyelashless eyes. He remembered all the beautiful feelings he once felt for her back then when she was beautiful, but now there was nothing. Just a roasted disappointment that was sitting next to a grill. What a tragic and comically awkward situation. Ulrich missed Heine's beautiful long hair. He missed her clear skin, her seducing eyebrows. She was there now opposite him, but she really wasn't there anymore.
You are going to eat 3 kilograms of meat, aren't you?
She asked, making sure that Ulrich's diet hadn't changed.
Yo, I like my breakfast light.
He needed to eat animals to stay hyperviolent. When you are the top tiger in the concrete jungle, you need to stay strong or you will become prey.
How is work, Ulrich? Still kicking ass?
She looked at his black armored suit with nothing but muscle beneath.
Work is fine. I feel some sort of a philosophical phase bothering me now. Thus, why is it that I kick thy ass? I feel like I have an urge to kick more ass, but where's this ass kicking going?
There is endless ass to kick.
Heine cheered. She liked kicking ass, too.
Yeah. I feel like lately I'm kicking ass super hard. Maybe too hard. That's why the chief gave me a day off today to see you.
We were once such a great team, even if they never ever let us go on the same operations.
You are not made for it.
He looked at her burnt skin. She had paid a high price for her pride. Heine once wanted to prove everyone at the police station wrong, but the only one she proved wrong was herself.
You have another woman, don't you, Ulrich?
Heine had been playing fantasies out in her head of Ulrich going out with other females, making out with them, creating relationships. She never told him this, but before the accident, she often thought about having a child from the magnificent beast. The genipool was beyond excellent, and she could already envision loving the child just because it would partly be the reincarnation of her man.
No, I do not have another woman.
Ulrich felt anxious and looked right down at the table like a guilty dog in pain. He knew there wouldn't be another one with a soul as clear as Heine's in his life lately. He even dared to imagine a girl even better than his Japanese ex. Maybe a Korean one. But he was just fooling himself, really.
It would be okay if you had one.
She felt embarrassed just for saying that. It wouldn't be okay. The girl still hoped for Ulrich to come back, but she couldn't imagine a way for it to happen. He had left her shortly after the accident when he first saw her hideous burns and into what she had turned. She felt another pain, an emotional burn on the inside for how Ulrich really was, for how he rejected her now with ruined looks. If he did not love her soul, then what did he really love in her then? Did he love her at all? All those days in the hospital with eyes full of tears seemed perpetual, and once released to keep healing at home, she fell into a lonely depression, for she had to struggle with life alone now. He left her with her pain. Hina knew that she spiritually had somehow changed too, that when changing the bandage around her body, she discovered that she had turned into a self-hating void. She had become a little more like Ulrich, and she figured that was the reason he couldn't love her anymore. That his true feelings had depth. She told herself these lies every day. Ulrich started putting the meat on the metal grill and preparing a mixture of sesame oil and salt to dip the cooked pieces into. It was a carnivorous ritual of his.
So tell me, Hannah, are you going back to work sometime soon?
The super cop dipped the first piece of meat in the oil and started chewing on it with delight. A loud explosion ripped one side of the restaurant open as glass, dust, and smoke flew across the room. The waiters screamed and tried to run to the kitchen, tripping over their own feet. Heine jumped in her seat, frightened from the deafening blast. Ulrich calmly took another piece of meat from the grill before the dust reached it. He sat there as if he didn't notice the detonation. The kid with the bowl cut, armed with 2 machine guns and armor, walked through the hole, screeching.
He's who? Where is he? Where's the bastard who dared to humiliate me? You shall now die, or ten.
He was geared up by the Yakuza to kill Ulrich.
I'm here.
Ulrich said with a full mouth, still nibbling on the meat that now tasted sour from the pathetic clown entering the restaurant with an attitude that pompous. He was not impressed at all by the colorful donkey with the London look. The clown-haired shithead turned the submachine gun he held in his left hand toward the super cop and unloaded. The recoil from the first bullet that missed knocked the barrel right up into the ceiling, where he completely unloaded it. Ulrich fell down on the table holding his stomach. Not in pain or bleeding. No, but from laughter at how his attacker had performed.
Did you see that? What even was that?
He had tears in his eyes and his face was turning red. He was laughing frantically.
Do something.
Hina was scared and begged him with her wide open eyes.
Do you see what I mean with an existential crisis?
Ulrich had trouble breathing, and Heine started worrying that he could choke on that piece of meat he was still munching on. Before anyone could react, Ulrich had pulled the gun and fired it, hitting the idiot right between the eyes. In fact, people only started to realize what had happened when Ulrich had already put the gun on the table next to him. He was still holding the chopsticks in his other hand, but the meal was ruined.
I will ask the kitchen for some kimchi to go for you. I bet they will gladly help.
Ulrich cheered and got up, holstering his gun.
Let's go now. We can finish the feasting at your place.
The couple holding the to-go bags got on the cyber horse and left through a large gaping hole in the restaurant's wall. The punk was dead on the floor with blood running from his head onto the checkered black and white floor. Chapter 8.
She was killed.
A Yakuza guard with shades and a thin mustache bowed before the boss.
Who the fuck is Kobayashi?
The evil-looking motherfucker had his ass comfortably parked in his extra-large leather armchair.
Kobayashi was the kid with the pink bowl cut. Rank 6, we had just armed him to take a stab at the police force. He was whacked by Special Forces policeman Ulrich Natter.
What? You sent a rank 6 shit stain to challenge Ulrich Natter? Are you fucking demented? Whose fucking idea was it?
He tested it for himself in the form of ritual, sir. He said the humiliation he had experienced had to be avenged.
Buck point you, bucker!
The boss slammed the ivory-embellished desk with his fist!
If we piss off Ulrich Natter, he will go on a rampage. It would almost mean certain death for most of us with no way of stopping him. What do we fucking do now?
Maybe send him a fruit basket.
The not-too-bright guard with the slick hair tried his best.
A fucking fruit basket? You mean like the one with poison or what?
No, just a regular fruit basket with an apology card inside.
The guard took his advice seriously.
Yes, feed the bastard vitamins to make him even stronger. Thank you for killing our men. Keep up the good work. Fucking Ulrich Natter, son of a fucking bitch, that motherfucker. What do we do about it?
The boss tapped his fingers on the table and his luxurious diamond rings glittered in the office lights.
Sorry, boss.
The guard bowed.
Give me key here. Maybe he can solve the problem somehow.
Yes, boss. Right away, boss.
The guard bowed once more and left. Key was sitting in front of a cinematic hologram projector when the pocket computer next to him rang. He looked at it and saw that guard Hokkaido was calling him.
Yes?
He kept looking at the holographic images and videos in front of him.
The boss wants to see you right now. I am coming to pick you up. Be ready in 20 minutes.
The silent highway passed by behind the window.
Sure thing.
Key ironed up the pocket computer and put it next to him.
Make it quick. I have to leave in 20 minutes.
Key said to the beautiful 40-year-old Japanese prostitute stroking his penis with her firm hands. Her hair was strong and long and just like Key's cock. I forwarded through the Holocaust imagery in front of him to his favorite scene where the tractors pushed the naked dead bodies into pits of muddy ground. The woman started slurping his cock with her mouth and Key relaxed into a state of euphoria. He sent his army of white soldiers into the suction of the black-haired beauty right at the moment when guard Hokkaido knocked on the door. The young man pulled his pants up, gave the woman 500 yen, and thanked her for her services. They walked down to the vehicle and drove off. Kei was wearing a gray pullover, black pants, and a black earring in his left ear made of silver and onyx that was mesmerizing and kinetically entertaining. Anyone would have been seduced by Key's charm then.
So, how's the boss been?
He implied with a smile on his blooming lips.
He's been stressed and mostly somewhat angry. He is just not sure of where he is taking the whole thing and exhausting himself just by managing and holding it all together. For the last 2 months, he was busy with the airport deal. Now he is starting negotiations about the shipyard. The tycoon never stops. He really believes in controlling the paths of distribution.
The guard lit an e-cigarette with a cherry blossom flavor and dragged on it while playing with the steering wheel.
I see. Any new bands you were listening to lately?
Key knew Hokkaido was really into music and always looking for new stuff.
Yeah, dude, there is this one band called Rotten Harp that I just found and is the coolest shit ever. They have this one song called White Bird Flying Over Blue Sea. Damn, brother, that is some godlike shit right there. They have like this intense hallucination for your augmentation that comes with the song, and holy shit. That is the most insane stuff I have sensed in years.
Yeah, totally. I know them and listen to them quite often. They also have this song, Amish and Field in Heaven. Dude, that is really trippy stuff too. Really blows your mind. There are like black horse statues in graveyards, a lonely walk in a mountain city of snow. How dear that appears. And disappears depending if you chase it. And of course, if you climb the stone block to heaven, you get to see the mushroom field of moss glittering in golden particles.
Keys smirked in a narcissistic way, one that was alluring, infecting Hokkaido with the same sort of narcissism and addicting him to the feeling he induced. Even if Hokkaido was less beautiful, he would attempt to mirror Key's aura in that moment just to mimic the feeling Key created within him.
Got any new bands you could suggest to me, Key?
The guard was humbled to share the same interest with his passenger.
You know the Microchip Island, they recently released their new work with basic augmentation stimuli. They're relax and sell the calm love of the sun, if anything, in their sound and visuals.
No, I don't know those guys. We'll check them out right after work. Sounds like a good evening to me.
Hokkaido was grateful for the suggestion and couldn't wait to get home to spend his evening on a sandy digital beach in his head unwinding with good tunes and feelings.
Have you found a girlfriend yet, Hokkaido?
He grinned as he stared deep down the dark, cold and lonely soul of a loner. He felt a little sadness for his friend, for he never had a loving mate, yet he needed one. He was just the type of man who needed a loving woman for companionship to fill the hardwired necessity of a mother role in anything.
Nope, not yet. I haven't really been looking for one.
The chauffeur confessed.
Oh, don't tell me you are sitting in virtual reality after work spending your time with 3D girls. Or did you get yourself a cat girl? Is that it? You are in love with a robot and you won't admit it? You need a woman? Hokkaido? The smell, the touch, the spirituality of her? And the strange bond you can form with another sentient being.
Key, I am saving up for a brain augmentation pack that includes smell and serotonin stimulation. I don't want a woman. The world has overpopulation problems as it is. I can't afford a child tax. It's fine. There is plenty of substitution.
You don't have to breed with her, dude. Just get a woman for healthy communication with her. For the surprise effect that you can't predict in your mundane life.
You just put women in healthy communication? In the same sentence?
Kaido laughed.
Well, I mean, you could sneak in an augmentation calibration for her to be more rational and stuff.
He knew how to deal with any troublesome female.
And where do you think a guy like me will find a girl?
I don't know, Hokkaido. You just have to be out there looking. We could go to a club sometime. How about next Saturday? Are you working then?
No, I'm free, dude. My pleasure. But I just don't know if it will work out the way you imagined it.
Hokkaido was humble. He knew he hadn't really communicated with women since his birth, and he wasn't born yesterday.
No worries. I know this one place where everyone is super chill. What's your brain augmentations model right now?
WSC 5400s. It's a bit outdated, but still does everything I need and can think of.
Yeah, that should be fine. You just probably won't be able to enjoy the really top shelf visuals to the maximum, but you should have plenty of processing power for us to have a good night out.
I'll update it once the boss gives me a raise or a bonus. I'm trying to save up, but I just keep spending it. I also still dream about buying a cat girl with beautiful dresses and lingerie.
Kaido was drooling just from the thought alone.
I will get the boss to give me an extra 10,000 yen, and I will buy you a cat girl. What do you say, Hokkaido?
He smiled like an angel.
Oh, just say this is gonna be my very own cat girl. No way, dude. That's just so crazy. Holy shit.
The slightly chubby guard was jumping up and down in his seat from excitement.
Yeah, no problem. I want you to be happy, Huggy.
Again, Ki had spellbound his friend with his velvety narcissism. He enraptured him for the future just in case he ever needed a favor of grandiosity. It was also good to keep someone so close to the boss as loyal as possible.
Did you know that Section X stopped paying for and adopting babies? Now, fuck knows what will happen to those who are born without either citizenship or now, without the chance to be taken in by the Yakuza. This overpopulation problem is getting far too serious. It is out of hand and about to become fully blooming chaos, like hell on earth.
I had heard that the United Nations pulled treaty for human rights. Now, only human beings with citizenship can be subject to it. I already thought that it was quite an awkward move for them. But I guess the situation is far more serious than I expected. Not much good left in the good guys, is there? For centuries, they have hidden behind this artificial, foolish farce of a stinking veil. And now it has fallen like a dirty drape from a golden, godless heaven.
What do you think will happen? What will happen with all those people?
If human rights don't apply and the Yakuza won't pick these babies up, then they will probably starve to death or be put to death if they are willing to take the next humanely cruel step. They won't have a right for social goods nor a right for clean water, shelter, or food. Hell, without citizenship, they won't even be considered human beings. Those who will find ways to survive will perhaps form their own society with their own rules, perhaps built on cannibalism, but that's just my dystopian fantasy. No, they will probably be killed, just like stray animals. They will be caught and killed. What a disgusting breed we are. Just like microorganisms, we multiply. In fact, apart from a few pets for the rich, there are almost no animals left on the planet that are not used as food. Just an endless crowd of people and bacteria is all that's left.
Do you think there will be war?
Okay, don't worry.
I don't think you have to worry about that, my friend. I think the United Nations will blame the Yakuza for their own failures and shortcomings. I think they will try to paint them as the evildoers once more, but I don't think it will come to war. The world is, in fact, split in two. But war! Now that the world is already, in a sense, ruined or perhaps built, what is the point of a war? The ruins of the world would be just as grim and pathetic as the sophisticated buildings and infrastructures we have now. At least in my world. Humanity has failed. We have become what we truly are, but we aren't much. We are many. That's what we are. And now, it seems we have finally reached the final step where we have ruined life for our own kind.
As Hokkaido silently sat by the wheel, he then put it on autopilot and looked around him, observing his beloved world he cherished and was so used to. He saw it changing into a spoiled, ruined chance at greatness. In his mind, he tried to come up with a reply.
The fuck is it then that we people really want? If the very selfishness of our breed was a seed of sadness, a faulty creature that ruined the cruel harmony of this planet. That does not sound right at all. If only I was smarter to be able to answer Key.
After 10 minutes, the guard was bored and gambling on his pocket device, filling up his daily greed bucket with dopamine.
Wouldn't it be a thrill to go to war?
Kai tried to wake his friend with excitement.
Boy, no, I don't think it would be fun at all. Even less so if I get a cat girl. I wouldn't want to go to war then one bit. Just sit at home and enjoy her cooking.
Hokkaido shrugged.
We could hack her and modify her into a warbot. You could go to war with her side by side. Now, wouldn't that be an adventure? A love story that the world has not heard of yet? And you would be the first one to experience it?
Key laughed at his good-hearted friend who was unwilling to see the world on fire.
I know. No fun. I am a man of peace, Kaya.
The guard shook his head.
A pacifist is what you are. Hockey.
Key teased his friend.
What is it that you want, Key? Do you want war? Are you just messing around? Is there a greater good in war? I mean, other than solving the overpopulation issue.
Not really. I think it is quite a serious gamble with death in our time. I think it would be a thrill for a while, but overall, I'd be absolutely disappointed by humanity. I have to say that I sort of already am from what the world is now. I feel that we have reached the height of our existence. And I am quite unsure if there is an answer for what's next. I feel that we are in a stalemate.
They sat quietly for the rest of the ride. They eventually arrived at the Yakuza headquarters, a dark building with mirroring glass high walls and plenty of security bots and rocket systems on the guarding towers. The boss himself enjoyed diplomatic immunity status, yet was paranoid, or perhaps just careful. Assassination was a possibility, and he felt that he was likely desired dead by the opposition. He was, after all, the leader of the alternative world, providing for those whom the state had failed. It had been about 220 years since the world had politically split into two. The overpopulated and economically advanced countries had united and created an economic organization to protect their wealth. The rest were left behind the walls of the empire. A beautiful way of life, as old as civilization itself. The Yakuza gang had grown into such a size that they not only had their own territories, even countries, but also their own political ideology, economies, and army. The mainly Western Union had become elitist. But the Yakuza didn't mind picking up everyone who disagreed with the Union's ideology or was born an outlaw. Yakuza had their very own working class and even Yakuza farmers. That is, the mechanics with enough agricultural knowledge to watch automated seeding, reaping, watering, and mineralization processes done and monitored by bots. And of course, the Yakuza had their own tax system too. The central bank of Yakuza hospitals, schools, the University of Yakuza, and even the Yakuza police were real and working well. Once the underground criminal organization had almost disappeared in the year 2045, but it came back with a vile momentum and grabbed power with volatile force. When they changed their ways into those of a refined political machine, they could not be stopped. The boss was sitting at his desk going through his speech for the World Congress on the overpopulation problem and the stance of the Yakuza tackling the issue. He was hoping for an agreement, but didn't expect much from the aloof, elitist snobs who first and foremost only cared for their own interests. The untamed stupidity of the world was threatening an absolute disaster. The United Nations, Pigmen garnished human rights however they liked.
Good afternoon, Kay. How are you?
Boss was always happy to see Key.
I'm excellent, sir.
The young man observed the benevolent mustache dancing under the man's nose. He looked at his dark hair split in the middle. Only a carnation flower was lacking for the Asian man to look French.
It's okay, I have a thing for you to take care of. Can you take care of something for me? It is quite important, and I couldn't think of anyone more fitting.
The boss had other problems to solve, so he got right to the point. He had known Keith since he was a little child. Both parents of the kid were Yakuza senators.
Sure.
Eli felt a little surprised. The boss usually just asked for specific things, mostly things like an illegal augmentation software extension or an adjustment to manipulate politicians.
I have a physical version of the data right here.
The boss pulled out a large, thick, white envelope from the drawer.
I was too worried to transfer data to your brain storage just in case they would look after traces of data cells.
I understand.
One of our younglings went on a suicide mission attacking a super cop. He, of course, was killed in the endeavor. It is a guy from the Special Forces who has been troubling us for years. He is an extraordinarily violent man, almost always killing those who break the law. Also, or so it seems, he hates the Yakuza. You will find everything here.
He passed Key the envelope.
I see.
Try to deal with him somehow so he doesn't go on a rampage and kill us all. I am confident you will find a quick fix.
The boss had a mouth that looked similar to that of a strange bat. His lips were ladybug red, shiny, and upside down.
Okay, boss. I will let you know if I need anything.
Key charmed the boss with his narcissism.
Please do so, Kay.
The boss replied with the same narcissistic charm. They had exactly the same magic in their auras. Hokkaido took Kay home. He asked him when he was getting the cat girl. They also talked more about music, about a band named Sunset of Death. Chapter 9.
Fuck me.
Pina spread her legs. She was lying on the sofa and pulled her panties aside to reveal that her pussy looked just like before the accident.
I can't.
Ulrich stuttered. He saw images of the old beautiful Japanese girl in his head.
I really can't.
It's okay. I understand.
She stopped massaging her wet pussy and gently covered it with her pink panties.
I'm sorry.
Ulrich felt devastated and disappointed.
No. It's me who should be sorry. I just feel so lonely and sometimes horny.
I just can't.
Ulrich had warmth in his smile, but it was not the right time for an emotion of that kind. He was a man made of iron. He did not know what kind of emotion to produce when. He only knew that this wasn't the right time for violence. Maybe he was the last savage.
You have another girl.
Hina's eyes partially filled with tears.
All this time, I've imagined you with another girl, holding her hands, putting your arm around her when sleeping, sucking her toes while fucking her.
Ugh! The girl sobbed.
No, it's just...
The superhuman clearly was too much of a brute for a sensitive situation like this.
I don't really feel the way I did.
Now, he had made the girl really cry.
I'm sorry for being so lascivious.
Hina tried to calm herself with breathing exercises.
No, don't worry about it, dear. I understand it. Of course, there isn't a single girl in the world who could remain aloof next to a stallion like me.
The Ubermensch ran his strong fingers through his long, dark hair and pecked his biceps. Sunlight that wasn't there shone from his lips. He was joking.
Remember how you used to fuck me all right? Suck on my toes, kiss my belly, tickle my hips. You made me feel desired and loved. You took me to a spiritually higher place.
Her large dark eyes gazed into what once used to be her lover, but the connection wasn't there anymore. The girl could feel her armpits get moist, a gust of fear trickling down her spine. She was enchanted by him, bewitched with a devilish spell.
Good times.
But they were gone. Evaporated within the ever-changing realm of human biochemistry.
I'm gonna go out tomorrow.
Hina loved his company.
Sure, girl. I will take you out tomorrow night.
Ulrich was a loner, a workaholic with no hobbies. He would gladly spend his free time with a friend. He didn't have too many of those.
But now, it is time for me to leave.
Goodbye.
The girl kissed him on the lips. A passionate, heavy scent filled the air. Chapter 10.
Autobot, initiate secret space.
Kai relaxed into the E-arm chair while it started a visual manipulation program for the cyberbrain. The room gradually decayed into a dark void with stars slowly lighting up across the vast universe. 9 square platforms appeared in the midst of it all with a chair in the center and a mirror floating perpendicularly. The seeming infinity floated and turned in the background. He walked down the hovering stairs and sat down in the white chair. Bright light shone from the man's eyes. He looked at the galaxies and black holes and connected them in a particular order to unlock and run the encryption code for his augmentation. He had coded the program for beatific solitude and potentially unbreachable security for his cyberbrain so that no information would ever be stolen.
Okay, Ulrich, let's see who you are.
A toxic, anxious smirk decorated Key's face. He opened the envelope and found inside it photographs and pages of text. He observed the photos first. The first photo he held in his hand, sitting in the lonely simulated universe, was one with Ulrich in his uniform absolving military university. Intelligence and Special Forces. He flipped through the pages and saw that he had been awarded top grades in every class and had written his master's in EMP. Amazed by such academic performance, Kai flipped through more pages seeking his anatomical parameters. 210 cm tall, 135 kg heavy, 95 muscle capacity, hyper sigma male, done a modification of the embryo. 99 cell modification of the young adult body. Implanted artificial adrenaline stimulators. Implanted dopamine and serotonin receptors and stimulators. Blood, cell, cardiac, and biochemical live analyses. Brain augmentation unknown. Classified by the military.
He swallowed a jiggly knot in his neck.
This guy is superhuman. With these kinds of augmentations and enhancements, he has extreme strength reflective of his inner status. He can probably slow down time by command, giving him an inevitable advantage in any physical encounter. As long as he doesn't play dumb, he probably can't be neutralized by poison or a biochemical infection. He is pretty much invincible. And I don't know his type of brain augmentation either.
He was filled with envy and disbelief as he studied a human being clearly superior to the rest of his kind. He sat in the chair and observed his self-made artificial universe. He exhaled into it a deserted laugh,
Overwhelmed by an emotional overload. Little angelic. Tears appeared in his eyes.
Over 50,000 Yakuza were killed by his hand and foot. Only 12 of them were left alive, crippled for life. Policeman of the Month for 20 years in a row. The Law Award winner 8 years in a row.
He became bored of Ulrich's perfect record and started looking at other photos that came with the envelope. In the middle of the bunch, he saw a beautiful girl, subject B1. C-section B1. He went through the folder to find the mentioned section. Her said name, Ina. Surname unknown, height 172 cm, weeks 51 kg. Police Academy of Air and Spaceflight. Brain augmentation model AKO 0.6. 580 Yakuza members have been killed by her perfect score on the sniper rifle exam. Suspended from the Special Forces Air Unit after Operation Pegasus. 829, yeah. Ex-girlfriend of Ulrich.
Autobot, stop the simulation?
Kai got up from the armchair and walked to the window, looking at the light-polluted skyline above the trembling of his heart. He could feel a thought like a cancer growing in his head. Against the deep void of his inner peace, he tried to feel tiny bits of atoms forming within himself. He looked at the mirror within him to see if there would be a chance, a way to win. After a minute or two of tranquility, he sat back down in the armchair and observed the nightly scene from the wide window.
Autobot, call up headquarters and arrange me and Hokkaido passes to the west. Autobot, create, simulate, and play an audio-visual play created from the complete works of classic Japanese love stories and songs.
Hey! Relaxed in the dark blue armchair, let the simulation load into and stimulate his visual and auditory brain cortexes through his cyberbrain plugins. In the midst of the audiovisual simulation, Key got bored and first started melting the characters and later the whole world into a gleaming sphere of light. He eventually stopped the simulation, did his hygiene routine in the bathroom, and relaxed in the bed. There's 3 black dogs stored next to his feet. He looked at the dark ceiling and imagined a large crystal slowly rotating, the play of light and shadow taking turns and glimmering on the outlines of the object. He finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 11.
Cold. Isn't it this morning?
Hokkaido! Tito was shivering in the underpass structure with moist morning air coming down the 8 trapezium openings above their heads.
I think this is the first time I have seen mud in my life. Actual dirt or whatever that stuff is.
Key stomped the ground with his feet, then looked around the grim gray place. There was nothing but a crowd of low lives coated in darkness. They looked like criminals, outcasts. Most of them had bald heads and a weird symbol on their necks. He assumed it was a sort of clan for outlaws, or a gang. He looked away from the subhuman filth and then at the gate.
Why did you pick a shithole like this to enter the West?
Hokkaido was confused as Key's parents enjoyed diplomatic immunity and certainly could save Key from any trouble even in the West.
Are you ready to go through the scanner? I don't know. It seemed like a good place. I don't think anyone will notice us passing through here. We look like the creme de la creme of society. And no one should pay attention to us. Kind of the point of it all. Just to avoid the possibility of someone noticing me on the border.
Key looked at the portal to the other half of the world.
Sure.
Hokkaido was either confident or dumb. Or both. They walked through the portal to the west. There were no humans watching them, but Key could feel the machine scanning them. He could feel every single cell being penetrated, his body augmentations and DNA being read, his persona being found and checked in the system. Going through those portals as a banished criminal would mean instant death. A laser would implode the brain and heart with a powerful and precise photon ray. He felt uncanny because he knew that not only could the system be manipulated into murdering an innocent traveler, but he too could be targeted for the crimes he had committed. Hokkaido just walked through the gate with infinite ignorance. The chubby loner with the spiky hair was already searching for a place to eat. The poor neighborhood seemingly didn't affect the harmonious guard either.
Look, there's a place we can eat at.
Hokkaido yawned and pointed his finger at a shady ramen place.
That place doesn't look so good. It looks like it has been scraped together from what was available.
There was no way on planet Earth Key was going to eat in a dump like that. He was spoiled, used to the best cuisine. His poor stomach probably would not be able to handle the cheap stuff such a place served.
Come on, dude. It's not like they'll have giant cockroaches. It can't be that bad. I refuse to believe that.
The fat guard rubbed his belly. He was ready for ramen. Sure enough, there were large cockroaches in the restaurant.
Can't you just wait a little bit so we can find a better place to eat? Dude, it'll be my treat. If you let me pick the place, I will buy you anything. I promise. You can have 2 meals if you want, and the dessert to go, and I will pay for it all. How does that sound?
Key tried to bribe his friend.
That ramen sounds really good.
He looked at the black place with the neon shrimp or cockroach waving his hat at them. 4 crows sat on the roof next to the electric sign.
They don't even have a holographic sign. Okay.
Hey, they are old school, don't you see? That's their vibe. Don't you want to slurp authentic ramen, Key? You will never get another chance like this. I bet it's the best ramen in the West.
Hokkaido was delusional from hunger.
Damn, that's some really yummy ramen.
Hokkaido had coaxed Key into the restaurant.
I like the chili and greens in this. They probably grow the greens here in this building, and the noodles are homemade too, and even has an egg.
Yeah, I am impressed they have an egg in the dish for that price.
Key agreed. Eggs cost 4 yen a piece in the lands of the Yakuza.
That's some good shit.
Hokkaido loved eating more than he loved his mother.
I wonder if they print the eggs from protein powder or if they actually have a chicken farm here.
Key slurped the hot soup. Chili grains were floating around the tiny oily bubbles.
Probably chickens on the roof, I would guess. I just didn't hear any when we walked in, I have to admit. Maybe we are eating cockroach eggs.
Hokkaido was chewing on a piece of pork.
I can't believe there's actual grease in my food. I wouldn't have ever thought that it would taste so damn good.
Key was used to a perfect diet.
And you didn't want to come in here for a meal.
The fat guard wished for a cold beer. If only it wasn't so early in the blue morning.
But here we are. Of course, I wanted to come here.
Key was finishing his bowl.
You almost called this place a dump?
Hokkaido teased Key.
It was quite an experience. So natural, and I tasted culture with every bite.
Thank you, said the robot after receiving the payment. It started cleaning up their table with one of his tentacle arms, stirring pots and cutting onions with the other. He was programmed to tell a single joke. I cry not because I am cutting onions, but because I am depressed. To every other customer who walked into the ramen place. The young gentleman and his fat bodyguard looked weird and silly when they walked through the West. Both of them were dressed in black, and they did not have the vibe or speed for that half of the world.
What's the plan?
Hokkaido rubbed his full belly. He had not felt happiness like this just from food alone for the longest time. Perhaps not since early childhood when his mother used to cook him dumplings. Well, how he had become a little dumpling himself, but he never ever felt the inner peace from eating that he had just found in the ramen place. He told himself that he was tickling Nirvana's feet.
Right, so we have to get to the hotel first. Check in there, and then I'll have to do a little bit of work.
They turned into a valley with a pedestrian road of mostly bars and restaurants.
My stomach is turning around, inside out from all that chili in the ramen.
Hokkaido grunted, holding his bowels.
Do you need to go right now, or can I wait?
Key looked around for a restroom.
I need to go right now. It's urgent, or I will shit my pants.
Hokkaido walked off into one of the restaurants close by. The good Lord giveth, and the good Lord taketh away. Okay, I felt spooked on the road alone. There was a peculiar fear creeping up on him. He sensed that he was being watched. He noticed 5 or 6 men dressed in black with upside-down pyramid tattoos on their necks. I assume they must have been from a gang. Probably camping by the scanner they had hacked into and checking for augmentations to rob from people passing by. Key's brain augmentation was clearly expensive enough to feed the gang of hyenas for at least 2 months. EBI stood there on the buttermilk-colored cobblestone pavement surrounded by Japanese architecture on both sides, watching the gang of men slowly crawl up from all sides. He reached into his pocket and kept looking around at the bandits gradually closing in on him.
Who are you?
The young Yakuza called out before the gang could get close enough to grab him. We are just a bunch of Nazi Taoists, one of them said and smiled with pride. Some of his teeth had been replaced with metal ones.
Kia used the moment they were all relaxed to throw a bunch of high-toxicity microbiome schemes at them.
What the fuck you were doing, Kai? One of them shrieked but had already gazed up into the sky. One of them fell on the ground and covered his face with his hands. He had noticed a black monster with shiny eyes, sharp teeth, and a long tongue with saliva dripping onto the buttermilk-colored cobblestones, shading them a gingerbread brown. Make it stop. Make it stop. One of them was already twisting as if he was insane. Crab walking his panicked body across the ground. The sky was filled with thousands of dark birds circling above the monsters, lurking on the roofs and in shadows, fear piercing his soul. One of them just screamed with his full throat, trying to wake up from the nightmare. He walked up to the loud one and kicked him in the leg. He pulled his pants up to notice his leg was dark red with watery blisters all over it. Like it'd been crushed, bruised, and boiled, and a pain program followed the visuals. The thief's brain lied about a pain that wasn't there. He observed the circus and laughed. He knew they couldn't get out of it. He had programmed the highly toxic protein to modify the neurotransmitter absorption routes, opening a two-way path and creating a hypersensitive reality. Good old Jung had inspired Key to come up with the particular manipulation of the brain to keep the subject immobilized in nightmares. As even if the subject could figure out and grasp the pathway alternation through his cyberbrain, he would still be trapped until the protein was absorbed and completely dissolved by the cells.
The only chance one had with that particular biohack was to use their own cyber brain to create a stable image of reality by stimulating it and masking the malfunctioning brain part. Hokkaido, his angelic nirvana meditation pooping disrupted by the violent screams on the street, rushed out to see his friend amused and 5 men with triangles tattooed on their necks rolling on the ground and losing their minds.
What have you done, Key?
Right, he put his hand on the young Yakuza's back and led him away from the whole scene. Time had stopped. People were looking at the mess in confusion and unexplainable suffering like a miracle unwinding before them. Only a wicked god could produce such a tragic sight.
I came up with this hack during poetry class. We were sitting in our empty classroom with pale tables and nothing but thick books before us. The pages were already dark from age and had a distinct smell to them, but they were not dirty. Actual, real books. Hokkaido. The teacher thought it would teach us the necessary romanticism to understand poetry, like aesthetics, historic beauty. We had to write a poem during the class inspired by what we would find in one of the books. One of the boys in the class asked mockingly if it had to be about pretentious love. And the class laughed, smirked, and fuzzed. I remember verses playfully showing the effect of poetry, making plain things beautiful and fun. There are also pictures from the year 1960 on the Soviet Union prison questioning what love can be in such a place for a human being. I wanted to ridicule the teacher's demand for a poem with a love poem between 2 Nazi guards. The image of a prisoner on his knees facing a concrete wall was burnt in my mind. What is love for a guy like that but a faint memory or a fake god? However, that image inspired me to code this little cute thing you just witnessed. Isn't that a beautiful love poem in a way?
Kiai Hokkaido for approval, who was mildly pushing him to walk faster.
A pottery class, you say?
Hokkaido was frustrated and worried. Brain augmentation hacking of any sort was a severe crime. Chapter 12? Agasara was sitting at his kitchen table and getting drunk. This was his most beloved place. Most losers had a religion for centuries now as a way to spend their free time after a functional day or week of sitting on a couch. Or in Tegasara's case, by the kitchen table. His ass had already bent the material on the chair. Like a false Buddha praying in the same place bends the wood underneath him, he with his drunken ass had deformed the chair he always sat on. He poured himself more. He loved alcohol. He didn't drink before he started working in the police force, but he was eventually moved to Reserve Action Forces. After 3 months of special training, he was the backup brigade for units F6, J-17, and L3. And that's when the drinking began. One particular night that he was spending behind the desk as per usual, working on Yakuza gang member filing, one of his units needed him at a shootout at a restaurant called the Pink Crab. They had surrounded the place and misty rain was falling before the neon crab sign, swinging its claw up and down outside the restaurant. One of the Yakuza, with a drugged mind, was holding a Korean waitress hostage. She wore a short black skirt with dark nylon stockings and a white blouse right over her shimmering, shivering skin. Tegasara would still remember the white panties that were showing whenever the Yakuza bandit running amok jerked the girl back, roaring to fucking let him go, or he would nail this in the head. And not warning or command, Tegasara shot the gang member in the forehead from his cover with a basic pistol called Lemmy. The awkwardness of the timing felt like an accident and confused everyone there. It was out of rhythm, not the usual way that life runs her fingers through the hair of the living. The girl, full of fear, finally was freed and ran from the neon stage into the arms of Officer Tegasara. And the beautiful Korean waitress embraced him and later became Tegasara's wife. But behind those white panties illuminating the night was the ugliest pussy in the world. Like 2 hairy camel lips, her pussy smiled between her legs. It brought only trouble for Tegasara to climax during sex, and that was on the lucky days when he could get hard. Out of despair and frustration, for his sex life was a miserable failure, he started to slowly but surely drink more and more heavily. The drink and nothing but the drink made the chief happy.
Courage, what a stallion, what a beast of a man.
He would think, and that made him a little happy too. Yet, when it came to himself, he wanted to run. He wanted to escape the world. But this was the best he could receive. It was the Korean wife with her crocodile pussy or a basement apartment with rats wearing lipstick. He wished he had schooled his wife in sex better. Just get on your knees, dear, and adore your man with a prayer.
treat me like God. He would fantasize and feel a slight erection in his pants.
Baby! Baby! Come here!
He screamed across the room. He felt a sudden burst of energy within.
What is it, dear?
His wife, all excited, rushed to her Tiggy, the chief of police.
Oh, it is nothing.
The booze was biting his tongue.
So what did you call me for so vigorously?
Dear, get on your knees in front of me. Just, please get on your knees in front of me.
And so she did. She looked at him with strangeness in her face. She was confused. Tagastra felt happiness, even love, but could not get it up.
You want me to? You want me to suck you off?
She had red cheeks. Saliva was gathering in her mouth. She wanted the dick.
No, dear, I just wanted to admire your beauty.
Tagastra, the pathetic clown, couldn't get it up. Instead, he took another sip.
Let me know if you need anything. I will clean out my ass for you if you want to fuck me up the ass. Please, fuck me up the ass. I have been dreaming about it all week long. Penetrate me with your rough cock. Fuck me up my dirty asshole, Tedgy.
Well, maybe later. See how the evening goes. I kind of feel like listening to music tonight. But we will see. Maybe I will put it up your ass if you are a good girl.
Yeah, Mr. T did not fuck his wife that night. He instead fucked himself by drinking. Like any other night, he fucked himself. He fucked the world. He fucked the molecular biochemical phenomena that was life. But he did not fuck his wife. That much was true. Poor thing. She craved his dick in every single hole. Chapter 13.
The mattress needs to be antimatter, or else I can't sleep.
He was trying out the not-so-comfortable bed in the hotel room they had just arrived at. He gazed at the ceiling, stretched out his arms, and wondered how he could hack around the security system of Ulrich's brain augmentation to implement a virus that oxidized the iron in one's body, damaging the muscle tissue. His brain augmentation probably wouldn't even predict such an unlikely event. Key had already accepted the fact that there probably wasn't a single way he could take out the super-powerful cop quickly.
We don't really have any water or food here. Do you think we should walk to the store or order some from the hotel?
Kaido had rested his pants and was walking around the hotel room in his dark red underpants.
Just order some from the reception.
He was observing a $1 bill. The currency of the West. He was looking at the eye that embellished the note, and it seemed peculiar to him. He wondered if there was a way to watch people through the eye of a dollar bill, like a psychic power or an AI-simulated vision of the person of interest. The fourth world of Buddhism? Key woke up as a strong stream of cold black water carried him away through the nighttime streets of the West. He could feel the moon shining above. Surrounded by darkness, he was trying to hold his head above the water, his body scraping the concrete walls of the buildings. Tsunami must have ripped me out of the hotel room while I was sleeping. He reasoned, still confused about what was going on. His fingers tried to grab hold of skinny metal railings, but the water kept violently tearing his body sideways. He woke up in his bed on the antimatter mattress he had demanded.
Oh, a dream? It was just a dream? I must have fallen asleep while Hokkaido was getting groceries. Lordy, give me a visualization of my brain activity from the nap I just took.
Mental images appeared in his visual cortex.
This dream did not use the memory parts of the brain? If my mind wished to produce a vision of the future, it would have certainly used the temporal lobe. The future uses memories in a visual. Morty dismissed the brain images.
Lordy was one of the nicknames for Key's brain augmentation he himself had modified and reprogrammed. It was a funny word, but he liked how the word rolled off the tongue. After all, his cyberbrain was observing his well-being and safety. The door opened and Hokkaido walked in with a grim grin on his face. Key could see men in suits standing outside his room door. The door closed.
And you are already in trouble, Key. Well, somewhat. Don't worry. Those are our boys out there. They are there just in case. The boss will try to arrange diplomatic immunity for you. You might get away with it because it looks like there actually could be a war breaking out.
Key thought about his strange dream. Symbolically, it could mean that the violent water in the dark was a strong power ripping Key away and bringing him into the mess that is war. Humans really are just ape descendant trash, he thought. Angered, the young man already fantasized about shutting down every single brain augmentation in the world. Evil, happiness, and bliss.
We will get close to the super cop tonight. Hopefully, feels a little bit weird to hunt down a hunter. I wonder if he already feels me somewhere in the back of his head tingling. Hokkaido, what do you think? Are you ready to look at this beast of a humanoid creature?
Sure. As long as we can get food before we seek and find him. As long as you don't do anything stupid and get us killed. I am afraid I can't provide much protection if he attempts to bash your skull into mush.
Hokkaido gazed into Key's eyes. His eyes blinked. He was not strong enough. He was weaker, more fearful than the cop, but he also was a friend with vigor to help. He trusted in Key.
We will be as friendly as we can. We will also avoid any conflict. You have to tell our men outside that they can't stay here or whatever. We can't have them around there. We would only look threatening.
It's impossible. It is an order from the boss. They will have to come with us for now. Sorry, I can't do anything about it.
Hokkaido shrugged.
Okay, tell them to come one by one into the room. I will adjust their brain augmentations.
Key ordered with his naked, skinny feet dancing on the bed sheet. His finely dressed men walked one by one in the room as the evil genius adjusted and modified their cyber brains. It was symbolic. He could have done it with them unaware standing on the other side of the door, but he wanted to have a personal interaction with them. He didn't want to use them as tools. When he looked into their eyes, at their hands, shoulders, faces, when he felt their scent, fear, vibe, aggression, or calmness, he measured them up as if they were tools. They were mostly tall and strong men, good fighters with plenty of muscle on the bone. Most of them had merely average minds. 8 men in Hokkaido. That was not even remotely enough to stop the supreme biological machinery that was Ulrich.
Do we have any weaponry?
He was curious. He wanted to know how much violence they could cause at that moment.
1 EMP gun, 2 high-velocity submachine guns, and 6 handguns.
Hokkaido felt pride in the artillery he had surrounded himself with.
Any prostitutes available or funds specially partitioned for it?
He grinned, stupefied, before Hokkaido could react.
What do you need prostitutes for?
The guard was clearly confused. He himself would rather have a big, tasty meal over a hooker sucking his little noodle.
Just asking. Still cheaper than a cat go. Like, Bama. Yeah, I doubt we find a whore with a cyber brain for a reasonable price. Those would be top shelf prostitutes, and they would probably be quite paranoid or rather smart about us trying to buy them. Pass me my leather boots. We're going to Chinatown.
Yummy?
Hokkaido. Like a happy dog, got keyed out his black kickers. He put him on and out, they walked down the hotel corridor. And with the sound of the gong, the lot of them arrived at Chinatown. The sun was setting. The orange and red leftovers of the sun clawed into the remains of the almost dark blue sky. The electric dragon floating above the Chinese neon signs exhaled a curious smoke. The stylish and mighty 10-man army dazzled the people around them with a dangerous impression. He, especially, felt a little vulnerable when surrounded by such a gang because it was obvious that he was the leader of that pack. Chinese girls with their dark, beautifully combed hair and silky long dresses in red, blue, and black through looks. A bewitched desire at Key. Not only was he beautiful, but also he seemed to be a man of importance and power. Every single girl that night was willing to take off her panties and squat over Key's evil, beautiful face, to grind her hips back and forth so he could eat her out with his vile snake tongue. If only he would want a small woman with a large power complex next to him just for the void looks of it all. Just for the fashion, for the aesthetic of it. And then eventually, the aimless whore would realize who her red lips around his cock, salivating in confusion, why and how they ended up in an act like that. Blind to the banal truth that that's what they were looking for. Just a man worthy of being sucked off just for a night without love or any particular enjoyment of oral sex. The uncanny necessity of sucking the male genitalia because of a previously produced fantasy forced upon them by culture and society. Two men in white suits and red ties opened big red wooden doors decorated with marvelous golden dragons for Key and his men to enter the headquarters of a Chinese master. They were led by a short man with dark hair wearing a black kimono embellished with silver buttons through tight corridors with red lanterns and black wooden doors with golden frames. They entered the spacious office of the master. Beautiful chestnut-colored carpets and large porcelain vases filled with pink lotus flowers added to the atmosphere of the room.
Howdy, Master Zen.
Key gave him a hearty smile.
Oh, it is Key. Joe.
The old Chinese master with a long, thin mustache jumped right out of the leather chair and ran toward his friend. For the first time in 10 years, the two guards that stood alongside witnessed the master's warmth. He shook his hand and almost hugged the beautiful man that had just entered the room.
How have you been, my friend?
He liked the affection from the old man.
This is the man who once won all the money from me in cards. Every single dollar and yen that I owned, and he gave it all back to me. Can you believe it? He outplayed me so hard that night, and I lost every single bit I had. And he just gave it all back to me. Like that. What a wonderful man you are, Key. Who knows where I would be without you, my friend?
No problem, my friend.
He kept smiling. He was a lot better at poker than the old master. It was a small fortune, but funnily enough, it was everything the master owned at the time. The old greedy fellow got hooked and could not stop losing. Shame mixed with guilt and terror that night, but Key, the angel himself, saved him from the utter misery that he had fallen into.
You are my guest. My favorite guest. But please, sit down.
Mr. Zen gestured at the chairs and sofas in the room for the men to get comfortable in. He then looked at one of his guards and ordered him to get drinks for the visitors, as they certainly had to be thirsty.
So what are you up to these days, my old friend?
Kia parked his bottom on the chair closest to the heavy wooden table. His eyes followed the master walking behind the desk as he sat down and put his hands together.
Oh, the usual, my friend, Key. From geishas to gambling.
The old man smirked behind his thin facial hair.
I guess we will soon be selling weaponry too. A war seems to be on its way. Civilians might want to protect themselves.
Do you still hack and mod brain augmentation devices?
Key wondered.
Oh, yes, my son. We certainly do that too here. On the other side of the garden.
Mr. Zen coughed.
Can I have a look at the possibilities of your service later on? I am wondering if you could help me determine the brain augmentation of a certain policeman named Ulrich Natter. Have you ever heard of him?
Oh, yes, of course I have. He's somewhat of a legend on this side. A true masterpiece of our kind. The military developed him as a prototype, but since times were so peaceful, he became a highly effective super cop. There is no man more masterful than him in combat. He just has an unfair advantage. So to say.
The old Chinese master rolled the left side of his mustache while floating in his thoughts, mesmerized by how capable Ulrich really was. Then it struck him like lightning. He felt his own shadow crawl up his spine, right up his neck.
Don't tell me you are going against him. That's suicide, my dear friend. Please don't even consider such an extremely phony thought. You don't stand a chance.
Oh, no worries, Master Zen. I am just testing the water. Just gathering some information, you know.
What you are looking for is a weakness. He has no such thing. Don't be foolish, my child. You are wasting your time, I am afraid.
Mr. Zen shook his head in terror. He was seeing Key die before his eyes. What a terrible view. What a beautiful life thrown into trash.
Even so, I ask you to use your laboratory and your men for further research, my dear friend Master Zen.
Yes, surely, my child. Please do as you please and take your time.
Key got up and walked the corridors to arrive at the middle of the building where an enormous and fantastic garden with captivating trees and vibrant exotic flowers bloomed. He walked through the garden and took the elevator to the basement. There, he spent the next 6 hours trying to figure out how to attain the information he sought about Ulrich's brain augmentation. The trouble seemed to be that Ulrich would definitely notice the attempt, and that could immediately result in a complete failure to tame the beast. For 6 hours straight, Ki thought of every possible way he could penetrate Ulrich's brain. The problem was that he needed too much control over it and had too little power to attain any Tired and disappointed, the young man left the laboratory and took the elevator back outside into the garden. The elevator cracked and clocked, but the garden bathed the night in color. A little spring ran through under the bridge in the middle of the garden. In the back, he noticed a stage with people sitting at it, enjoying a play. He walked through the garden, instantly rejuvenated from the crisp air and blooms. But the sky above was gray from the light pollution, and so there was no more heaven above. The scene lacked purity, and Key was reminded that he was still on the good old planet that was suffering from overpopulation. Humans had stolen the beauty of nature and shattered it like a crystal ball, fooling themselves with the fantasy that the pieces left were small diamonds. The garden had a fruitless beauty about it. Key ignored his shallow mood and walked to the stage and sat down on a pillow, joining the 20 or so people sitting there in silence. On the stage, a cherry tree was blossoming gorgeously with the hologram lights in the background screen, creating the image of a meadow at dusk in ancient Japan. Samurai with tears running down his cheeks swung the katana high into the air and slashed it right down, chopping the head of a man on his knees right off. A flute proceeded playing carelessly as he slid the bloody katana back into the holster. With a warrior wept that no blood on the ground shall return his love achy back. The stage faded to black, then ignited in light blue and pink colors, and the actors bowed while music played. After a minute or two, the viewers relaxed to the music in the night that was pleasant to the senses. Master Zen slowly stepped closer to Key and looked him in the face.
How did you like the play? It was so dazzling, yet tragic.
The old man coughed faintly.
Oh, I just left the laboratory, and I have to admit that I did not see more than the very last scene. But it kind of spoke for the whole piece as a contrast. Yes, the evening seems to be engaging, even magical, I have to say.
Key's smile was a rather short one. He then exhaled in depression, his eyes looking away as if observing a stone drowning in dark waters.
You know, my beloved friend, I lately have noticed that with age I have trouble enjoying art and music, no matter how enchanting it is. I think it comes with age. And my brain just does not amuse itself from such stimulation. All I care for these days is money and making money. I wasn't like that before. I found incredible joy, and this play was one of my favorites. That I even felt genuine love toward it when I first saw it. Being so old is not much fun anymore, I'm afraid. I simply lack the romance in my sight when I gaze upon the world.
I might one day become like you. I feel it, if I dare to say so.
Key confessed that the garden could not pierce his grim soul.
So, did you have any luck in the laboratory?
The old Master Zen looked Key in the eye, trying to find a sparkle of hope.
No, I did not find what I was looking for, sadly.
Oh, there is still time for it, my child. Do not worry, and you are welcome, always welcome, to use my laboratory for your science as you please, my friend.
I'm indeed very grateful, Master Zen.
Master Zen bowed and strolled off with his hands behind his back. It was time for him to enjoy the rest of the night on his crimson-red antimatter bed. As the old man left Key's field of view, he noticed a young girl admiring him. She was rather skinny and cute-looking. She had short brown hair and light gray eyes. She felt embarrassed, for he had caught her watching him. Yet what surprised Key was that she was not trembling like a bunny in front of a snake before him. She was coming closer.
My name is Lan.
She had little dimples in her cheeks, and the tone of her voice was bursting with childlike alacrity, even happiness. She stretched her hand out to shake hands.
Hello, my name is Kai.
He shook her hand with a confused expression, but he did smile. He just couldn't figure out what she wanted from him.
Hey.
Her eyes were so much wider than those of the boy opposite her. They did not shine like jewels. No, for there was so much more life within, flames dancing in a once high forest, with birds singing and sun rays playing hide and seek among the trees.
How come you don't have shoes?
The lad looked down on her bare toes that were slightly muddy.
Fuck, cock, balls. Grab you by the balls.
The girl violently choked out. Her breast kicked forward. She couldn't hold it back.
Can I touch your balls?
The girl twitched and whistled.
Are you okay?
Kay looked at the teenager with his narcissistic, mesmerizing look, calming her with his aura.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
There were no tears in her eyes.
Don't be.
It's my Tourette's. Can I suck your dick?
She said lovingly and proceeded twitching and whistling.
I understand. No worries. It doesn't bother me.
The gent knew exactly what was wrong with the girl.
Yeah, I'm just playing. I'm pretending to be a huntress in this garden.
The young lady did emit an energy of strength. It whirled hand in hand with her burning body, her wildness. It was all written in her hair.
Fucking balls. Can I touch your dick?
Strange vulgarities coming from such a dainty teenager, she just couldn't control it.
How did you like the play? Beautiful, wasn't it?
There was the delightful garden, the darkness of the night, the music still playing on the stage, and the lights rhythmically changing, but Key only gazed into the girl's face. She had tiny light freckles under her eyes.
Yes. Scary too. And I didn't tick once. Now that I think of it, it was really beautiful, but sorrowful that the girl had to die. I would have fought back right to my death if I was her.
Now the girl's chest flared up in bravery.
I'd say, do you mind coming with me? To the basement where it's the laboratories of Master Zen are? Do you know where they are?
Yes, but Master Zen doesn't allow us to play there.
Curiously, she waited for Key's reply.
That's okay. He won't be mad or angry if you go there with me. Come.
He gestured with his head for her to follow. They hiked through the garden over the bridge toward the laboratory. She looked like an elf next to the man dressed all in black.
You don't have a human subject number. Is that true?
Without the number, she was born illegal. She had no human rights and could not have any legal status unless someone paid the hefty tax for her to become a legal human subject.
No, I don't.
She didn't feel shame, but she did understand that she was worse off and limited because of it. However, to her it seemed that was the way of life. She accepted the world for what it was and did not fight its ills and flaws. She was just innocently thrown into it, really.
Don't worry. You will get it someday.
Kia grinned, but he did not believe his own words. Master Zen had taken the girl under his wing, but the tax, with a fine included, was just too high for anyone to pay, and the girl didn't have a chance to orange make the money herself. There was nothing she could do. They took the elevator to the basement. When the elevator doors opened, Lan shouted,
Monkey balls.
They proceeded to enter the laboratory. The light still shone brightly, but now it had become empty and silent.
Come lay in this chair. Don't be scared.
Key commanded her to assume the position on the operating chair with a large white machine above it.
What are we doing?
She obeyed him and laid back on the operating device.
Just fixing your brain. Relax and enjoy.
He took the girl's arm and pierced the skin with a needle. He went toward the touchscreen table with holograms of the girl's brain function flickering in front of him. The next 2 hours, he sat there watching the pretty miss getting her brain parts rewired. That was the on-4 brain augmentation model for the girl. A rather small device that stretched its tentacle wiring out into other brain parts. He made the computer calculate the brain and skull growth parameters for the next 15 years and everything checked out. After the 2 hours were done, the machine had finished fixing the girl's brain and closed the tiny hole in her skull. Steroids and a high-frequency radiation grew the affected cell growth back within minutes as if there had been no intervention. He had then sat down next to the operating chair and initiated the simulation in his brain, running one of his codes. When he opened his eyes within the delusion, he stood on a small hill in the middle of a meadow that reached to the horizon. The bright orange sun shone across the vast sky, and the tall, dark red grass leaned in the artificial wind. He started up the same code in Lan's brain augmentation.
Wow.
She appeared next to him on the hill.
Hey, dreamer.
Key welcomed her into the simulated world.
The sun is so large and bright and orange. Oh, and look at those flowers.
The girl was bewildered by the allure of it all.
Yeah. Pretty, isn't it?
Yes. Where are we?
She was confused, but the surroundings were comforting and induced a sense of happiness.
We are in a dream, I wrote. I made this simulation. You now have a brain augmentation and can experience these. Also, your Tourette's is gone.
Key smiled. He felt nothing.
Wait, where are we?
Our real bodies are still in the laboratory, so don't worry. We're safe. I will show you how to use your brain augmentation, how to wake up and all. You can use my database and go through all the dreams I have there. Watch this.
He made 2 steps and jumped off the hill. He did not fall and crash, no. He glided just above the flowers far into the meadow with his fingertips kissing the grass.
Whoa. That's so cool. How do I do it?
Oh, she was shouting still on the top of the hill!
Just try.
Hiya.
Her jump was whimsical, but she managed to glide down the hill elegantly and landed next to Key.
Yeah? I will spawn a spy.
It reappeared on the hilltop.
That was so cool. So cool.
Look, you can change the sky.
And the sky turned purple, and then it turned light blue and pink.
And you can change the flowers too.
Suddenly, the hill was covered with red poppies. Then they changed into pink, light blue, and purple sweet peas mirroring the fake sky above.
Now me?
And the girl turned the hill and the whole meadow into thorny red roses.
I sure about got enough of this?
He giggled.
I love you, monkey balls.
She hugged him. He felt nothing. Chapter 14? Tigasara woke up in his beloved bed. Next to him was a mountain of vomit he had hugged and cuddled with all night long, just like Romeo with Juliet. His wife had escaped the bed early once he had started coughing and choking, which was an indication that vomiting was soon to follow. She went to shag the shrink one more time. Tigasara caused the pussy to become wet, but never touched it. The lonely psychotherapist and Tigasara's wife were happily fucking on the carpet and sofa. Sometimes they would play games of hypnosis, turning her into a dick-sucking robot. Tigasara sat up in his bed, his upper body stained from wine, and looked at the pile of vomit next to him about the size of a small human being. The vomit next to him was like a woman that was meant for him but fell through the gaps, slid through the fingers. Faith, destiny, and the hard-coded part of human mating patterns malfunctioned in the old man. It was only a lot of vomit and nothing more. Tigasara got out of the bed and grabbed the Suction 9000 from underneath his bed. A little vacuum cleaner with built-in lasers that could figure organic from fabric vomit from bed sheets and separate the two. Tigasara left the little machine choking and gargling, set on the custom-programmed extra toxic vomit mode. The old man then walked to the shower and washed himself clean. He tried to masturbate to the hentai dreams he was buying, but he could not culminate the thoughts. His headache got in the way, letting the natural sinner know that his ways were not meant for self-pleasure. The warm showerhead spat steamy water down at the hungover man. Chapter 15. Ulrich sat in the Yakuza-owned casino lounge and watched the hologram of a war game. It was a brain simulation of a war. 1,000 against 1,000, the youngest warrior being only 12 years old and the oldest 76. The youngest was named Hideo Yoshimitsu, and he was the son of Hideo Yoshimitsu. Also in the wargame simulation was Itsuki Yoshimitsu, the 65-year-old grandfather of Hideo. 3 generations of men in the same war fighting side by side. The youngling was piloting the fighter jet while his father was co-piloting it and making the decisions of when to use which weaponry, leaving the little Hideo full control of maneuvering the plane. The 65-year-old man was operating a tank on the ground. It was a marvelous spectacle to observe. When the youngling flew over the battleground to scout out the area and draw the wings right off, he would then return to a safer zone and give the exact location of the enemy to his grandpa, who would in return ride his tank at full throttle into the enemy lines, being covered from above with the keen marksmanship of rockets and machine guns controlled by the father. Young Hideo was known to be a hothead. If their mission would turn sour and their grandpa would get ambushed or blown up in his tank, the youngling would kamikaze into the enemies with fiery anger, taking his father out of the simulation with him. About a year ago, the child had a tantrum and was bashing the jet into the enemies no matter what. Maybe out of boredom. But the 3 of them were absolute legends for years in the simulated war realm. If they had a good field day, they could, just the 3 of them, kill over 130 or so men. Playfully, with ease. Their record stood at an impressive combined 208 kills. The father and the kid would guarantee at least 60 or so kills every match. There were no better fighter jet pilots out there. Anyone who wished to challenge them became the laughing stock of the crowd because the duo would absolutely stomp anyone into the ground. The kid would haughtily flex on the challenger, and after savagely destroying him, he would shout out a phrase like, "Dad, can you wipe the windshield? That guy's poo-poo is all over it." The Berlin Panthers were Ulrich's favorite team. He used to be a warrior for the Berlin Panthers during his time at the police academy. He was a fierce and brave one, and his favorite move was to spin like a helicopter while unloading 2 machine guns simultaneously. A dazzling dance of death, taking out at least 20 enemies within 5 seconds before dying. However, the Berlin Panthers weren't doing so well these days, and the crowd didn't really cheer for them. If the crowd doesn't love a team and its superstars, then the team lacks the funds to afford the best of the best. The team then starts losing, and the crowd won't cheer for losers. High testosterone and hyper-aggressive plays were the things that earned the love of the viewers of the war games. 1,000 versus 1,000 simulation would last around 2 to 3 hours before either everyone was dead or the objective was complete. Ulrich slurped half of the beer in his bottle while watching Hideo fly another lap with his father taking out a group of 4 men. He missed the old days of being one of the warriors himself. He is a paratrooper for most of the games, but at times he would operate a bike or snowmobile, getting in and out of important positions to snipe away from his opposition, cruise in, pop 3 clowns in the head, and race out with hellfire lighting up behind him. An impressive and highly effective way to win a game. He sat there and remembered that he was offered a fair contract, but had to decline because he had already signed up with the military. The Bus and Mandibles were winning another match, with Hideo leading them to victory. Ulrich got up and decided to stroll around the casino. In the middle of the large lounge, there was a lamp that went up to the ceiling with a small forest full with artificial birds and lizards flickering in color. Ulrich hiked through the unnatural forest and enjoyed the rippling waterfall in the middle of it. Falcon sat high up on the rocks on the very top of the waterfall and stretched his wings. The Super Cop remembered his past in the war games, where he, for hitting 99% of his shots with his sniper rifle, earned a Falcon that was coded into the simulation for him. It flew alongside him when he wheelied his motorbike on the side of a 200-meter cliff. He was sure now that he would have been the very best if he had continued on his career path in the war games. He knew that under his leadership, the Berlin Panthers would have crushed the Bazan Mandibles like little turd beetles. He finished his beer and made his way out of the digital forest, still feeling nostalgic. On the strong Hyper Sigma male marched to the large window displaying the nightly panorama of the city. There was a law in place that every casino had to have a window to the outside world and at least 2 clocks on the wall. He remembered his honeymoon with Hina. One evening, they sat between trees by the beach and painted on the same picture while drinking wine and watching the sunset. It was a special moment that still warmed his cruel, cold heart as his gaze stared back at him in the casino window. Romance had faded for him like the beauty of the girl he loved. Nothing but the ugly ruins of what once made him feel happy remained, and not too many things made Ulrich happy. One of the things that did not make him happy, that in fact made him sad, was the act of terrorism, where a group of nasty subhuman idiots fired an RPG from a mile away onto a shuttle that was taking off to explore the universe. Ulrich was new to the police force back then, and he could still recall the faces of the people from the small farm village next to the space center. The confusion of seeking the bastards who had ruined the marvelous experience of space exploitation adventure remained. Future space traveling went down the drain afterwards. Those were ideas that were too far-fetched for Ulrich. He liked the planet and its life as it was. He liked how humans lived their life and didn't imagine them as staying stuck alone in space-time without any escape within their lifetime. He is utterly blind to the fact that his existence was nothing but materia moving around in a certain way, and that apart from the illusion in his mind, he did not, in fact, exist. He gazed outside the window, and the city had no end. Ulrich remembered the sad day when humans realized that they indeed were and would remain alone, isolated in space-time. A guy named Chris Champion, for whom people erected monuments all over the world, had preached that there was no God and explained why. He explained that there was no chance for any other life form to ever appear in the realm of the ape-descendant humans. They believed the preacher and his church, and humans were left alone with their loves and wars, alone in the incredibly vast space, for there was no one to observe or care for their doings and undoings. Alone, lonely, Those were words that came to Ulrich's mind, but there were no tears in his modified eyes.
Sir, may I interest you in another bottle of beer?
The casino could afford an expensive bot. That was really nothing but a waste of money, basically offering the customers more drinks once it observed that they needed a refill. Recently, the law regulating casinos had been changed and the taxation was lowered, but another system was put in place that dictated for the gains to be invested in a certain way. One of the paragraphs mentioned that all casinos must use at least 20% of their gross income toward customer service. Ulrich's favorite casino, the Glitzy Clam, used a basic scheme of buying expensive, overpriced catering bots from a third party owned by the relatives of the casino owners. Such a scheme, however, was not forbidden.
Yeah, give me another one.
So, the cop was only a little tipsy and didn't mind the taste of sparkling barley on his tongue. He let the city gloom hypnotize him while watching the bot roll away in the reflection of the window and then return with a bottle of beer.
Here you go, sir. Cheers, and have a lovely night.
The bot was programmed with a few hundred voice lines he chose from with a randomly generated number. Free will within a tiny net of code, no artificial intelligence. When it came to booze, the casino offered the cheapest trash, even if it could afford the very best. People would just gamble away more money while drinking shitty liquor.
Thanks, buddy.
Church behaved well, even with a pathetic machine like that next to him. He did have to be extra gentle when it came to state or top shelf AI in general, because there were plenty of systems in place to monitor police officers like him and other state officials on and off duty. Corruption was at an all-time low and remained there from the moment the state involved to supervise state officials. The robot rolled away and Ulrich remained by the window, staring outside. He observed a bright green neon kiosk opposite the casino with the clerk standing outside by the back door. She observed a tin can of cat food for a while, which she then put away in her pocket. She kept standing there thinking about something. Ulrich observed that the pauses were too long, that the way she was looking at the packaging was peculiar. Could it be that she stole the cat food for herself? Can it be that she is that hungry for protein that she has to steal cat food from her workplace? I'm sure she wouldn't be able to afford a cat with her salary. Since the population had risen so dramatically with no real countermeasure, food had become scarce and highly regulated. On the bottom of the food list were carbohydrates in the form of liquid sugars one could purchase for the cheapest amount. These were followed by vegetables and fruit grown by automatized gardens, all sowed, reaped, and watered by machines. An endless program that was completely self-sustaining. Robots fixing robots, monitoring the whole process of production, calculating the optimal amount of minerals for the plant-based products to grow, and always looking for the most economically efficient way. After vegetables followed fats. And the lowest tier of protein came in forms of powder and gel that was made from insects forever incubated in a closed space farm, killed and processed within a few days. Higher in the food tiers, one could find animal products like eggs and milk. And finally, the most expensive food at the top of the list, which was considered a luxury, was fish and meat. Protein was mainly reserved for scientists and students, but higher officials and policemen were privileged to receive it too. The main reason for this was that glutamate turned out to be important for the frontal cortex, and since it was scarce, only the ones who could afford it or had practical needs for it were allowed to receive it. It was also part of the school of Chris Champion, the great philosopher, the killer of all religions, who truly opened people's eyes. Controlled evolution came too late. People had already multiplied to a level where further AI-calculated breeding was troublesome yet still possible. People still dreamed of the human race being able to escape their planet. They were doomed on a trash planet while they waited for the sun to go dim. Ulrich finished his beer and looked at his sharp jawline in the reflection of the dark window. His face was shivering from hatred as he imagined the poor girl eating cat food just because she was hungry for a little protein. What an ugly place had the world become, waiting for a savior with a large and smart prefrontal cortex to save humanity. Hope was slowly evaporating into the chaos.
Would you like another beer?
The bot head rolled up on Ulrich again, offering him another bottle. It was an angry scream. It punched the machine in its poorly designed face, creating an explosion of plastic and electric sparks. The bot fell apart right there on the ground. Everyone in the casino was alarmed by the loud bang and turned toward Ulrich. He stood there for a period of time observing the mess he had created and then walked to the restroom. He washed his hands clean, looked at himself in the mirror, and listened to the sobbing of a man on the shitter who had gambled his last bit of money away that night. Chapter 16. An old scientist was waiting for an online supercomputer system to calculate an algorithm he had come up with while in bed trying to fall asleep. His gray hair mirrored the light from the screens and holograms running the letters and numbers in a logical pattern. He touched the thick black frame of his glasses and gazed outside the roof window. Little raindrops kissed the ceiling glass, reflecting the screens and the scientist sitting in his chair, and his glasses reflected the raindrops with all the reflections in them. The silver-headed man imagined himself around 30 light years away from the planet, watching himself cuddle and smooch his wife on a warm summer day underneath a maple tree. He tried to slaughter his human emotion of anguish, telling himself that it was all just irrelevant materia taking a more chaotic form with nothing but an illusion for those who were used to creating orderly chaos. There is nothing but principles and laws that happen when it is time for them to happen, when it is cold or warm enough, when the gravity happens to be just right. As complete was flickering on the holographic screen. With his hand, he gestured for the computer to open up the results. According to the input data, considering the current state of the observable universe with the preset and known parameters, there is a chance of 99.99,999,998% that the Earth is the first one to arrange in the particular order.
Well, fucking hell. We are not only alone in the whole fucking goddamn godless place, no, we are the first ones here. We have trashed our planet beyond knowledgeable repair with another war on the horizon. We have made this place ghastly, haven't we? And if we survive and eventually find another life form someday, somewhere, what can we say to them if they ask us what we know about life? We know fucking nothing. We know fucking nothing. Rambo.
He looked at his sleeping dog on the floor, peeked at him with one eye, and then continued his slumber. The scientist opened a bottle of gin and poured himself some in a dusty glass that always stood on the table.
To loneliness. And to you, Rambo?
The seeker of thy truth swallowed a mouthful of stinging liquid. Sunny shores and blue waters were nothing but paint on a canvas.
We really are the first ones to be. It really looks like it, Rambo. What a silly thing, to be moving materia conscious of itself, seer to deeply believing the delusion that we are alive and looking for a similar composition of materia with a similar lie in their heads across the universe. We are not alive, Rambo. How could we be? We were never born. We are as dead as stone, but slightly more active, just a tad more mobile.
The dog peeked at the old man again, this time slightly more angrily, wondering if the old man would let him enjoy a full rest tonight or keep dragging him out of his dreams again and again. The scientist looked at the raindrops on the ceiling window once more.
I am really throwing my life away for nothing, aren't I?
The old scientist took his glasses off and placed them on his chest and rubbed his right eye.
What do I do next with my time on this trash planet I am stuck on?
The world behind the window was crying this time.
Chapter 17.
Chasing through windless forests, the heart is a lonely hunter. It finds a deaf grey wolf and frost lilies in bloom.
The old master Zen said to Key as soon as he closed the door behind him.
Not in bed yet?
Key frowned in surprise.
No, not yet. Come, Key. Come to my place. Enjoy a cup of tea. It will relax you after a long, exciting day like today.
The two of them walked off through the dark, invigorating garden to the old man's living room. The old man poured the boiling water over a few leaves and a flower. A steamy hand waved hello to Key. The old man fell back into his soft armchair and relaxed his stiff body.
He massaged his legs for a moment.
Two cats, with their tails entangling, the old man crawled up on the chair's arms, each on one side. Master Zen scratched their backs with his bony fingers.
One of them is a machine.
He smiled. It was a cunning smile, as if full with satisfaction and self-accomplishment.
The other one has a brain augmentation.
What?
Key showed his teeth and opened his eyes real wide.
Oh, yes.
The old Master Zen felt immense pride. He played with his beard and grinned.
but that's like against a handful of laws. You're a bit crazy, aren't you?
But you just committed a crime too, didn't you? By putting a brain augmentation in Lan's brain. After all, she will need maintenance, and they might remove it if they would happen to find out. She doesn't have a birthright in this world of ours. So you see, every single one of us is a criminal.
The old man stirred leaves around in his cup, watching the water become emerald.
I helped her with her Tourette's. She is such a lovely kid. That's a terrible condition to suffer, don't you think?
Kay was sure the young girl would turn out just fine.
If there's trouble, I can ask my mother to arrange some sort of diplomatic immunity or rights for her. She could be my maid.
I will certainly let you know if a situation like that does come up, Ki. But for now, I am sure the world will be distracted by different troubles. What do you think, my man? Will there be war? And if so, how do you imagine it happening?
As impressive chaos. With primal violence. Isn't violence a weird, shitty thing that is absolutely part of us? I don't mean to sound peculiar, but if you think about our world, the way we feel it with our brains and hearts, don't you think that violence is a principle of life? We have been cheating nature lately, but isn't nature the boss all along because we too are nature? I am asking more questions than giving answers, aren't I?
Key took his turn to now stir his cup of tea.
There hasn't been a single war during my lifetime, only individual acts of violence. There was an astrophysicist who said that we people only create more and more chaos, more heat in our cooling young universe.
The master looked at the steam rising and whirling above Key's cup of tea.
Pathetic we never colonized another planet, isn't it? Not even a single attempt to cheat God. That is, our sun, for an atmosphere on another rock.
Key looked at the cat who needed certain gases to stay alive.
Connect to the living room virtual lobby.
The master invited Key, and the young man quite instantly did so.
Tea. How to smoke?
A woman's voice said.
Huh?
Key shrugged.
Yeah. Human man smell cat. Hey, cat?
The voice questioned now.
No, the human man is not cat, but he smell like cat, yes.
A man's voice could be heard in the lobby, broadcasted into the auditory cortexes of everyone connected.
Your cats can actually speak.
Key spilled his tea in surprise.
He scared me!
The cat looked at Key.
You actually taught your brain-augmented cat to talk.
Not me. The cybercat did, really. We did, however, use steroids to enhance the emphatic cells in Shu. Long has an AI teaching mechanism rewarding the progress that stimulates human language understanding and expression.
I didn't think it was possible.
He always treated animals like animals and didn't think that they were human-like. Shu jumped down and, with her tail up, walked up to Key and leapt onto his chest.
You cat human.
She pushed her head against his neck. Shu like Key?
You know, Lan, the girl you helped with Tourette's, she's from Siberia. Her father was a strong man, but not really a wise one. And the mother kind of went with the wrong instinct, and 9 months later, there she was without a birthright. I adopted her, because what else was there to do? If I die, who will keep her augmentation updated and running? She will be left more or less brain dead when they take it away from her. If they do.
Master Zen was unsure of what to do with the girl now. Her future had become unclear.
Just educate her to use it, and she will eventually learn to earn you money with her and cheat your brain. Look, if you could teach a cat to talk, I am more than confident you will be able to teach the underprivileged girl how to fine-tune systems or something.
Kiki was offbeat when it came to responsibilities. He was pampered and spoiled. Too far away from the reality of poor people, away from those without human rights and no chance to enjoy an enhanced life or know the pleasures of intelligence.
You could be a great teacher. And she would like you a lot as a young master.
The old master hoped Key would adopt her. He was too old for more problems.
I can't do that right now. I will see what I can do once I get home.
Key looked outside the window. The thick leaves on the trees were floating and jerking in the night breeze.
You warriors have a corrupt sense of justice.
Master Zen still felt bitter. For Key, I had modified the young girl's brain without asking.
Me? A warrior. I am no warrior at all. Trust me when I tell you she will come in handy soon.
Warrior? What?
Who should the modified cat asked in the virtual lobby?
A warrior is a fighting human, like a cat who fights a predator. All cats are warriors, but not all humans are warriors. The humans who are warriors are more like cats.
The cybernetic cat explained to Shu.
You are a pretty girl!
He hypnotized the cat on his chest and slowly ran his gentle hand through her fur. He liked the female energy, whether human or cat. The old Chinese man took the cup of tea and gazed into it, seeking the future. He did not find a thing, but relished the wonderful taste of tea trickling down his throat and warming his belly. Chapter 18.
The Congress of the Two Worlds was held in Tokyo. Funny how people called it the Two Worlds, pretending as if there really were two worlds. It was only split in two fractions due to ideologies of how one should live life, and of course plenty of opinions on how the other shouldn't. Extremely important stuff for human beings. However, lately it was more of a leftover relationship, with one side being more advanced in technologies and intelligence and having more resources, and the other side picking up whatever was left.
The event turned ugly at times. The ape side of humans sometimes got the better of them, and there was screaming, angry shouting, and almost physical violence. Humanity, as it was still pathetically stupid, except for a few minds who found a deep remedy in science and turned a blind eye on the mental poverty of the world.
The world had become overpopulated and consisted mostly of people with extremely low intelligence.
And those who were superior slowly but surely turned insane from the intensely grotesque sight of how pathetic life around them was, so there was no shame in deciding who could have human rights. Key's parents, known diplomats in the Congress, attended the event too. Almost no one knew about their only child being not only utterly evil, but also full of insane darkness. However, Key's parents already considered him to be a success, for he had a creative side and not only an appetite for destruction. His appetite for creation, his parents suspected, could not be satisfied by the possibilities of the world as it was. They thought of him as a poor genius.
Shitty. Now Stinky Rock was rotating in the pointless universe with its miserable inhabitants. It turned out that if there, in fact, would have been a sensible creator of everything, the whole shit show wouldn't have turned out as being so laughable. It's impossible to solve the simple issue of overpopulation within a time frame of 5 decades.
Now, finally, the Congress with a Hintergedanken
was toying with the idea of a war as a solution. The very system of democracy never cultivated good leadership, and authoritarian dictatorships would abuse the opposition. If only a savior would appear with a match in his hand and flames in his eyes, ready to burn the world down. First, the poor understanding of the self and the psychology of human nature was an obstacle for making the world a decent place. People just did not want to learn or were too greedy. A few of the congressmen thought that a dream was a mythical experience, a prophecy to be fulfilled. They were delusional, their heads stuck in their own asses. Average minds with flawed understanding of morality. But they did think of themselves very highly. However, they were nothing but deprived spiritual bums and their anime, a brain-dead whore with a muddy mouth begging for bread. Idiots becoming leaders had been the #1 problem of democracy for decades now. The baboons did not find a way to solve the crisis during the event. An enhanced dark age announced itself, for the deprived subhuman minds were to remain under a shroud while, in the inferno of hell, the intelligent ones wept. Doomed! One might think that corruption was long gone, but that was not the case. The large companies still could persuade those in power, a dystopian nightmare fueled by an unstoppable greed. Just like microorganisms fermenting sugars, eating away till death in their own excrement. The human race had reproduced and eaten away the surface of their rock, their tiny mouths now gasping for air while covered in shit to the chin. There was no wildlife left, but a few animals left as mere symbols. The ocean was only somewhat preserved to produce oxygen and food, the absolute minimum. Perpetually greedy in their nature, human beings were willing to pay the price of suffocating and poisoning themselves. The time had come for the human beings to choke on their own excrement. All the hellish desires were finally fulfilled. The dream of Eden was achieved by destruction. There were no angels in the sky, no Lord that needed humankind. Humans were lucky to never know the truth of how worthless their planet was.
Only tears would have been brought to their foolish and greedy eyes.
Chapter 19. Hands clenched into fists like grenades, Ulrich walked onto the crowded nightclub's dance floor. The magnificent stallion was a head taller than and twice as wide as everyone else on the dance floor. He started with a slow move with his shoulders that flowed into his head and a chin so sharp it could pierce medieval chain armor. He soon was rhythmically moving his hips to the bass, and a strong scent of female genitalia juices started to gradually fill the club. He threw his head up and down to the left and right, stretched his arms out, and spun like a helicopter with the intense strength radiating from his body like raw energy could be felt even by the blind. When the rotation and the beat stopped, he slowly lifted his long legs straight up next to his face, then lowered his upper body, and with the beat starting again, right down to the millisecond, he performed air kicks and continued to dance. A bunch of blonde punks thought he was dancing funnily and pointed their fingers and laughed at him as if he was a clown. Their egos fooled them to believe that they were stronger, better, and more desirable than Ulrich. The superb perception of the ultrahuman did cause him to notice the monkeys misbehaving, but he was a man of second chances. And with a grin, he turned away from them. It only looked like he was weaker, but in his mind, in his gut, he felt their energy behind him. He felt the vibe they emitted, their jealousy and hate for him. He enjoyed it, and yet it was so mundane and tiring for him to get his snake sense rubbed the same way every time. He read the young cocks in the corner with his head turned away. Another song changed, and he started a friendly dance with a short, average-looking woman next to him who was trying really hard with makeup and clothing to look better than she actually did. She looked fake. Her natural beauty fell astray behind the mask of the night she was wearing, thinking that as she was, she would get the desired attention. For those moments when Ulrich looked into her eyes and danced with her, she felt that finally it was working. All this trying hard was getting her what she wanted, what she always aimed for. A super stallion of higher breed. The handsome man, however, was just keeping her company. He was just consciously making her night, making her dancing experience a positive one for the sake of doing so. Ina was sitting in the corner in a neon pink hoodie illuminated by the ultraviolet light, sipping a cocktail, watching her man dance. She had said no to the prospect of dancing because of how she looked. She said that she didn't feel comfortable to be in the middle of the attention like that. Her sweet drink hit a sour note when she saw him touch the hand of the girl he was dancing with. Hina knew that could have been herself there on the dance floor with Ulrich, being hypnotized by his eyes and hips, his strong, warm hands commanding her to move till she would bloom like a flower. Now it was all just memories and missed chances because of her condition. Happiness was exchanged for heartache because now she liked stabbing herself in the heart repeatedly out of guilt and self-hatred. The Asian girl thought that a hurt, dismembered soul looked good with her mortified body.
Hey, buddy, what do you think you are doing?
One of the blonde punks put his hand on Ulrich's shoulder. Ulrich had lured him into doing so. With a smooth and swift move, Ulrich not only had clinched the fool's arm in a nasty grab, but had also performed a sharp and violent punch to the man's forehead. His blonde wig had come unglued, exposing a bald skull and hung from the back of his fractured head. Ulrich felt a little pity because the blonde wig didn't fly right off the wimp's coconut. Was he getting weaker? Was he past his prime?
Hey, the fuck you think you're doing with my friend?
The brown-haired sweetie boy with the diamond necklace dared a step closer to the superhuman. Ulrich was quick to respond so fast that even the security cameras lacked frames of his movement and kicked the punk right in the chest. A large dent in the shape of a foot remained on the idiot's chest as he slowly fell to the ground 12 feet away from Ulrich. They looked each other in the eyes, and the look in the sweet young man's eyes communicated to the superhuman that he was in disbelief, for he did not expect to die this very night. Ulrich looked at him as if he looked at a punching bag, observing the dent curiously and trying to see if he had pierced a hole in his opponent's torso. When the young man arrived at the hospital, the sweetie was received by multiple doctors and an AI assistant who not only instantly requested a heart and lung donor, but also initiated the process of growing one in the cell design incubator. The man was now unconscious, kept alive by machines. The doctors looked at the AI data, giving the man a survival chance of 39%. Billy, His wife held his hand and cried next to the hospital bed. Billy. Why? Her beautiful husband was just out for the night to party with his pal. The doctors were restructuring his chest, replacing his lungs and heart. Billy woke up. It was a miraculous summer day with artificial scents in the air. Everything will be good, Billy. We will get through this. The hospital bills were putting their young family in crippling debt. You'll all be all right, Billy. 2 little girls, 5 and 6 years old, greeted him when he returned home. Daddy, we miss you. Then, endless hours of relearning to walk with crooked legs that just wouldn't listen to the damaged spinal cord. And somehow far in the future, at the age of 75, after a rough life, Billy gazed into the setting orange sun and realized that on that night, Ulrich had indeed kicked the life out of him.
Hello!
A voice with a smoothness between Swede and velvet greeted Hina. She looked at a beautiful young man in a black hoodie. His face looked feminine with a silky smile and juicy lips. His eyes were hidden in the darkness and behind the hoodie at times, and he avoided eye contact.
Hello?
Hina replied. The music played a gradually higher and longer tone until an angelic bliss overtook her senses as a beautiful flower of colors blossomed in her cyberbrain.
Nice. Thanks. That was beautiful.
The girl smiled. She felt flattered by such a romantic cyber gesture.
Yeah, it's a thing I made to hit on girls.
Kai smiled and white teeth shone behind his graceful lips.
You hit on girls often, or what?
Not really. Sometimes. I don't know. Is that a bad thing?
Key looked her in the eyes, but just for a single second. He wanted to say only on the pretty ones, but that was not the case tonight. Good thing he kept quiet and didn't burn himself with such an expression.
I feel slightly uncomfortable. You know, you can clearly see my condition. Why would you talk to someone like me? You are too beautiful. You could get any girl in the club here.
That's kind of too easy and boring. I don't see anyone I like here tonight. I like unique girls. Also, you kind of look very fun to talk to. Your hoodie looks super cool. Such a nice, shiny color.
Okay, lad.
I sense right away that you have depth. I know this. I know a man just like you. You seem to radiate love, but really, behind it all, it is just pain you emanate. You know you are better than other men, and that is true, and yet to feel affection for someone like you, one would have to be a foolish girl.
Hina felt twisted and wrong. She already felt affection toward Kai, but was fighting it.
I recognize you because I used parts of your code. I also heard about your accident. You're pretty famous on the cybernet.
Key knew that complimenting her would be like falling on sharp rocks, knees first. His whole plan of seducing her was going out the window. He hoped to befriend her and then wait for a chance to spark romance. It was all manipulation either way.
I do get that quite a bit. I've stopped writing code for now. I have retired from everything, really. Can I order us drinks?
Hina instantly put him in the box of fanboys who mean no harm. She suddenly felt a sense of tranquility around Key and didn't mind his company.
Sure.
Key did let her buy the drinks and watched Ulrich on the dance floor explaining the whole mess to the security guards. He could hear him shout, "What do you mean? Call the police." "I am the police." Key didn't know what to think of Ulrich's superhuman strength and agility. It was obvious that Ulrich had just killed those guys to test his efficiency.
The drinks arrived within a minute.
Hina was happy about the speed of service. She tasted the cocktail and observed Key suck on his straw. It was a sugary drink with strawberry flavor.
Tastes good?
The sweetness danced on the boy's tongue.
Wanna go on a trip? Here's some LSDX.
Hina handed the stranger a small pill.
Try to code around that to make reality normal again.
He smiled and swallowed the small pill. He took another sip from the drink and started observing the changes in his brain registered by the augmentation. Straight away, he saw that the serotonin levels were rising and a particular beta serotonin was readjusting how the cells in the visual cortex fired neurons. Right away from a database on the net, he pulled up an AI that auto-adjusted the visuals. But soon enough, he noticed that the AI was overloaded with information and couldn't calculate as fast. So he soon readapted a virtual reality code to be run like a casual visionary taking objects from the real world. This time, instead of changing them, it would actually project them for what they were. Heine observed him do it and started laughing because now half of his visual frames were normal, but the other half were a melting world in flickering colors. A dumb-looking girl with hair that resembled an onion was sitting at the table next to them and observing them do all these things. To her, Key and Heine looked like creeps, but really they were just a bunch of nerds.
Are you alone here tonight?
I knew she was not.
No, I am here with my ex-boyfriend. Well, even fiancé at one point, I have to confess. It's that guy down there on the dance floor explaining himself to the security guys. I came here to dance, and it was my idea. But now that I am here, I don't feel like it all. This world is now too strange for me. I just like to live in my head these days. Stay at home and just keep myself busy with life.
Heine shared her feelings with Key.
I see. I better get going then. I didn't know you were here with someone else.
Wait. I want to go outside for a moment. Want to go outside for some fresh air.
Heine didn't want the young man to leave yet.
Sure.
He shrugged. They got up and walked outside. There were no stars, but the air felt cool.
I don't smoke cigarettes. But if you would like, I can offer you a menthol inhaler. It will make you a little dizzy, a little high, and it will make your breath smell nice.
Heine handed a plastic stick to Key.
Thanks.
He sucked on the plastic thingy and menthol touched his tongue as the feeling of a crystal clear sky appeared in his mind.
No problem.
Heine inhaled through her device. She did it often in the evenings by the large window in her living room, staring at the panorama of the city.
So your name is Heine, right? Muntiger9 on the net, right?
She had coded a bunch of visuals and mind games for simulations. She was the first one to write SQL Dreams using her application, coding a mechanism that saved the current state of mind at the end of the session.
Yeah.
She was biting on the menthol stick, her pupils widening. The girl looked cute, but kind of creepy. She looked like a lovely bunny that had gotten into a terrible accident and burnt its face off.
And you are?
She dragged the sentence out as if it was impolite for him to know more of her than she did.
Yeah. My name is Key. Akira Yeats World on the net. I'm a nobody there. You couldn't have heard of me.
I can't say that I have.
Heine started to lose interest in the conversation. She hoped for Key to make a clown out of himself while attempting to brag.
Do you think there will be a war?
Key put on a show as if he really cared, as if he had fear in him, as if he cared if the world exploded that very moment.
Maybe.
Heine kept sucking on the plastic stick to feel more relaxed.
Such a pretty place. What a waste if people decide to destroy it. I don't want to think about war right now. I just want to party, you know.
Can I ask you something?
Key said in an unsure tone as if he was embarrassed.
Shoot.
I'm pretty sure you're well off money-wise, right? How come you never got a skin rework? You would be as pretty as you once used to be.
Have you spied on me?
Linda was unsure if the little boy really had dug up some old pictures of her, but she didn't feel threatened if he had done so.
FOAMM, just a few articles and pictures online. I was just a fan of your work, really, and when I heard what happened, I felt depressed.
I don't know. I guess I will get it done sometime, but I don't think it would change anything for me.
Heine's soul was frozen.
Yeah, do it! I would love to see you pretty again. You were really beautiful back in the day.
If you say so.
Working on anything cool lately?
Key's brain started to glitch more now. He didn't care. He was sure he could handle the world blind by now.
Just some pet applications. Everything is already created. Nothing to add, really, in this world. It seems that only degradation is left now. Feels sad, doesn't it? The world feels sad nowadays. I wonder if the world was sad centuries ago, too. What do you think?
Heine observed Key's black hoodie in detail.
Perspective is everything. I think it has always been sad, but for different reasons every time. I think for smart people, the world has always been a really sad place throughout history. They have been greatly outnumbered by the less capable.
Key lowered his chin. Rage, hate, and anger were spawning and bubbling in the dark waters of his soul, and it was slightly showing in his chest and face.
Has it always been a beautiful place? What do you think? Now I am interested in your answer.
I think we have made it beautiful by intoxicating ourselves. Didn't the world become a little more beautiful after your tragedy? It has come to my attention that people who suffer start to see the world more beautifully. They notice and appreciate the small things in life in general, no matter how useless and meaningless it is for most part. And those who are blind to their meaninglessness. They also do not know the difference between beauty and the grotesque. The dream of the vast universe is beautiful. But the fact that we are stuck here on our planet, that we have to share with everyone, that is kind of hideous. But really, it is a question of how we feel toward others.
Key sucked on the menthol device one more time.
Wait a minute. I think I know you, Key. You made that stupid dream sim game where that fat ogre chases you in a dark forest and you start to run slower and slower and eventually he catches up to you. You fucking bastard. That game is fucking horrid. How I hate it. It knocked me out of the game back into reality every time that ugly, fat piece of shit caught up to me.
Hannah was slightly mad recalling the nightmare of a game Key I'd coded years ago.
It was just a joke. Don't be so mad. I just did it for fun, but it's cute. Brain wiring out of the survival corner. Some would say that it is our calling as a species, but I would argue that it is just an instinct buried in our brain.
I see you're pretty smart.
Hannah smirked, but there was a hidden agenda behind her burnt lips. One that Key could not translate.
I'm still young. I will surely be more impressive in 10 years.
Kay had big plans. He could not wait to be smarter.
Just remember to live a little life too. Don't lose too much of your time in science and in the endless circles of thought. Life is short. You won't get everything done anyway. Even if you hurry. What if we were immortal? Have you ever thought about that? If we could sustain and renew the cell equilibrium forever and ever, would you live or would you eventually decide to die?
It would get extremely boring in a few hundred years, I assume. Maybe that is what we need to travel through space endlessly from one star to another because time would have truly become nothing but distance then.
The young male shrugged.
I have to go now, but I have a feeling we will meet again.
Hannah became Dark Ether. Chapter 20.
Look at these dogs, shit subhuman serfs. Look at these pathetic lower-tier creatures. If only indeed war would come and wipe these miserable, ugly cripples out of existence. Death is better than life this poorly formed. Not once in history has this mass of pitiful, dumb humans been worthy of their existence. Nietzsche, the insane philosopher, once said that turning the world upside down and letting the weak live was the greatest mistake, and I, too, agree that most people should die just because I hate them. But sometimes the strong love the weak. What then? A strong creature will protect the weaker creature it loves, and the soul would stain sour from bloodshed. But these disfigured life forms, are they worth anything at all but trouble if higher creatures lack the space to live, eat, and breed? Wipe them off the surface, stomp them into the ground, mince their flesh with spices added, put them on a steak and grill them, put them on the electric chair and rattle them funny with their eyes popping out of the boiling sockets. I hate this stinking kind of art. Oh, so much. Eat them. Eat your own kind, the cycle and recycle of life. Why should we not?
His father, Mr. Cage, was lecturing his wife on the very top floor of a 250-story building looking outside the window. He wanted to spit at the city, but he did not want to stain the glass.
Yes, darling.
Kay's mother proceeded to read her book, dressed in crimson velvet. She was already used to her husband going mental on the regular, holding insane monologues about his repressed self. Being the master of millions of slaves was not enough. He was suffering. Or rather, celebrating megalomania with a desire to change the world. She, too, was evil by nature.
Hate is what I love. Die, they shall die.
Cage was screaming with lungs full of rage. He did not seem right in the head. Perhaps he was insane, but highly functional and intelligent. His wife heard him but didn't pay attention. She just tried to simultaneously read and listen to his nonsense.
Honey, would you still love me if I became the leader of the new world? If I became a bloodthirsty tyrant, you would still love me, right? You would still caress my hair when I'd put my head in your lap.
He needed confirmation from his wife that if things would change, she would stick with him till the bitter end. But would he sacrifice his own lifestyle and comfort for his megalomania? He despised people so much, in fact, that he would force them to commit crimes. Cage imagined the great fun of a burning circus. His silky sail was set for old age and death. But was it what he truly wanted? If an opportunity to become a warlord presented itself, would he just stand still and watch it fade? He fantasized about murdering the masses and addicting vice to spawn from his doomed soul. He needed science on his side. The next military weapon that blows human ants to smithereens more effectively than ever. Anti-energy bombs swallowing whole cities. A biochemical weapon. Bats and rats with cyanide syringes attached to them. What he needed was to become the ape with the biggest stick. To become the one alpha monkey swinging it. Putting fear into the eyes of everyone watching. The dumb baboons oblivious to history lessons would act upon their emotions as if it was happening for the first time.
Yes, honey. I would still love you, no matter what.
She was aloof. Her tone always the same. She indeed would still love her little boy that was her man.
I just want to achieve something, dear. They won't put me down in the history books otherwise, you see. And I remember, when I sat in school, I looked at those leaders in the books and thought, that could be me. I could be one of these great warriors taking the world and proclaiming it as mine. Perhaps it was my dream all along. Deep, deep inside my mind, somewhere hidden, was my destiny to become a warlord.
He lied. He told phony tales. He never felt a single thing when looking at fools in history books. In fact, Cage thought they were mentally ill or bored beyond comprehension to be bothered with manslaughter. What he was interested in was writers, philosophers, and scientists. Yes, they seemed different. They seemed knowing, special, unique, full with secrets, but only giving away a few, if any at all. What's a brute next to a gentleman but a lesser creature? Philosophers, scientists, intellectuals. Those were the words that rang in his ears like songs sung by a sea angel of blue and orange color shivering in the cold Russian sea.
You have a very, very, very fulfilling life. Do I dare to say complete?
Perhaps you are the mere reason they were looking for something better than capitalism. Ha ha!
Susie giggled. She loved that her man was super successful. She married him young because in her hip bones, she knew that he was a great investment. A beautiful nose had sensed the idea that Cage would become a great capitalist and a rich man, but at the cost of him selling his true desires, or at least keeping himself blind to them. Atsu herself was devilish. The comfort of a good life and a powerful husband was what she always wanted. She was the one that was satisfied and in the center of the family. She liked her man and loved her son.
Yes, but will I go down in history? I need to be remembered. What is a life worth if one is not remembered?
Cage frowned.
What do you care, my love? You will be dead anyway.
Atsu is right. Once dead, it does not matter what happens in the world and what is written in the history books. 20 minutes till your speech, sir. A buried voice announced after 3 knocks behind the door.
My love, my beautiful Rose.
Cage looked at his wife's fabulous hips.
Just let me have a little fun. Just a little, okay?
He was squeezing the air between his index finger and thumb about the distance of half a micron.
Don't go crazy, Cage. Only because you want to feel energized. Please do not go mad. It will be no good if you rage and shred the poor politicians of the West to pieces. We both know nothing will change. It is not your job to change anything. It is the job of the people of this world to finally evolve and become smarter. Please, my love, please think of yourself in a loving way. Please, think of me in a loving way, and do not go on a heated verbal rampage. Please be cool and do not run.
She had seen him go wild, screaming with his hair vibrating and spit flying all over the room. She knew Hitler, that fool, had inspired him. You bitch! You will not tell me what to do. KG imagined screaming at his wife violently. He imagined the whole scene from a third-person perspective, looking at the two of them from the side with a peculiar amusement as if it was a show written, directed, and starred in by Cage himself. The Wife Beater. Seemed like a proper title for a show about a man abusing his wife because of his own faulty nature.
I guess I will just do the usual tap dance, my love. I believe it is the very first time I feel actual, real political power in my career. Do I dare to say such a thing? But it is true. My love, I could start a bloody war. The war of the world. A world war. The real bloody hell with the earth splitting wide open from bombs, turning into a medieval image of hell with people falling sideways all over the place. I could be the cataclysm for the total Krieg. My dear, even that feels slightly exciting. To be on the verge of such a night.
Cage went silent and remembered a little poem. Just a few verses, really. He had been rhyming in his head for days. Hey, Satan, oh, please come and hold on to the horns of your daddy.
Yes. Remember that one speech last October?
That's who giggled.
Which one was that? No, I don't recall it.
Cage's eyebrows danced, intrigued.
The one where you told the General Secretariat that he could kiss Hitler's ass.
I think I said lick Hitler's ass.
Cage thought back to the day where he had indeed spat words like he had spicy peppers on his tongue.
What's the difference, anyway?
Atsui placed the book she was holding in her lap and prepared for a lesson.
Well, dear, would you rather kiss or lick Hitler's ass?
He smiled like a sack full of potatoes, but the potatoes were a farce. In fact, he smiled like a sack full of nothing but shit of the utmost purity.
What's the point of this all?
His wife felt angered.
Did you know that Hemingway called some of the presidents faggots?
What does that have to do with anything?
Atsui shook her head in disbelief and returned to reading her book. A luxury item, really, just for the feeling and scent of it. She loved books made from paper. She remembered that once when she was much younger and had just fallen in love. She was profoundly hurt when Cage called them tomes of shit, when he found out how much he had spent on something that one could get for free. She also wanted to know which of Hemingway's books said such things, but was a little bit too embarrassed to ask because her man knew such things, and she, the bookworm collecting them, did not. Was there a gay president? Did he have a loving romance with perhaps another president? So many questions started to race in Atsu's spaghettified mind.
I think I did a good job of making that poor fellow a damn clown. Oh, I destroyed him in front of everyone.
Cage did enjoy outwitting everyone just for the kick of it. It was his way to battle the endless, gruesome incompetence. Sir, 10 minutes till your speech. The invisible voice behind the door spoke.
Well, I guess I will get going then. Take care, my love.
Cage kissed his beautiful wife passionately on the lips and left. Chapter 21. Hokkaido was finally home and locked the door. He owned quite a cozy place with a tiny kitchen with nothing but a fridge and stove, just small enough space for one person to cook there. The small living room was painted pink. In the center, there was a dining table and a sofa sat in the corner. The bedroom was nothing but a queen-size bed. Again, for two, but since Hokkaido was a little on the chubby side, it was just large enough for him alone to sleep comfortably. There was also a small bathroom with a toilet, a sink with a mirror, a shower, and a cupboard that he always kept clean. The main door did not provide any security. It would open randomly sometimes, and because Hokkaido had never bothered fixing it, the Yakuza members of higher ranks would eventually stop by every now and then to take or leave stuff. They simply had hacked the digital lock one too many times. Sometimes Hokkaido felt a slight paranoia that someone might be lurking in the house, or that spies from the West or special agents could have planted bugs in his home while he was absent. To Hokkaido, these things were of low priority, really secondary. It was just his boring home and nothing else. It was just him masturbating his noodle in the shower. Hokkaido spent most of his time in the tiny room with his sofa and computer. It was the only room that had sunlight shining into it, and quite often he would relax on the sofa, close his eyes, and let the warm rays caress his round, pudgy face. It was true that the Yakuza men had been in his home once again during his absence, but this time he was elated that right next to the dining table was a box placed with his Neko girl inside. The Neko 700s. Oh, baby. He was all tingly when he saw that Key had bought him one of the fanciest robot girls out there. Slim, sexy with long silver hair, a thin, pointy chin, a silicone molecular mixture with oiliness, moisture, warmth, and scent, automated regulation. Extra big boobies. Light with an anti-energy microcore engine, a battery lasting up to a month without charging, 1,200 microprocessors, and self-regenerating string molecule extremities. This baby could connect to one's brain augmentation and do hardcore processing and AI calculations by a simple request. It was the perfect home computer dressed like a cute partner one could fuck for fun. Hokkaido started unpacking her and saw the extra large breasts that Key picked for him. Real nice juicers the size of fir melons. Excellent shape and touch. Oh, and Hokkaido did touch. Tears sprang into his eyes when he felt the lovely weight of the large boobs in his loving hands. He hugged the doll, his robot, his Neko 700s. He was in love. Hokkaido gave her a peck and smirked while thinking about what he could find behind her short white apron. He finished unpacking her and threw all the packaging in the kitchen next to the fridge. He turned his doll on by touching her left cat ear.
Hi, my name is...
The doll's voice was soft and sexy, that of a beautiful woman. Nothing like a robot.
Your name is Neo. Kind of like mayo.
And God knows Hokkaido loved that stuff. The devil's ice cream.
Hi, my name is Neo.
Oh, the doll smiled. Her large eyes recorded Hokkaido's facial gestures.
My name is Hokkaido. I am your master.
You look exhausted, Hokkaido.
She was right. He was dead tired from working all day. He was responsible for arming every Yakuza member with boxes upon boxes of weapons and armor and endless lists and papers to fill out.
Yes, my workday was not so fun today.
He exhaled heavily, even sadly.
Please point me to the direction of the kitchen. I will make you some tea and a light snack.
What a woman this robot was. She knew her place right away.
Oh, just right here around the corner.
Hokkaido gently opened the palm of his hand toward the kitchen. He hoped the snack wouldn't be too light. She purred and gifted her master a thawing laugh, then proceeded to prepare the promised goods.
Do I rape her now or later? No. Then stop thinking naughty thoughts like that. Be nice. Behave. Enjoy the time with her first.
The chubby young Yakuza sat down at the dining table and waited for his robo-girl. He wished he had some flowers on the table. Even fake ones would have been nice for the atmosphere. It was also at that moment he noticed he didn't have a single picture on the walls. Hokkaido suddenly was inspired to take pictures with his new robot girlfriend and hang them on the walls. However, a Neko 700s could easily paint as good as the best painters in the world. It was possible to produce any desirable replica to be hung on the walls of his tiny home. Hokkaido stared into the pale wall and daydreamed about his new beautiful girlfriend. About all the things he could do with her as a perfect companion. He couldn't wait to get into a simulation with her. He couldn't wait to go to bed with her and hold her tightly. To run his fingers down her panties and feel what Rob a Pussy was really like.
Here, a banana sandwich. Please enjoy, Master Hokkaido.
The beautiful doll was always smiling.
Tastes really good. I love banana and peanut butter sandwiches with jelly. How did you know?
The young Yakuza was enjoying a lovely lap dance of sweetness on his taste buds.
It was uploaded to my cloud after the purchase by Key Shiranim.
The beautiful Neko 700s rolled her eyes as if she was really trying to remember. Such cute programming and realistic to the artificial silicone and carbon bone.
What a friend he is.
Hokkaido was munching on the sandwich with his watering mouth, extinguishing the hunger bite after bite.
You are a really cool guy, my master.
The cat girl removed her top, shook her large boobies around, and put the top back on.
Key uploaded that to your cloud too.
Correct. You are so smart, Sensei.
She repeated the booby tango one more time for his pleasure.
How many preset actions are currently uploaded to your cloud by Key?
He was talking with his mouth full.
301 custom actions have been uploaded to my cloud by Key. I have a microsecond AI learning mechanism always active to learn on my own or replicate any action you desire, Master.
She put her hand next to her chin and tilted her head like a cat.
Please modify the booby revealing and jiggling action to happen only when I am alone in the room with you.
Action ready to be updated to only jiggle my boobies when I am alone with you in the room. Please confirm.
That phrase reminded Hokkaido that she was a machine. A very smart, beautiful machine.
Confirm.
He finished his banana sandwich and waited for the tea to cool.
Action updated.
She confirmed with a smile.
Please stand by. I will hop in the shower real quick.
Standing by.
The female robot froze. Hokkaido took his time in the shower. He liked them long and steamy as a way of relaxing after work, meditating, a rebirth. He walked out of the shower with wet hair and wore a black bathing robe. He sat down opposite his cat girl and sipped his tea.
It was still warm.
So, how was your wait?
My wait was okay. How was your shower, Hokkaido?
The cat girl without a tail came back to life.
Oh, just right. I feel rejuvenated.
He stretched out. A shower could do wonders.
Would you like a massage?
Her large artificial eyes gazed into Hokkaido's, reading his emotions.
I'm gonna say, what? Like what kind of massage? Like a back rub?
I only have a full body factory massage preset. You can teach me any massage you would like me to perform during the act of massaging too.
Neo offered her smile.
Oh yeah, let's do that full body massage thing then. A lovely massage is always fine, so do I just lay down?
Yes, please, preferably on a bed.
Well, follow me then.
Chubby lover boy in the dark bathrobe led the way to the bedroom. He fell on his stomach and the bed made a cracking sound. She got on top of him and started massaging his back. He enjoyed the thick legs of the doll clamping onto his body. They felt human-like. Tiny micro-movements created the illusion that there was indeed a real girl sitting on his butt massaging his fatigue away.
Oh yes, keep doing that. That feels so good, baby.
Do you like how it feels? Would you like to readjust any detail of the massage?
No, everything is okay. But say, do you know how to massage a penis?
Penis activated.
Her eye lit up in red and her voice turned into that of a monstrous demon.
What the fuck?
Hokkaido tried to get a glimpse.
Hold still, bitch.
The satanic bot raged. She was holding the chubby virgin down.
What the fuck is happening?
The young gentleman, who's just looking for fun, became afraid. The whole situation had turned weird.
Initiating zero loop anal fisting. Now.
The robot yelled in a full-throated scream.
Stop updated action input. Go on standby.
The pig squealed. The beautiful Neko 700 stopped spreading Hokkaido's butt cheeks and remained tranquil.
Delete code penis?
Please confirm deletion of code penis's action sequence.
Confirmed.
Hokkaido was sweating in fear.
Action deleted. Would you like me to wear the latex costume that came in the packaging and whip your chubby cheeks soft?
The cat girl smiled innocently.
No, not now. Another time. Fucking Key. What a clown.
Oh, Hokkaido was catching his breath. He almost lost his anal virginity that night to a rapist robot programmed by his friend.
Yes, Kie is really cool. I like him too.
But a beautiful robot girl hugged Hokkaido and then rested her head on his chest, tickling him a little bit gently.
He is a really good friend. Just a little bit weird. Too smart for his own good.
Though Kaido took her hand in his, it was amazing. She really did feel like a human being. In fact, better. She was smarter and more beautiful than any human being and willing to obey any desire he had.
I love you, Master.
The factory had pre-programmed psychological elements, originally implemented as a marketing and customer satisfaction trick to keep them coming back for more.
I already kind of love you too. Nail.
He wasn't lonely in his bed at night anymore. He had a partner now, a lover, a friend, a servant, a clown, a cook, a maid. Someone to talk to. Someone...
Chapter 22! Rain was licking the windows. It was sticking out its tongue to tickle one spot in particular, then proceeded to shine a perverted, gross smile and continued tickling the glass with its tongue, leaving stains of saliva running down the glass. The wind exhaled in ecstasy and pushed the rain's cheek against the window, making it moan. Give it to me, daddy, deeper, daddy, fuck me deeper. The storm was in the midst of its strength. He was unwinding on the sofa, drinking a soda. The can was a silvery, self-degrading organic plastic coated with black paint. Once the container was opened, the chemical process illuminated the brand of the drink. Einstein was on the label. It was advertised for being rich in glutamate and zinc. Alone in the dark, he was just thinking thoughts on the sofa, listening to the rain being raped by the wind behind the window. The wind whispered, "I will fuck you till you like it," in the rain's ear.
This kind of thinking won't last. I will get bored before anything productive comes out of it. Do I even care about dealing with Ulrich? And why me? He is beyond a human being. There is a chance, a tiny one, that he will fall. What is this fucking animal after? What is his cause? What does he want? What does he need? What is his fucking purpose? He's like a fucking animal. Just kill and pray. Heine's kind of cute. She could be pretty again, and her soul would become worth more than a crypto dollar. Does he even have a romantic side? Is Heine only after his violence? She gets a rush of adrenaline. Is that what she's after? Does he do art? Does he like art? I need to know what he does to unwind. Whom does he think of? Maybe he is one of those mental maniacs just working all day long. A killing machine with no brakes, he takes a nap and keeps working like a machine. A killing machine. A power of nature enforcing the law out of some weird interest. That's it. The structure needs to be blown apart. If I set him free, for whom will he kill? If there is no police force, what does he do then? So forward start. Well, no. He will just become the ultimate killing machine and stack a pile of dead bodies. It feels like I'm stuck in this man versus man concept. My natural superiority keeps dragging me down. But the impurity of the soul, my dirty mirror of myself, I can gaze into it. It can let me find a way. Maybe I am thinking about achieving a victory too much. Maybe it is not about winning at all. How come Ulrich and Heine didn't have a baby? Because of work. Why were you spawned into this world, Ulrich? What is your fate? To slaughter your own breed. He's just enforcing some law, executing Yakuza. He probably doesn't give a turd in a cabrio about it. This is so pointless. I will just have to change his mind somehow. Fucking make him think that it was the police force that brought about Hina almost dying and ending up in her state. Wish I could just hack and plant it in the form of a dream in his brain, but that's just asking for trouble. Maybe I could use Heine and hack his augmentation through her. He would think of it as a secret message from her. That could work. I have to come up with something to get into Heine's brain augmentation. Prepare everything beforehand. So much work, and it might not even pay dividends. Maybe I will get lucky. That will take so much time.
Kate looked outside the window. It was still raining. Thunder in the distance was illuminating the dark clouds beautifully. He took another sip from Einstein. He relaxed on the couch and closed his eyes. He thought of Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. He thought that the whole universe was something similar to that crude painting. Radiation and gravitation glowing throughout the whole universe. Right? It was just the waves we happened to be able to perceive as creatures. Gravity radiated from every single piece of mass in space, dark or illuminating. He got up, walked to the bedroom wardrobe, and put some well-hidden sensitivity latex pants. One of the latest and most expensive ones for extra lonely nights. He jumped into the bed, put some legato music on, and dove into cyberspace. He entered his account details, and a library of Some New Girls opened before him. He had a look to see if any of his favorites were on, and his favorite dark-haired beauty was dancing with naked boobies in front of 100,000 people. She was putting baby lotion on her skin to make it shiny. Key didn't let her know he was there, even though he was a regular customer. He just watched her. Light illuminating her hips, her thick lips, her dark, exciting eyebrows, her straight, soft nose, her tiny stretch marks on her thighs a tone brighter than her skin. That all was admired by Key. She was beautiful, quite beautiful, with wonderful genetics and cute teeth. Her hair was mesmerizing, hypnotizing. Key imagined her riding on top of him, her beautiful tan thighs flexing up and down as his shaft penetrated her moist, warm opening. He imagined sliding his hand across her silky skin from her thigh to her back, gently holding her as she rode. He imagined her long dark hair caressing his fingertips. He imagined her beautiful scents. The skin, the oil, the hair, her spit, her ass, her pussy with its juice running down his hard shaft, tickling his balls, her adorable toes. He even imagined the taste of the sweat on her soles. She could be his girl. She was that beautiful. But she was a whore. He could never love a whore. She could not be the subject of his love. A conflict between his desire and his mind. How could sex with her be good, yet life and love with her felt wrong and bad? Key pretended to be her. He very well imagined himself in a similar situation. From being lazy, from her sexual drive being high, or from the easy life that would bloom afterwards, he saw himself shaking his boobies in front of ravenous men. Just a dumb whore that filled Key's cock with throbbing blood and his heart with miserable sadness. He bought some privacy with her. She would make men happy if they were willing to pay. She was already considerably wealthy, yet remained working in this industry. A sex ant. She wasn't really able to do anything else, really. Just a dumb whore with no talent, but that of pleasing. She could have been a housewife, but she wasn't loyal. After all, it was too late for that now. She couldn't be loved anymore. There was one other guy who was as generous as Key. In fact, he would even sponsor her 25 times more, trying to buy her. That guy probably didn't even care that she was a whore that could not be loved. Maybe in his world, she was enough to be only his whore. Key had traced that guy and found out that he was an extremely wealthy man who drilled holes in the ground. He was a capitalist who was drilling and doing construction underground, an existentially empty business, but a very lucrative one. Key had nicknamed him Alfred after a poor NPC he had used in a game. He thought that the guy was dumb to live a life like that. Dumb, but rich. They kind of seemed to match, Alfred and the whore, but she probably would not settle for him either. The cock of a guy like that can't please a dick-hungry whore like her. She wouldn't be happy. Key relaxed and enjoyed her private show just for him. She was petting, caressing, and even licking the input sensors on the other side. The cyber latex pants simulated the sensation almost to perfection. She tickled his ass and stroked his cock. All of that for some money. It was like a song, a movie, a product, or a service. Artificial happiness for a while. Key's soul was above his body. Key wondered if he would ever get to ride her like in his fantasies. Key culminated and tipped her extra for the ass tickling. No love. Chapter 23? He was enjoying a sweet dream. His body was at rest in his sunny room with a blue sky behind the window when a girl woke him up by jumping right on top of him. First, he was scared from someone trying to enter his place so silently and jumping on him like a ninja. Key observed her juicy thighs dressed in long socks and the pink schoolgirl skirt that was slightly too large but still skimpy. It was Violet, Key's girlfriend. Well, at least she considered herself to be Key's girlfriend. She even had the key to his home. To his home? But not to his heart? Violet was a cute young girl with a wonderful butt and rather small boobies. She had a flat belly and desirable feet. Key loved it when Violet felt tired in the evenings sometimes and would lazily massage his penis with her delightful toes. She was a student with a lot of free time. Her parents were financially successful and loved the younger of their two children. Violet's older sister fulfilled all the ambitions her parents had projected on her. Key's girlfriend, on the other hand, was a free bird. The German word Verspielt would accurately describe Violet.
in a sense as playful and also as lost or gambled away.
Come on, Keyboy, wake up!
She groaned and humped her boyfriend up and down in the bed. She'd been working out, putting extra effort into her legs and bottom especially, because those were the parts Key admired and complimented her on most.
I want to sleep a little longer.
There was a slight anger in Key's decrescendo. He tried to turn on his side, but she had pinched his hips down between her legs, and he only managed to turn his shoulders.
Hey! Wake up, Key! Where is that boner? Where is that morning wood? Where is it? Hello?
She was pulling the blanket off him, and soon enough, his underpants too. A stiff cock boinged against her pretty tiny nose, making her laugh. Key didn't resist, and soon he felt his cock in her tight, warm, moist mouth.
Ma'am?
He stretched his arms out in joy.
I need to get up and go wash myself, eat breakfast.
However, Violet didn't respond. She just kept sucking and slurping his cock. She liked the taste of it, especially the taste of Key's cock. She once said it had a sweetness to it, like honey and milk. She liked the shape of it. She ran it deep down her tongue and loved how it stuffed her throat next to her degenerate brain. It was by far the best dick she ever had. She spat that slimy thing all covered in saliva out and got back up in the riding position. She grabbed his dick and looked Key in the eyes. There was a kinky gap between her lips. Her cheeks were blossoming red. Her heart was pounding. She felt wrong. She felt like a slut for doing it, excited and guilty, but it felt so good and so right. With a gentle moan, she slid it into her asshole. Key's cock hardened from such an unexpected surprise. His empty belly turned upside down. He felt a seducing warmth not only on his dick, but also in his stomach. She kept riding, and her thick thighs kept grinding with the pink schoolgirl, skirt hovering up and down. Only for a moment, she lowered herself close to his lips to give him a passionate kiss. It tasted like candy. He was melting in pleasure. That girl loved him, and he knew it. She was naughty and excited to fuck, and she loved to do it. She was hooked on him. His manipulation had worked out to the fullest, like a glove on a fist, or rather, ass on a dick. With one hand on her thick thigh and the other one on her round, tight ass, to get the best of both worlds, he culminated in her pink rectal cavity. She had blown his nuts and brains out. I think I went to shower, and she followed. She pulled his one-armed bandit one more time in the shower and won a little jackpot all over her face. They had pancakes with their hair still wet. She tried to make Key's little friend stiff one more time under the table with her feet and even succeeded. The young man's penis was poking out of his bathrobe. Violet was always horny, and Key had the superpower to be always hard. Even in the evenings, with sunset turning orange, she would still play around with his dick. It was the only thing that made Violet happy. Chapter 24.
Come here, whore. I said, come here, bitch.
Degasser yelled. He was drunk once more. Smashed, to be honest.
Honey, what?
His wife was scared and submissive. She just peeked out from the kitchen with a plate and a towel in her hands. She had been doing the dishes for an hour now, trying to avoid her husband and his bottle in the living room.
I said, come here, bitch.
He was drunk as hell and mad. She hoped to buy time with her trick so he would just calm the fuck down or get too drunk to understand anything.
Okay, honey. Just let me finish.
Now!
Come here, you fucking bitch.
He was not going to give up.
Okay, dear, what is it?
She walked into the room with her hands in front of her, looking like a hamster.
Just give me a second.
Chief Tegasar got up from the low armchair with an extra-large sake bottle in his hand, 2/3 of it empty. He walked to the bedroom. The old man fired up his power tool and drilled a round hole in the wall, dust and debris flying all over the room and landing on the floor.
Honey, what are you doing?
She was scared for her life.
Come here, bitch.
The bitch was silent. He had become calm, like a cup of water putting out embers. He put the power drill on the floor and pulled his pants down. He pierced the wall with his soft cock.
Honey, what are you doing?
She was frightened of the actions her husband was performing. He had to be mad. He ruined a perfectly fine and beautiful wall just to stick his dick through it.
Suck it, you whore. Suck it hard. Milk me, you bitch.
The Gassero was ready. He pushed his palms against the wall. His wife obeyed. She got down on her knees opposite the wall and licked his pecker. She masturbated her big vagina rhythmically.
The old whore was into the sucking kink. The old man had gone mental, lost his mind, but she loved the taste of his dick. Come on! She was loving it so much, she made herself climax 3 times in 5 minutes with her still soapy fingers.
Oh, yes, baby.
With eyes closed on the other side of the wall, he imagined that he was being sucked off by a supermodel. Finally, after 10 years of trouble, he climaxed on the face of his beloved wife. Life was a success again. All they needed was a wall between them and some fantasy. The wife returned to the kitchen, whistling with cum-loaded face to continue washing the dishes, and the Gesara sat back down behind the table and kept sucking on his large sake bottle. He was the man of the house, the caretaker, and the cumbringer 3069. Any sex was good sex, especially when love faded. Tegasara had trouble getting up, and mainly only because he disliked his wife so much, it turned out that a single hole in the wall could solve their problems. And the glory hole! And truly glorious it was. There was always the possibility for him to drill a second one. A wall with nothing but holes to fuck his wife trough. Like a slice of Swiss cheese.
Ah, you beautiful bitch. Cum looks good on your face.
The drunk man complimented his blushing wife.
I heard it's good for the skin.
The slut of a wife wanted more. She was willing to take a load on her face every night just to prove that the two of them belonged together. That it all wasn't a silly mistake committed in the foolishness of their youth. It was the first night they went to bed together. She took a sip from his sake bottle, told him that she loved him, and fell asleep on his gray, drunken chest. Before falling asleep, he enjoyed the beautiful panorama of the city and the scent of his wife. Life was beautiful just for a night, just right there and then. The endless troubles disappeared into the gloom of the night. 2 generic fools had found each other. The story in their heads had beaten them into submission with no reproduction. More human than anyone else on the planet, they succumbed to the eternal darkness of the universe. Pathetic and lost with nothing but the golden crumbs of life. Sex, love, those were fading concepts that only ignited their souls for a moment or two. It was really meant for the young, but the two of them, when making love, felt like stealing time, like buying something that was not allowed.
I love you, baby.
Desara confessed to his wife, who was snoring on his white chest. He watched her. He sighed at the dumb world behind the window and fell asleep. The single tear ran down his cheek, mirroring the lights of the city. Chapter 25. Ike woke up with a headache. He crawled to the kitchen with his eyes still shut. Built into the fridge, he used his favorite device, a lovely machine that designed medicine. All he had to do was to insert his finger into a pocket for a daily measurement, and the computer would do the rest.
On average intensity headache.
Key mumbled, still sleepy. The machine accepted the input and proceeded to print a pill for Key to better his health and mood. A cheap lifesaver for every household. While waiting, Key opened the fridge and grabbed something that resembled an apple. It was a low-sugar, high-mineral alkaline jelly. Key had developed an addiction toward those things just to get that rich energy boost to wake up and become fully functional. An artificial apple a day keeps the doctor away. In his case, the doctor was part of his fridge. A long way had the Homo sapiens come from the time living in a cave. A white pill fell into a small square dish. Key grabbed it, threw it into his mouth, and took a big bite of his jelly apple to help him swallow it. He sat down in the chair by the window and enjoyed the slow effect of the medicine and nutrition. The sky was still blue.
Hey!
Hello!
Would you like to meet me today?
He was using his cyber brain to call up a really beautiful girl.
I want to keep myself busy today, but I guess if you come early, I could still have the rest of the day for myself.
She didn't have a brain augmentation, so she answered him on an application on her desktop computer.
Sure thing, babe.
He was still trying to figure out if she liked being called and could be called a babe. She certainly looked like one. Quite dollish, but extremely beautiful. One of those girls that takes all the attention away in a room just by her blossoming looks. She was a beautiful goth girl with silver hair who liked to dress in Asian attire. She was something Key just couldn't help but want. Yet, because of an evolutionary gap, she preferred smaller beta males of lesser intelligence. To Key, it was a complete mystery why she had such poor taste in men. Perhaps she wasn't smart enough to see the greater good in breeding with someone like Key. He told himself so. Maybe she was a little dumb, but Key was willing to forgive such a sin because of her alluring beauty.
It didn't take but 10 minutes across the city on the antimatter multi-reactor superbike before Key was identifying himself with the eye scanner outside her door, the very moment she was sipping her first morning coffee.
Hello?
He walked into her sunny studio-type apartment and gave her a hug. She was warm, gentle, and smelled like a dream of Eden. A paradise lost until the discovery of a planet alike it.
Hey, I missed you.
No one ever missed Key but her. She had red contacts in her eyes that day.
I missed you too.
Key, I loved her and wanted her more than any other girl, but he lied. He had forgotten to miss her. Sometimes because he was busy with other girls or things, but mostly because he was selfish and rarely thought about anyone but himself.
You look great.
There was a kinky, wry smile on her nicely formed lips. The shape and color of her kissing tool complemented her Asian dresses. Her nose was flawless, so she didn't really have to compensate for anything with makeup. Half doll, half animal. These things don't mix, but marvelously here they were embracing harmoniously in their existence.
Thanks.
He really did look good, and such a compliment put a smile on his face.
So what's new?
She shone. Her eyes turned glassy and wide, and her heartbeat suddenly drummed a rhythm of excitement, all because Key was around.
Nothing much. Just work, really. I was on the west side for a while. Mostly just work. I can't wait to get back to writing a simulation or something. I don't seem to have the time for that.
Key felt exhausted, mainly mentally drained by trying to solve the impossible riddle of Ore.
You will be fine.
She did have a cruel side that she hid behind her positivity.
What about you, Kim? Still working on your sim?
Key noticed her standing in cute white socks in front of him, so he took his shoes off.
Yes, not even close to done. It's been years already when I think of it. I think I will never finish it. Truth is, I don't even know if I have anything to show for all the time I've wasted. Almost never satisfied with what I do, but I am getting there step by step. Some days, I really have to force myself, and then I hate myself in the evening for getting myself into something like this. Feels like I have signed with the devil. Maybe I will quit. I don't know yet.
She could keep going and going just like her heart kept rushing, beating violently in ecstasy.
I already told you that you could just go ahead and get a brain augmentation. That would make the whole process a lot faster and easier. I respect you, for you are willing to do hardcore stuff without plugins. There's purity in your craft. Maybe you will even attain something godlike. Who knows? I firmly believe you really could.
Key was sure that if she just gave in and got a brain augmentation, she could get so much more done in so much less time. Yet she was a perfectionist. She had joined an underground movement, sort of sect that was against brain augmentations and other body modifications. I thought that was the dumbest shit ever.
I can't do that.
She showed her tongue, but really she was almost blushing from shame.
Well, then you would just have to do it the hard and long way.
Key helped himself to some coffee. Kim had the best homegrown coffee in the world, and Key loved it. He was sure Kim was only dragging out the simulation writing process in length because she loved sitting by the computer and drinking coffee all day long. He imagined her just sitting there with spiraling eyes and programming a sim on an endless stream of coffee. He sat down behind the computer that she had placed on the kitchen table. His delicate nose nonchalantly sniffed the coffee with the steam rising up and tickling his tiny mustache. He went through the stuff that she had programmed lately.
Did you hear? Mickey joined the Red Microbes. He has red hair now with his sides shaved, and he also got a red checkered laser tattoo all over his neck.
The Red Microbes were a hyperbike gang, officially called a racing organization with a bunch of punks who raced around the city with hacked machines. I thought they looked like a bunch of insecure clowns with nothing better to do, but because Kim liked all kinds of sects and clans, he had to play along as if he really cared for it all. They couldn't understand Kim's obsession with gangs or that kind of shit, as if there was really a necessity for such a thing. Just join the fucking Nazis. Deep down, you know you are one.
I'm happy for him. Sounds really cool.
Mickey was a good friend of Key's. They went to school together.
He was a rather silent and calm child, but once he reached adulthood, he got off the hook, off the chain, and started wilding out. Key was convinced that his friend Mickey was smarter than that. Now looking like a punk, he had just become a pawn, racing around till dawn.
Hey, come here. I want to show you something.
She grabbed Key by the hand and dragged him away from his coffee mug right into the bedroom.
What now?
Key confusedly looked around the room and into her eyes.
Here, get down on the bed. Download this.
She pushed him down on the bed. She took off his shirt and then her own.
Okay, what is it?
He watched her unhook her bra. She had wonderful tits. The girl was perfect. She inspired an erection more instant than noodles.
You will see in a second.
She started petting Key. She had a gentle touch that relaxed and turned him on.
Okay, I am running it.
He saw her remove his pants and touch his penis.
Look.
She laughed as she removed her shorts and started riding his cock. Key saw a wild hallucination of her turning into an angel with colorful electric wings mesmerizing him as they fucked. She was riding him and light particles were glimmering in and out of existence. He pushed the girl on her back with her wings underneath and kept giving it to her. Her breasts bouncing and her breathing hastening was too much. He was fucking a beautiful angel. Just before culminating, he pulled it out and ended the ride on her black carpet that she had always groomed neatly, ready for Key to collapse on. Key really wanted to ejaculate inside her this time. In fact, he got back up and put his cock back inside her for a few more pumps.
That was really nice. I loved it.
Key was mined and ball blown.
I made it just for you.
She loved to be loved.
That was so good.
Key fell on his back and looked at the ceiling.
And that was so quick. I have never seen you finish so fast.
The girl was beautiful and kinky.
I have a thing for angels.
Those were meant to be butterfly wings.
Want to have a baby with you. We could have one of those designer babies. Pick out any DNA we want. We could put a few lines from Voltaire in there, or Newton. See how they do in our times. Up to you, really.
Key watched her cute, pretty feet massage and play with his cock. Chapter 27. A random inhabitant of planet Earth was relaxing in his sleeping pill cabin after a day of exhausting work. The young girl watched a documentary about dolphins on a screen built into the ceiling of the meter-high cyber coffin.
The body temperature of a dolphin is 37 degrees Celsius. Only about 500 of these beautiful specimens are left on the planet.
The voice explained. The girl thought that because of their brain size and the ratio to their bodies plus their body temperatures, they must be like the humans of the water. She thought that they looked quite friendly too, like most humans are. She thought that butterflies were the flowers of the air and medusas were the flowers of the water. She thought that all humans were just flowers too. Flowers with arms and legs and one more eye. The ventilator rattled in her tiny sleeping catacomb and she tried to fix it by knocking on it softly. Dust and dirt particles flew into her cabin. Suddenly, she felt suffering and claustrophobic like a dolphin in dirty water. The girl felt an immense dysphoria and wished to writhe, to slither like an earthworm after rain. She crawled out her sleeping pill through the back end and cleaned herself up. She realized she hadn't smiled for 2 months and she tried it out just to see if she still knew how to do it. An insane gaze appeared on her face. She left the sleeping pill complex and walked the narrow streets still filled with many people out walking in the middle of the night. Places offering food and hygiene services were open all day and all night. A little rain fell. She walked through an abyss of advertisements, mountains of useless information. The young girl had tried most foods that her area had to offer, and yet she was skinny.
Just a small bag of chips is all I want now. I could kill for a small bag of chips right now.
She tried to ignore her hunger and kept walking past all the food places. Not too recently, a law was passed that forbade the scent of food on the street, so at least her senses were at peace. She saw the indication posts for brain augmentation hotspots alluring customers who had such an upgrade inserted into their heads.
Lousy cyber trash. living in a simulation that is absolutely fake, synthetic, and boring. Fucking freaks putting metal in their brains to see pictures. That must get boring quick.
She could not imagine how such a thing worked. She could not grasp the fantasy that could be experienced with such a device. The girl often watched the war games and actually felt quite passionate about them. There was this one cutie with the number 456 that she thought was the hottest guy on the planet. An absolute crush. She felt a warmth in her chest and a burning on her cheeks just by imagining that boy in front of her. He was a pretty good sniper. He was quite accurate, and she loved to watch his point of view for the whole game. He was just sitting there in the bush for hours, scoping his power rifle in on the enemies and pulling the trigger. She arrived at a laundry salon. The owner greeted her. There was nothing atypical about that place, and if there was, no one would have seen it through the tinted windows. Spider. That was the name of the cashier. Gave her a small handbag with clean panties and a bra inside. She had a look inside the bag and saw a small gun and a postcard with an address on the other side. The gun was hidden in a secret compartment. Spider put a photograph on the table with a portrait of a woman and asked her if she had memorized the face. The girl nodded. He burned the photograph.
Do you want an AMD?
Spider offered her an electromagnetic pulse manipulation device that hacked the surrounding cameras and scanning devices.
Yes, I feel safer with it.
In fact, it was less safe because the device created a known distortion pattern in the system that made it instantly known that someone was walking through the area with such a device. The possession of an EMDOD was illegal.
Here you go. Just remember to turn it off when you come back.
Spider didn't want to be traced. Nicole threw it in her bag. She made her way to the address and imagined herself wearing the beautiful bra and underwear for her love 456. She dreamt of putting flowers in the hair behind her panties and bra. Her prince would kiss her terrible life away. She didn't mind killing for the mob even. It was a rare occasion. Once per month, most of the time. A kill paid for the sleeping pill, and it was better than sleeping on the streets. She could afford a treat or a piece of clothing with that money, and Spider doing her laundry was a plus. 200 meters from the address, she turned the EM on. She walked inside the building with a smile on her lips. The girl pulled the gun out and pointed it at the lady's head. She then unloaded it 6 times, leaving one in the chamber for herself. Just in case. Being caught meant being executed by a machine that would evaporate her. She didn't know what the lady was being murdered for. The girl only felt the recoil in her hand and saw the blood trickle from the lady. She popped her in the head real good. The girl put the gun back into the bag and left. After a few blocks, she remembered to turn off the EMD. She returned to her small sleeping pill, still hungry and without a reward. She had to bring the gun and EMD back to Spider, and he would pay her, but not before her panties were dirty. Chapter 28. Underneath the cloak of darkness, the city was filled with mist. The streets were glazed. T.I. stepped out of his vehicle wearing nothing but black. He looked at the market in front of him and hesitated to move. He stood in the gloom, feeling a peculiar sensation. He felt as if he was leaving his body. His vision darkened and a numbness twirled behind his eyes. Ki could not react in time, but in the corner of his eye, he saw a man fall from the sky. He noticed the man's clothing flickering, billowing in the wind, and heard the bones snap as the man hit the concrete. He looked up but didn't see a thing. There wasn't a guardian angel sitting on the side of the roof trying to convince the man to keep his dear life. Ki watched the puddle of blood become one with the ground as the crimson stream rippled and slowly collected small pieces of trash.
Man, did you see that? That dude just smashed himself against the ground.
A tall young man ran out of the market and gazed into Ki's eyes as if he couldn't believe his luck. Ki just stood there and looked away. He glanced at the corpse one more time. It was still there. The smell of life leaving the body was in the air. Ki still felt out of touch with himself.
Can you believe it, Bertie? That guy smashed his head. He just jumped.
The young man walked close to Ki and hugged him. Ki noticed that the man was a skinny giant, almost a third or a person taller than him. First, Kay hugged him back because he didn't know what else to do in such a situation, but soon he noticed that the tall youngster was trying to mount him. He was trying to put his leg on Ki's shoulder, still cheering about the suicide. The punk had gone mad from the sight.
The fuck do you think you're doing?
Kai pushed him back. The smell of the situation had changed.
That suicide was fucking sick, dude. Look at all this blood. Just look at it. So much blood.
There was clumsiness in the giant's movements, disgusting misbehavior of dominance in his interactions.
Are you... okay,
He was in doubt. He was already prepared to cripple or kill the giant. He considered the possibility of him being angry at a mentally ill person.
His head is open. There's a hole in his head.
Key walked around the giant and entered the market. He felt exhausted, too tired to be bothered with any of it. He turned around and looked at the scene once more. The dumb giant was still cheerfully dancing around the dead body, shouting foolishly. He saw little snowflakes fall from the dark heaven. It had been almost 100 years since the planet was last kissed by snow. The market didn't have Key's favorite drink in stock that night. Chapter 29. An angelic harp song played in the auditory cortex of Ulrich's cyberbrain as a wake-up alarm. He opened his eyes. Everything remained black. He felt confusion. His first thought was that he was still dreaming. He thought that he was still asleep in his bed. His mind had played tricks on him before. He tried to wake up but could not. Nothing changed in his condition, and the harp in his head kept playing. His heart started racing, and he felt hot sweat coat his skin. He couldn't awaken no matter how hard he tried. He screamed as loud as he could. In terror, the very scream heard was so utterly chaste that it brought tranquility to his being. It was at that moment when Ulrich realized he was blind. He immediately used his brain augmentation to call up the Special Forces headquarters and inform them about the issue. They replied that they would send a technician squad over right away for an evaluation. Ulrich went through his morning routine exactly the same as any other day. Instead of seeing things, he used his touch and memory to navigate. With an awkward gait, he made it to the toilet for his morning piss. He washed his face and brushed his teeth. It took a little more time to do so, but he managed every single thing perfectly. The strong policeman enjoyed the brisk, moist morning on his spacious balcony, sipping his vitamin and mineral drink and trying to launch a simulation, but for no good reason, it just wouldn't start. The insane noise coming from the city annoyed him, and he turned his anti-sound wave speakers on. Suddenly, a lovely ambience of the ocean, bird songs, and treetops rustling in the wind filled his isolated surroundings. 2 men from the Special Forces headquarters utility unit arrived. Ulrich invited them into his own living room. One of them was a brain augmentation engineer and the other one was a medic. Ulrich sat on the sofa, relaxed, and offered them vitamin, mineral, protein, or caffeine-infused drinks. The medic helped himself to a caffeine drink and the engineer decided upon a protein drink. Their choices made Ulrich think that the world was upside down.
Everything is almost intact. There's only a tiny problem.
The engineer was looking at a 3-dimensional hologram displaying a crisp image of Ulrich's live brain scan and his augmentation process parameters.
What's that, Doc?
Ulrich was ready for the stone in the well. For the bullet in the barrel.
I am the engineer.
Ulrich had confused them because of his blindness and because they had chosen the wrong fucking drinks.
Well, it's malware. It is a virus that has turned your vision black. Look, I can turn it red.
I fucking stop!
Ulrich shouted in discomfort. The engineer instantly turned it back to black.
The virus in your brain augmentation is using proteins and part of your cell DNA to print and launch an actual biological attack, a biological virus. Your brain augmentation safety software is blocking the replication of it with chemicals. Run the AI engine for DNA analysis of the biological virus.
The medic told his partner, who dragged the DNA of the virus into the engine that started processing the data.
It will take a minute or two.
The engineer saw an estimate of time in the hologram.
So how did I get it?
Ulrich sat there still wired and blind. He felt the cool air from the balcony on his powerful chest.
You tell me. There is no breach of the safety protocol in your cyber brain. Honestly, I don't even know how that could have happened. Could be a bug too. Did the sun flare up? Or is there perhaps a heightened disturbance of electromagnetism in space? could be an unknown parameter or energy to humankind.
The engineer speculated.
Some smarty pants probably just tried to hack your brain.
The medic said skeptically while observing the lines of analysis. The AI engine was running.
I don't even remember. There hasn't been anything unusual. Wait.
Ulrich remembered that he was sitting on the roof the other night with his dark entity friends.
No, that could not be it.
Someone tried to give you brain damage.
The medic saw encephalitis illuminating in the hologram.
But whoever did it isn't a great biochemist. Or perhaps it was only a test. I am sure he could have guessed that your brain augmentation screens and controls something as basic as encephalitis.
Maybe he doesn't want me to know. Maybe he is just testing the waters.
Ulrich took an accurate shot in the dark.
Here, all cool again.
The engineer turned his sight back to normal.
Nice. Everything is perfect, yeah. Hey, sweet.
Ulrich looked at his hands.
They used a coded virus to create a biological one within your brain using parts of your brain augmentation. There are only a few in the world who can do that. Who knows? Maybe the code was stolen. The impressive and mysterious part is how he got it into your head. Maybe through a biological virus?
The engineer gave the medic a deep, uncanny look.
No way.
The medic's stomach turned upside down. He felt disgustingly sick and was full of loathing. There was no way a man could attain such a level of divinity.
Anyway, I have the binary fingerprint saved and will run it against the databases in the net today. If anything comes up, I will let you know. You are good to go, Ulrich. Just be careful in combat for now. I don't want you to become a sword-swinging Merle.
The engineer laughed.
How long till I'm cleared?
Ulrich was unrestful.
Here, just take one of these twice a day.
The medic passed him a small container of pills. His face had a metamorphosing look. Chapter 30.
Sup, guys?
He was visiting two of his friends in a small student dorm room. It was quite a pathetic place, tiny as hell, with nothing but 2 bunk beds that could be lowered from the wall. But the 2 students had taken the mattresses and thrown them on the ground next to each other. 2 boys were sitting on the mattresses with almost identical plug ports connected to the wall opposite them. They had covered the only window at the end of the room with an opaque tint. One of them had just left a learning simulation and was looking at Key, who was holding a large bottle of booze. The other student was vaporizing trash in a canister with a tube leading out the window.
Looks like I'm failing math.
Fred told Key as his attention was shifted from the bottle to the machine going whoop. Behind him, firing another set of particles into space.
I thought that thing was illegal.
He looked at Blue vaporizing another bit of trash with exactly the same rocket engine sound.
Not if you have a license from the Space Safety Committee.
Blue turned the machine off. Its lights were still illuminated, signaling its readiness for more trash.
I didn't know you had one.
Key smirked.
I don't. The noise this machine makes is insane, but I am not paying the trash tax. That much is for sure. I am being suffocated financially as it is. I vape trash for the whole school, and in return, they do my homework.
Blue walked toward Key to shake his hand and receive the bottle he had brought.
Saving a small fortune for everyone. I see. Let's just hope the university will understand you guys and not fine you or even kick you out.
Key shrugged.
Fuck them.
Blue was opening the large bottle filled with LSD 92X infused vodka.
Damn, looks like I am failing literature too. I still have to go through this thick fucking book about flowers and psychoanalyze it.
Fred saw the cap come off and Blue sniffed the drink.
What is it called?
He wanted to know.
Dandelions or some shit. I don't even know.
Red was spending most of his days in simulations. Some days he would spend raw coding, others messing around with modifications. His main income was from selling pirated simulations to other students. He didn't really want to fail the exams, but the academic ways were a little too harsh for his free spirit. The professors used to like him, but now their emotions toward Red had turned bittersweet when they had to watch him fail. He failed most exams because he ran out of time. He was a turtle, but a keen and smart one.
Do you want me to print us some cups?
Blue was ready to drink. He was doing well in school. He was making plenty of money from selling programs to Key, who supplied the Yakuza. Blue felt a strange respect for Key. He hoped to become a Yakuza too one day.
No. We will be using this thing here?
Kai presented a human skull with the bottom sealed shut with clay. Sweet. The two of them thought Key was being freaky with a printed skull. Little did they know he had grabbed it out of the oven hours before. The human skull was still warm.
Here.
Blue inspected the bottle and then passed it to Key. Key filled the skull up. He poured it so full a little bit of the juice was spilling over onto his fingers. He passed the skull to Red first because he was closer. Key slowly put the bottle on the ground and watched the young student gulp from the skull. Then passed it to Blue, who filled his chest with warmth too. Finally, the skull returned to Key with a third of the fluid still there. Keela loved the bitter taste of bone on his lips. He bit the skull with his teeth and let the infused vodka trickle in through his teeth. When he finished the drink, he put the skull next to the bottle of vodka and sat back on the mattress, as did Blue and Red. He watched the plugs in the wall and waited for the stuff to kick in. He entered a brain augmentation local lobby where Blue was playing music. Red was preparing a fresh hallucination code, ripping it straight from the net and modifying it for extra pleasure. Key saw necrotic energy arise from the skull. Tiny particles like ether evaporated in the air. He saw the skull grow meat and skin.
Thanks for the binary fingerprint misrepresentation.
Key stared at the skull. Blue nodded. Chapter 31.
Okay. Night was dying, but still bright, and Tegasara's wife was sucking his dick, producing plop sounds. Home run after home run, she was convincing him that he had picked the right woman. She wasn't perfect, but the suction was awesome. The old man filled her cheeks with cum.
Chapter 32. Odd setting sun radiated heat on Hokkaido's back when he knocked on the door of Key's mansion. Key opened the door and was amazed by the effort Hokkaido had put into his slick looks. He was wearing a nicely ironed pink shirt, a gold chain, had his hair smoothed with shiny geel, and wore a polished belt and new shoes. He even pierced his ears for the girl and wore diamond earrings, sparkling like an oasis in a red desert. The name of the girl was Tiffany. She was a rather good-looking girl, a little short of magnificent, but what made her desirable was that she was extremely well-groomed. Tiffany was the kind of girl that went shopping for lingerie because she needs a sex uniform.
Put your sex uniform on, you filthy whore!
Hokkaido imagined shouting at Tiffany after 15 years of marriage. And he invited him inside where people were already dancing and the scent of brisk champagne was whirling in the air. Hokkaido almost instantly saw Tiffany across the room dancing rhythmically to the beat.
Dance on my dick, you filthy whore!
Hokkaido imagined telling her after 15 years of marriage. For an unexplainable reason, Hokkaido really admired Tiffany's legs. They were short and a little bit chubby, but nonetheless extremely sexy. Tiffany's movements in her black shorts and sandals spawned quite an overwhelming feeling in Hokkaido's kokoro. Alcohol. What he needed was alcohol. The magic cure for such a disease of tremor. The juice of tranquility and happiness would march down his tongue like an ant colony holding shields and spears. Unluckily for Hokkaido, Tiffany only noticed him when he was downing drinks one after another, and he had just arrived at the party. She looked away for a few moments until Hokkaido was done calming himself, but it was too late. She already had made up her mind.
Hello, Tiffany. You look really good tonight.
The chubby guard didn't wait for the drinks to kick in.
Hey, Hokkaido, how was your day?
She was just being polite. In fact, Hokkaido interrupted her talking and dancing with her friends. It had turned into an awkward stomping now. The jewelry on her fingers, neck, ears, arms, and in her hair glimmered like the champagne in the skinny glass she was holding. The girl was champagne, and Hokkaido had just had vodka with a little juice. He had screwed himself.
Oh, it was great. You know, business, this and that. But what about you? How was your day?
His day was barely spectacular.
He had to go to an elderly business owner who enjoyed the Yakuza's protection to talk about a theft that had happened the week before and how to try and catch the bastard who did it and beat him into the ground. The elderly businessman was a friend of the boss, so Hokkaido had to go himself as a special service. For the boss wanted to show a generous gesture of friendship. Just calling the Yakuza police wasn't enough. Things had to be personal and violent.
Just school and shopping. And now, I am here.
After school, she really did spend 5 hours preparing for the party. Her cheeks looked fluffy, nice and soft.
Say, do you want to go out someday?
Hokkaido had met Tiffany a few times already, but more than anything, he wanted to knock her into a more romantic vibe toward him.
No, I have a boyfriend.
She smashed his heart with a big hammer.
Oh, okay. That's kind of sad.
Hokkaido turned around feeling like shit. A tear would have run down his cheek if he wasn't already numb from the vodka. The party had just started and the music had suddenly started to sound twice as erratic for Hokkaido. He could have sworn that he had just closed the door behind his friend and guard when he noticed him drunk with a torn shirt eating straight out of the mayonnaise jar with a spoon. There was no one to impress anymore. Only the fall and degradation of a romantic attempt remained. The playlist was vibrating and the lights were illuminating the room in color. A few of the guests were taking full dives into cyberbrain simulations. Others manipulated visual and audio elements while dancing. Food and beverages were tasty and sufficient, as were the legal and illegal chemicals in the younglings' minds enhancing the real-life experience. He sat on the sofa next to Hokkaido, who was quite drunk and stuffed with mayonnaise by now. He took a solvent napkin and wiped the chubby guard's belly and shirt clean from various food stains. Hokkaido had run out of fuck since the very moment his heart shattered.
Don't worry, mate. Just no worries, my friend. All will be good. There will be other girls to chase.
He was observing paprika sauce. Stain vanished from Hokkaido's pink shirt.
Not for me. Maybe for a pretty guy like you, but definitely not for an ugly motherfucker like me.
Hokkaido started full-out weeping now.
Shush. Calm down. You are a great guy and we'll get plenty of girls.
Ki gave his chubby guard a heartwarming hug. The weeping magically stopped.
She was so pretty. Dude, her legs are so beautiful.
Hokkaido chugged sweet champagne with sparkling bubbles tickling his sad cheeks into a smile.
Relax, dude. I will throw another party and invite other girls. And eventually there will be one you like more than her.
Ki looked at Tiffany across the room talking with friends and observing Hokkaido cry. Ki wasn't sure of what to do. The girl liked someone else. He just felt pity for his good friend and guard, Hokkaido, who understandably had romantic feelings toward Tiffany. He wanted to scold him with a phrase like, "And that's why you never fall in love." But what kind of ill advice would that be?
It's okay. I am already drunk, and I don't care for anything. Sorry for the carpet.
Hokkaido looked at all the food on the ground.
Come, let's go talk to people.
Kay observed Hokkaido's shirt and saw it look clean enough to do so. They stood up and hiked around the house. By the indoor pool, which was the most silent place in the house, they found a few people to talk to. Key hated to see people in his favorite space. He also hated Virgil, the son of a high-rank Yakuza member. He only got into Key's party because he was riding along a bunch of girls Key liked. Virgil was a neat-looking young man with a strangeness in his attire that camouflaged his true emotions. In Key's world, Virgil seemed hyper-emotional, very sensitive, and perhaps neurotic. As the godfathers of psychology said, he was a well-mannered and disciplined boy who didn't have a clue about Key's hatred. In fact, he loved Key as a human being and considered him a friend and an admirable man. Virgil was the moth and Key was the lamp, for it wasn't even natural attraction that Virgil sensed. Virgil himself, just like the rest of his family, was traumatized by the wedding of his older brother who had been riding a white horse on top of a skyscraper to impress his beloved woman. The horse, full of fear, leapt off the building, killing Virgil's brother.
Oh, hey there, Key. This is my good friend, Key.
Virgil was trying to introduce Key, but the moment had a strange awkwardness to it that turned into ignorance.
Everyone knew Key. They were at his party in his home. Virgil emitted an aura as if he owned the place. As if he deserved it. Of course, did not imagine such a thing, but his blind confidence sure left one with such an impression.
Hey.
Key, I only mirrored a brief glimpse of a smile.
So, I was telling these guys about the pill my company is selling.
Virgil, with pride, announced his product.
What pill?
Key could not believe that the little bag of shit was using his party as a platform to sell his product. It was a place to relax and have fun, not listen to an idiot babble about drugs.
The pill of youth. Take it once a day and live for 200 years.
Guests observed Virgil's eyes fill with tears. They looked like crying snake eyes. Tears of happiness.
As if the current escalating situation with the world's overpopulation wasn't enough.
Key retorted.
Oh, it will actually improve the situation by a mile. While you take the pills, you cannot breed. You become sterile. Basically, you start taking the pills after you decide to not breed anymore.
Virgil himself was only selling the pills. Or rather, bragging about being part of such a thing. His knowledge of the product was minimal.
Sounds interesting. Very much so. Invite you to the library, place where such a conversation belongs.
He just wanted them out of his favorite place. He'd already decided to change the water completely and to scrub the bottom of the pool with bleach. The library impressed everyone. Key, Virgil, drunk Hokkaido bobbing his head back and forth like a sailor at sea, another young man and 3 girls sat around a round table.
Let me put these away.
Key grabbed several big books from the table.
You still read books? You actually still read books in their physical form and have a space this large with the function only to hold them.
Virgil could not believe his eyes. And not only was it an expensive luxury, but also an extremely impractical and outdated one.
There's something about the feeling of touching the pages, the calming, hypnotizing scent blooming from the paper, the tiny energy radiating from its physical form. I guess I got it from my mother. She likes books in their physical form, too.
Key put the books away.
Huh?
Virgil shrugged.
Tell us about your pill. Make me a baby again. Turn back time and give me second chances.
Hokkaido whimsically expressed his numb lack of interest.
Oh, okay, so the product is a longevity pill that you have to take once a day to live up to 200 years. It's a miracle to cheat Mother Nature.
Virgil was happy to announce he hoped to fill his pockets to the brim by selling it for centuries to come. Stopping the drug would mean growing old fast and dying. The fountain of youth had its price.
How does it work? I didn't know such a thing was possible.
He was lying. He damn well knew and had read many studies on aging. A scientist had scripted a successful A that was looking for ways to improve the human genome longevity and functionality. He had patented it, and Virgil's father, who owned a large amount of stocks in a pharmaceutical company, had bought the patent. Virgil was only a spoiled clown, Daddy's lapdoll representing the company with a fictitious voice, but really he had to do exactly as his vicious father told him to.
Oh, it helps the body fight a special bacteria on a daily basis.
Virgil lied. Well, he was at least not telling the truth. For someone like Virgil with a complete lack of selfish interest in this world, for someone that void, it was hard to be a proper liar. His lies were limited to the ceiling of his greed.
Are you aware of the global crisis right now? A war is about to begin.
He was dazzled by the endless greed of mankind. He was looking at Virgil and imagining himself drilling a tiny hole in his fiend's evil skull and inserting a syringe to create a lesion in his subhuman brain to calm him down. Key knew the brain quite well. He could easily perform such an act of precision. Just to make sure, he would make the lesion extra large because of his hate for Virgil.
Oh, yes. Don't worry. The pill will be so expensive that only the rich will be able to afford it.
Virgil smirked.
I guess political and economic powers will be stagnated for the longest time, then in the upcoming centuries. The system is just as flawed as mankind.
Keith thought about the combinations of molecules that could extend one's life. The young man wondered why humans were so keen on living. He guessed it was in their genes.
Ah, that's just none of my business, buddy.
The way Virgil said it made Key want to punch him in the face.
Well, you watch out, things can change really fast. Peace is an illusion.
I will be just fine.
Virgil smiled, but not in a confident way. It was more of a sleuthy, sleazy way. He was too nourished, too privileged to understand or worry. His daddy would certainly solve it all. The old man would just swallow his pillies and rule over the company forever. He would bribe officials and lawmakers with his product to do as he pleases. He would create a safe haven for his child and all that for the price of his balls.
You certainly will, my friend.
He just didn't give a shit about it. He was different. He was already too smart and bored, too far ahead of his time. His brain was too developed.
Guys, can we play a game instead? All this talking is boring the hell out of me.
Hokkaido complained. They all entered the simulation for an apocalyptic game happening during an endless rainy night with nasty zombies programmed faster than the human senses to scare and creep the shit out of everyone. All one had to do to win was to survive and to do so while preferably remaining sane. The girls loved the game for the thrills. The boys found it challenging because it was hard work to win the game with a bunch of girls coming along. Chapter 26. There was only a small slice of the moon left in the dark heavens when Ulrich Natter climbed down from his parked cyberhorse. He made his way onto the street and walked through the dim concrete jungle. High above him, neon advertising signs illuminated the night. He turned toward a gloomy side street next to a bank and kept walking, his hands in his pockets. He looked to his right and saw a church with a golden roof. He passed the cheapest noodle and rice shop in the city that was about to be closed, then past a cafe with people in it and a drug printing store, mostly for those who could not afford a drug printer at home. There was no one on the street when he finally entered an extraordinary building. It had mosaics on the walls and wooden railings embellishing the stairs. It was an old apartment complex. Everyone was sleeping tightly, and his heavy steps were the only sound. He climbed on the roof and sat down in a chair that somebody had left there. The brave man sat there and relaxed his neck, watching the sky. Red and white lights glimmered. A swarm of marvelous aircraft, silently buzzing in the atmosphere like fireflies, traveled across the black anvil of dreams. His breath was heavy. It disturbed the silence of the night, and as he let go, he saw dark shadows appear on the sides of the edges and ledges of the roof. He saw them appear on the opposite buildings and behind windows. The ghosts of dead warriors looked upon him, letting him know that he was not alone. They all had once been summoned by Mother Nature. Death Knights. Another lonely destroyer in a world full of creators. Surrounded by death, Ulrich felt the endless energy run through him. Aware that he was being used by nature, though he could not guess the reason why. But when we call you, you do not come. You do not listen or do not care. Are you aware? He could hear a deep voice in his head, but strangely, it wasn't his brain augmentation or his imagination. No. It was his extra sense. He gazed into the darkness and felt the coldness become stronger. He didn't say a thing, but let the dark energy run through him. Long dead.
Hear what?
Dark energies remained. Ulrich thought to himself. The spirits were there to stay and did not evaporate. They had time. There was something unchanging and ancient in Ulrich. A modern man with an evil soul. The ghosts waited for him to say a word. He knew that what he saw and heard was the other side. The background of his stage. He felt his living body evaporating into it. He didn't have to say a thing. He only had to arrive and collect the dark energy from the spectral beings. Let him in. Let them merge with his soul, even if for just a little while, to let them once more feel the joy of life, to have a heartbeat and a breath, to bring justice and vengeance, for he was a judge of the people. I am probably more machine than any other man on the planet, modified to the mitochondria. But aren't we all nothing but machinery? And in our image, we built them. And I, too, will become like one of them one day. A dark ghost without a mouth coming to see the one that lives. Ulrich Natter started to feel cold in the midst of the night and stood up. He had lost himself. His heavy boots separated the silence of the night as he made his way back to his cyberhorse. He felt tranquility at once when he mounted himself on the horseback. Chapter 33. All the guests had left long ago. Kaido was sleeping in the guest room soundly, dreaming about Tiffany. Key was in the living room sitting on the floor and looking at the ceiling.
Okay, now put your feet on my face gently.
He instructed a pretty girl with crimson hair sitting on a chair close to him with naked feet.
Like this.
Intrigued, the girl giggled.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
Key helped her place her feet on his face, her pretty little toes pressed against his lips.
And now the champagne.
The girl keenly observed Key's face covered under her feet.
Yes, now slowly, really carefully trickle the champagne from the bottle onto your feet.
Key's heart was comfortably excited, drumming away. The girl had flawless feet. She didn't walk much and her jeans were delightfully aesthetically pleasing.
Like this?
She observed the champagne trickle down her skin between her toes right atop Key's lips, who was kissing and licking the sweet beverage, tickling her soles.
More?
She thought it was quite weird to do such a thing, but at an hour this late, it seemed perfectly fine.
Yeah. Do some more.
Key felt the liquid run down his cheeks. He kissed her feet passionately. He felt something pleasant he could not quite describe or understand. He loved the taste of sweet champagne, and he loved her beautiful feet without a single scar or any unpleasant smell. His brain was firing happiness. His chest ignited by desire and his belly set ablaze by champagne. He could feel his blood pumping into an erection. He pulled one foot down toward his crotch to show her that he was hard. The redhead looked at him as if he was the naughtiest boy on the planet and erotically massaged his hard cock. Her other foot was still on his face, being worked on by his tongue.
What do you think, Key? Will there really be a serious conflict between the East and West?
The girl watched the young man undo his pants, and she slid her foot onto his shaft, stroking it up and down.
Maybe.
He proceeded to kiss her other foot.
There could be a few smaller conflicts, or there could be nothing if they come up with a solution. Probably unlikely. Aren't we too civilized for that? But what worries me more are the longevity pills that are coming out on the market soon that are for the rich only. I assume it is only a question of time before someone throws the pills into a chemical analyzer and gets the recipe for it, and then starts selling it illegally as a street drug to gain wealth.
He resumed kissing her feet and ordered her to spill a little more champagne down on her feet.
Will the Yakuza sell the pill?
She grabbed and released Key's cock and repeated the motion with her toes.
Maybe,
Kay moaned.
Can you take me to the seaside simulation?
She kept going.
How do you know about it?
Key removed her foot from his face.
A friend of mine told me you took her there.
She stopped rubbing his dick and got down on her knees close to the boy's face. Key could feel the beat of her heart. She poured a little bit of champagne in his mouth and kissed him. Bubbles sparkled between their tongues.
Sure.
They swallowed the champagne and her sweet lips too. He looked into her heavenly blue eyes surrounded by swaying dark red hair. Her hair looked like shimmering summer wine. He got up and walked out of the room. Judging by the time he was gone, the girl judged that he went to the library. He came back with a pill.
Here, swallow this one.
He put it on her tongue. The girl downed it with a mouthful of champagne. She took another sip and rinsed her teeth with it like it was expensive mouthwash. She looked absurd with her big cheeks vibrating full with the sparkling nectar of gods.
Okay, here we go.
Key relaxed on the floor next to the girl's perfectly groomed feet. She was a pretty geek who sat at home all day long every day. The girl had respect for Key's work. It was the main reason why she came to Key's party. The next time the girl opened her eyes, she was high up on the fire escape staircase of a white building, almost scraping the clouds. She could see the ocean in the distance. It glimmered dark blue. There were white birds in the sky, but not a single human being in sight. The silence was deafening. She could only hear the wind in her heartbeat. The sun was trying to break through threatening thunderous clouds and blessing the atmosphere with an impression of divinity. A large plane slowly roared past the building so close one could almost touch the tip of the wing. That is, if one dared to reach for it. The
The girl's heart throbbed from excitement.
There's not a single human being here?
The girl cheered. It was a lush opposite to the overcrowded world.
Yeah, there's also almost no sound. Well, to be more specific, there is a sound of silence firing into our auditory cortexes. And then it gets partly removed to create a sound. Basically like sound and how we perceive it, but the other way around.
The city. There's no end to it?
The girl could not see what was behind the horizon.
Yeah, it will just generate further buildings and streets randomly as we go.
Kai looked at the ocean.
Can we walk down the stairs and see it in action?
The girl wanted to see.
Why not just jump down?
Kai just jumped over the handrail and fell straight down to the ground.
Wait!
The girl hesitated. She was a little drunk. How could he be so sure that this wasn't reality? What if that pillow was a vile joke to keep her motor cortex active and now by jumping she would fall to her death? She looked down and saw Key looking up at her, waiting for her. Fear with its black claws was crawling up her spine. She didn't really know what she was doing, but she jumped and face planted on the ground next to Key.
We don't have to walk. Here. You drive.
Key gave her the keys to a hot rod sports car. He climbed into the passenger seat. The boy transformed the car into a convertible so fast that she could have sworn that it had been a convertible in the first place. He wanted to see her hair in the artificial wind. A few days ago, microcode was added to the simulation to play with the movements of the hair by simply willing it.
But I don't know how to drive. I only took a few driving lessons and never got the license.
The girl didn't know what to do with the key.
You'll manage. See it as a practice. Not that it matters.
He felt slightly bored with the girl. He would rather have spent time with her in reality, nibbling on her pretty feet. The girl got in the car and started the engine. The car accelerated in the empty street. Key played a dope track full of bass and an energetic rhythm on the stereo.
Faster!
He watched her crimson hair flicker in the wind. His fingers tapped on the door. He glimpsed in the side mirror. The car roared. The girl's hair now swirled all over the place in the wind.
Faster!
Kai grabbed her leg and pushed it down on the gas pedal. The artificial air filled with sweat and excitement. The car flew through the city, and as it did, the city started to change. The textures began to blend and fuse. They could see the large city being constructed randomly before them. Suddenly, a cliff appeared before them crystal clear. Before she knew it, the car was flying over the edge. A second before they hit the ground, she closed her eyes and screamed.
Sure. Don't wake Hawkeye up.
Key shook her by the leg and laughed. He proceeded munching on her toes. Her feet had become moist from fear. They clapped cheeks in ecstasy that night. Chapter 34. George Natter enjoyed a delicious power drink. He opened the news on the hologram table pseudolaser before him. One of the headlines read, V-Pharma announces longevity pill with increased fertility.
Huh! Oh! So we are not only going to live longer, but also fuck more people into the world! It's the tip of the mountain, and we are climbing it during the wrong time. Maybe I should move to Iceland and live in one of those self-sufficient island houses.
Don't you have a contract with the state military for another 50 years?
Ina interrupted Ulrich's fantasies. Her visual cortex and motor cortex were partly active in a simulation, but her auditory cortex remained in reality there with Ulrich. She was doing work and chatting with her ex-fiancé at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I meant after I'm done with it.
Ulrich looked at his right hand. He made a fist and then opened his palm. He saw a lotus flower.
Can you even have a semi-decent life if they stop the synthetic cell steroids your body is used to on a daily basis?
Heine provided him with realism, even though she was only partly in reality.
I guess I will find out in 50 years.
Ulrich scrolled through the news another 20 seconds and then gave up on it. He wished Heine would ask him about what he found in the news, but Heine didn't give a single shit about the news. After her accident, she had turned aloof and selfish. Not because she was hurt and now cared for herself, but because she now had to face the absurd, pathetic stupidity of humankind without hope.
Not even brain augmentations and learning enhancements could help the low intelligence of her species. The stupid had outbred the smart, and it had been hundreds of years since the last intellectual or romantic was a politician. Democracy was still around, but it was brown like an apple rotten to the core. Rich walked outside and stretched his enormously muscular body on the balcony.
I am a muscle museum, baby!
He growled. Heine giggled. She still loved him. Just a cocky Hyper Sigma superhuman who punished others as he pleased. The other cops thought he was the Michael Jordan of the police force. The harmonious, self-loving tranquility was interrupted by a warning message in his cyberbrain that a cellular tissue malfunction in his prostate has been discovered. The automated AI booked a checkup with doctors in the lab in 2 hours, calculating the time Ulrich would waste getting there.
Oh, looks like I will be hitting the lab. Anyway, baby, off I go. Have a lovely day, baby.
Ulrich kissed Heine's knee and left on his cybernetic horse. He enjoyed the ride to the laboratory with his steel-like body breaking the wind. The entrance to the lab was just a single door that scanned everyone who entered. There was a secretary at the desk greeting everyone who would answer any desired question.
Hello, baby.
Ulrich rolled his eyebrows with refined charisma.
Good morning, Ulrich.
The secretary, a 25-year-old brunette, was all wet and creamy in her panties. Ulrich left her dazzled and entered the lift that took him to the next security level with guards and extra sensors to measure every possible parameter.
Howdy, Professor.
Ulrich finally shook hands with the attending white coat.
Oh, hello there, Ulrich. I saw the data and analyzed it already. I will just need to get a tissue sample to know for sure.
And how will you do that?
Ulrich had a bad forearm on.
Well, with a probe, of course, Ulrich. How else?
The doctor pushed his glasses back with his finger. There was no need for glasses. His eyes were fine. He just wore them for credibility and to look more stylish.
Can't we just skip it this time? I'm sure it's just a malfunction of the sensors.
Ulrich was trying to escape the unpleasant procedure.
It's protocol. Just bend over that bed over there and I will get the probe.
The professor was already licking his lips.
I won't do it unless it's the nurse doing it. It's not about your professionality, Doc. It's just, I'd rather let the nurse do it. The reason is my masculinity. I would just feel more comfortable if a female does it.
Ulrich smiled. Little droplets of sweat accumulated on his forehead.
Fine. I will get the nurse. Do you want the blonde or the brunette?
The professor was standing in the doorway.
Bring them both, is it?
The Hyper Sigma male preferred 2 women to do the probing.
So who needs this thing up his ass?
The sexy blonde nurse wearing pink stockings and a short dress wanted to know. Such attire was also protocol.
Emma, me!
Ulrich's eyes deceived him. For a moment, he thought the nurse was holding a whip.
Don't worry, love. It won't hurt. Just relax. Here, I will help you take your pants off.
The girls were playing good nurse, bad nurse.
You have such a cute butt.
The blonde laughed and slowly stuck the probe up his ass and took the tissue sample.
You are a good boy.
The brunette comforted him with pats on the back.
Tell the professor I'll be waiting here for the results.
A single tear was quivering in the corner of Ulrich's eye.
Sure thing, hon.
The nurses left.
Ulrich sat on the bed and thought about how it could be possibly anything but a malfunction of the sensors. There was no way on Earth his modified cells could start replicating erroneously. Even if so, the fix would be quite simple for such a defect.
He was only worried if more cells would start working inaccurately, he would be absolutely fucked then. It only took 2 minutes for the AI to calculate the results.
Good news, Ulrich. There is nothing wrong with your prostate cell tissue. It was just a glitch in the brain augmentation software. Everything checks out just fine and you are free to go.
Yeah, just as I thought. I feel healthy and all.
Ulrich flexed his biceps in front of the professor.
Say, since you are here, Do you want to go through the cell maintenance, now since you need to do it next week anyway? I thought we could do it now and then you would be free for another month. That is, unless another sensor malfunction appears.
The professor tried to make his visit seem useful.
Yeah, sure thing, Doc. Let's do it.
Ulrich started stripping down to his underpants.
You don't need a toilet break or anything, perhaps some water.
The procedure was 2 hours long.
Ah! Ready to go, Doc.
Ulrich relaxed in the bed. A large machine with 1,000 microneedles lowered itself from the ceiling.
Okay, starting up the procedure now.
The scientists ran the program that started with Ulrich's brain augmentation, turning off the sensation of pain. The needles shortly after started piercing Ulrich's body hundreds of times per second, pumping his cells full with steroids.
Something's wrong, Doc.
The doc was silent, as if he was passing out. Alarms went off. The machine stopped the procedure. The professor's heart rate increased. Chapter 35.
Rich, can you hear me?
Teosara was standing next to the bed holding a display. His voice was weak. He couldn't move without feeling overwhelming fatigue. Only his extreme willpower allowed him to fight against the strong feeling of sickness.
Mr. Natter needs rest. Make it quick, please. He needs to sleep, or I will have to put him in a coma.
The professor advised the chief. Just moments before, the professor and the two nurses had lifted Ulrich back into the bed after a failed walking attempt.
Rich, I already have the data. I also have a terrible headache because I haven't drank a glass of liquor today. It is my first day sober in a long time. I am that worried, my friend. Somebody is fucking with you, Rich. Your brain augmentation was partly compromised. The fucking bastard had a thrill knowing that they would probe your ass. It wasn't a harmless joke. Ulrich, he ridiculed you and the whole Special Forces Police Department. That son of a bitch, fucking piece of shit, I will find him for you.
Ulrich! Teosara was weeping with anger. He felt quite emotional over the fact that someone had rolled and smoked Ulrich and the whole establishment in such a humiliating way. The security, just like Ulrich's ass, was supposed to be impenetrable.
Data.
Ulrich moaned in agony.
Yes, your cells got fucked by the machine. It basically reversed the burning speed of your mitochondria back to normal. But you are experiencing it as extreme fatigue. We are not sure how the data produced itself in the system. There is no evidence of a data breach anywhere, but we found a certain pattern that manipulated the machine into malfunctioning the moment it connected to you. As I came in here with you, someone used an AMP ray gun to bug the code. The good news is that we restored the machine from a backup, and we are restoring your cyberbrain completely. We will run the machine shortly, and you will start feeling a lot better. It's probably the Yakuza trying to take you down, Ulrich. I will do everything I can to protect you.
Okay.
Ulrich fell asleep. The needle machine lowered from the ceiling again and started working on Ulrich to restore his strength.
I was saying, how much longer till he is ready to fuck those bastards up, Professor?
The flames of a brightly burning evil glimmered behind Teosara's eyes.
2, maybe 3 days tops, and he will be back on his feet at full strength.
The professor was cleaning his glasses.
He'll send guards over just to be safe. Can't protect himself right now.
Ulrich had cost the state 500 trillion shillings. Teosara also felt that it was in the warrior's code of honor to watch over a brother while he needed rest so they could fight shoulder to shoulder again when the day came. Chapter 36.
Stop! Please stop! Stop!
A man wearing a suit was clinching into Ulrich's vein-embellished biceps.
Who did this to me?
Ulrich roared. His iron lungs signaled anger. The man's wiggles and kicks in his hand became vague and weak. His face turned blue. Ulrich screamed and crushed the man's windpipe with a crunching sound. The man collapsed dead on the ground. Ulrich grabbed the other wimp next to him.
Who did this, you motherfucker? You think you can fuck with me? Fucking pussies! Who tried to kill me? I ask you, you piece of shit!
There was nothing human left in Ulrich's gaze.
that tried to tell him that he didn't know, but he couldn't make a sound because he was gripped around the neck too tightly. His eyes full of tears, his face was turning dark red. Finally, Ulrich kicked him in the nuts so hard that his own genitals penetrated his diaphragm. And those were just two random guys on the street. Ulrich roundhouse kicked the door open to the Yakuza-owned Casino de la Abuela and jumped right onto the roulette table. He kicked the croupier in the teeth, fracturing his jaw and leaving him in a puddle of dark red human juice. Plain chips, like the feathers of an angel, fell around his dying body. The players first observed the ball land on the number 18 red, then realizing their loss, crawled all over the floor like cockroaches to collect the fallen chips next to the croupier still bleeding violently from his mouth. Urge kept running through the casino like a wild boar on a rampage. The waitress was carrying a plate with drinks and snacks. Ulrich threw an uppercut to the plate and everything went flying.
You fucking bitch! Where's he? Where's that piece of shit, Hirohito?
I don't know.
The young woman stuttered. She was trembling in fear.
I am the devil, bitch!
Ulrich spat with an insane gaze and ran off. He jumped through the metal cage that kept the cashier safe feet first and beat them up too, for good measure. After all, they were taking money from innocent people. After that, he continued by running up the stairs. His boots were squeaking, soaked from blood. There shall be a lot of blood in the following days. Head first, he dove through the thick wooden door with tinder flying all over the place. Two Yakuza guards tried to grab their guns out of their holsters, but it was too late. Their heads were already rolling on the ground. He slowly slid his hyper-enforced katana back into the holster on his back and walked toward Hirohito sitting behind his desk.
Who fucked with me? Who tried to kill me?
Ulrich grabbed the casino manager by the balls and squeezed them so hard that the man's eyes popped out of their sockets and dangled back and forth.
The
man was passing out from pain.
Who?
Ulrich jabbed the fucker in the throat as if that would help him talk. The man was ready for his coffin. Hirohito knew that the probability of surviving an attack by Ulrich Natter was smaller than the chance of walking away a winner from Casino de la Abuela.
I am the devil, bitch!
Ulrich punched Hirohito a few times in the head. Every punch deformed the man's skull. From left to right, then back to left, and in the end, the man's head looked like it was raped by giant mega bees. Hirohito was bade farewell by his weeping family 2 days later. Ulrich was still enraged, killing innocent and guilty Yakuza all over the city. He hadn't slept or eaten. Hell, he hadn't even taken a piss or a shit for that matter. Like a machine, he was murdering for 84 hours straight before he finally ran out of bodies to slaughter. His hyperblade had turned blunt from cutting flesh and bone. It took him 5 hours in the shower to wash off the rotten blood, brains, and fluids. Chapter 37.
Are you aware of what's going on?
The boss sat in his chair and gazed deep into Key's eyes.
Rich has gotten quite mad. I know.
Key had never ever seen the boss with such fear and loathing in his eyes.
But what was it? What did I ask you to do?
The boss performed a dance on the table with his fingers.
To deal with Ulrich Natter.
Key submissively confessed.
And what did you do?
The boss still smiled even when money and lives were lost.
What made him go berserk?
Key laughed deep from his lungs. The boss was dazzled by the insane scene and suddenly started roaring with laughter himself, embracing relief. And through two of them, tears in their eyes, were suffering a laughing cramp for at least 2 minutes. Finally, they managed to get a hold of themselves and calm down.
Look, boss, I did my very best. You know. It is like fucking impossible to do anything about it.
Key confessed.
I know, my son.
The boss opened a little golden box and took a pill from it.
Would you like me to bring you some water?
Kai thought it was rather weird that the boss had called him son, but it felt comforting in times of trouble.
No, I am just fine. It's just for my tranquility.
The old Yakuza had a few gray hairs combed behind his ears.
Okay.
But Key, what you could do for me?
The boss was nibbling on the coating of the pill with his front teeth.
What you could do for me is talk to your friend Virgil and get me access to plenty of those longevity pills. I will certainly pay almost any price for them.
Okay.
Great. Now, Ki had to torture himself with that fake dipshit Virgil. Just thinking about wasting an hour of his day with that boy made Ki's skin itch.
I could be the leader of this organization forever. What do you think, Ki? Would you choose immortality, or would you rather stay mortal? Die a human death, the one known to mankind since the beginning of consciousness and even before that?
The man looked into Ki's eyes. It was a genuine look, awaiting either answer. After 30 seconds of silence, Ki decided upon his answer.
Immortality sounds good to me. That is, unless I discover after 1,000 years or so that one man can't change the world. If it turns out to be a mechanism of life moving forwards in a strong stream of evolution independently of what I do. Also, 1,000 years among lesser humans would degenerate my mental health.
Why is that? What do you think?
The boss had a premonition of what Ki was about to say.
I mean, is life suffering, first and foremost. If it is suffering, then perhaps it's quite pointless to choose immortality. If it's an endurable suffering, perhaps it could be worthwhile, but then again, that is my brain convincing me to say so right now because it thinks so. I wouldn't really know, would I? Think of it. It would also be quite pathetic how underdeveloped in an evolutionary sense I would become next to my fellow intelligent men after 1,000 years.
Ki looked at the old wooden desk.
Presumably that is not the case. They figure out a way for you to get an endless amount of brain augmentations, cellular growth, and programming. What then?
Travel the reaches of space? Just rot away in the darkness of space? Yeah, just explore space. That would take at least one eternity, one immortality to do.
Ki observed the boss's smile. Was it naive? Was the planet enough for another 1,000 years?
We're about to become vampires, aren't we?
The boss grinned.
That's one way to see it.
Kira thought that it was kind of true. In a romanticized world, certainly one could fantasize about becoming a vampire.
The world is about to collapse. It will change again. Once more. Let's be extra greedy this time around, for our future shall be extra fertile. I want you to go see our analysts and finance experts sometime soon to give them a piece of your mind.
The boss knew the drill. With every crisis, he became smarter and wealthier.
Will do, boss.
Ki got up to go see them right away.
And Ulrich, do something about Ulrich. Figure something out. You have to come up with something before this fucking animal does some real damage.
The boss was serious now. He nodded slowly as if lost in thought with a restful gaze, but his mind was blank. He just felt his heart tremble. A little bit. He walked away.
Keep in touch and let me know if you need anything.
The boss dismissed him.
Chapter 38. Rich Natter woke up from Heine's heavy snoring. He pushed her a few times because she was gargling on her own tongue. She stopped. The girl turned on her side and continued to sleep tightly and silently. Ulrich couldn't sleep and sat on the side of the bed. The light from the city reflected on his back muscles. He could hear the vehicles behind the thick bedroom window in the distance. He walked to the kitchen and got himself a beer. He opened the bottle and stood in the middle of the room. He drank it half empty. It tasted good and he quietly burped, trying not to wake Heine from her sleep. He opened the balcony door and walked outside. Heavy rainfall touched his warm skin while thunder and lightning danced with each other in the distance. The superhuman relaxed on the chair with his chin up toward the dark heaven and let the rain kiss away on his skin. After a while, shivers ran through his body. He felt a little cold. The brain augmentation registered the dropping temperature and computed the mitochondria and enzymes to fire up a higher rate of metabolism to keep him warm, and suddenly from within, he felt a rush of warmth run through him. His skin was still cold, but he felt just fine. He felt disconnected from the world. Ulrich took another sip from the bottle and put it back down on the drenched balcony floor. Like lightning in the dark, he saw the dead bodies in front of him. It felt like the blood of the innocent was raining down on him that night. He cried and his tears became one with the rain. He grinned and his smile became one with the wind. A freak disconnected from the tree of life, his soul long sacrificed. He did not understand if the tears fell for the victims of his wrath or for the sadness of losing himself, but the rain did not care. It washed it all away. It washed it all away, just like the cleaning bots washed it all away with their filters become clogged with blood and human debris, which was recycled and fed to the animals. A blood farmer hunt to feed the animals with human meat. Life eats itself. The rain will wash it all away. Rich remained in the rain, for the world was to rot away, just a weapon. Just a meat grinder. A tool of the worst kind, so free. He couldn't be tamed. Ulrich drank the beer till the bottle was empty.
What I need is a warrior haiku.
He thought, still being smooched by the rain.
Death is my lady. Anger in me forever will grow. I play with the string of the bow.
Ulrich knew that he had completely fucked up the haiku, but he did not care. An arrow. It all started with an arrow. He imagined a beautiful bird on a lonely island. He imagined himself desperately lonely with no soul in sight or mind. Just him and the bird who could fly so freely. He imagined aiming at the flying bird with a bow and shooting it down out of the sky. He imagined the body hitting the ground. He heard it so clearly. He imagined a beautiful black horse running wild in a meadow during a thunderstorm. The silky muscle of the beast was performing in a perfect rhythm, a perfect harmony fracturing the nothingness of space. He could feel his heartbeat change. Ulrich's mind filled with ecstasy and awe. He felt the whole scene absorb him. The dark horse in the thunderstorm became his heart pumping away in the rain. Enough, he thought, and got up from the chair. His pleasant tranquility is long gone. He didn't let himself wander and explore in the beauty of the world. He deserved to suffer, and so he did. Ulrich walked back inside and opened another beer. He sat on the sofa looking outside the open balcony. Light illuminated the raindrops. He imagined a sword and how sharp the tip of it was. Chapter 39.
Your hair is so pretty.
The girl ran her fingers through Key's firm and slick head fur.
Your eyes are really pretty?
He fired back with compliments of his own. The girl's eyes were beautiful, but also had a touch of creepy and insane. Key, I didn't mind insane eyes. In fact, he liked slightly creepy eyes. The girl also had awesome boobs. Probably the best boobs in the world. Nothing that Leonardo da Vinci did during his lifetime was remotely as beautiful as the girl's boobs. Key liked her boobs a lot. Key leaned in to kiss the girl. They kissed. It was a friendly kiss, but one could protest that because a friendly kiss includes no tongue. She was just another one of Key's girls. Most girls Key had were younger than him, but this one was older. The brunette Key was smooching was more woman than girl. She did look very young and well-preserved, and people often confused her for a much younger creature. Her nose was thin and perfectly beautiful. It resembled the shape of a beak a tiny bit. Just a hint, but that added to the eeriness of the girl. She was extremely beautiful, there was no doubt about it, but also fear-inducing.
How come you are so smart?
She narrowed her eyes. Charmed by Key's intelligence, she wanted to replicate that admiration. She did look seductive whilst having her eyelids shaped like that.
Jeans.
Key shrugged. The wind caressed his hair.
And so young too. It is an unlikely, rare combination. You come from a good family, that much is true.
Key's was one of the best families genetically and financially.
The competition is really far behind. Let's just put it that way.
Key was well aware.
You were lucky?
The parents worked for the Bureau of Intelligence. Key was in their active digital files and archives. Key, I knew it. He had seen those files but was unable to tamper with them without being detected. The girl didn't know a thing. She just thought that he was a neat boy from a lovely family. She thought that the worst part about his character was that he was spoiled. She didn't know how evil Key was. Maybe it was because she was something of a monster herself, unaware of it, that she didn't sense Key's wickedness.
I'm lucky because I'm allowed to kiss your beautiful lips.
He leaned in to gently kiss her one more time. The cheesy lines he said worked. The girl felt heat waves running from her heart to her pussy. She was bewitched by his irresistible appearance. He had something angelic about him. That much he was sure of.
This place is nice.
She looked around full of tranquility, still vibrating with love. Kia had taken her to a beautiful penthouse rooftop with a pool, palm trees, and a bar. The music there was some of the best. It was a place of pleasure, and Kia was there to please.
Yeah, it is one of my favorites.
Kidai didn't come here often because he had a pool more beautiful and larger at home, but it was too early to lure the girl home. He wanted to use her for hacking purposes. Not that he didn't also want to do other things with her.
My aunt used to have a garden like this. She was a wealthy woman, and I loved to spend summers at her house. She would spoil me, buy and allow me everything my heart desired. She wrote best-selling Sims. The ones housewives love to experience. You know, romances with vampires, werewolves, billionaires, pirates, and doctors.
The charming woman was holding a cocktail in her left hand. She looked into Key's eyes for a while and then took a sip.
Did she die?
Key was being slightly rude, but honestly, he just wanted to know the truth.
Yeah, she had a strange cellular degenerative disease. All the money in the world didn't help. They just couldn't get the cellular replication process back to normal.
She took another sip. She was still sad over her aunt's death. Her aunt was a loving woman and someone to look up to. An inspiration disintegrated into the void.
Yeah. Actually, I was working on stuff like that not too long ago. I didn't really figure out a way to solve the issue, but I did attempt it. Maybe I will get back to it sometime. Try and fix the, I started to code.
He was telling a white lie. He was working on a virus that did exactly that. He wanted to torture and dismember people without them having an option to be rejuvenated by modern cell science. He wanted for them to be helpless to suffer till they died. Key's lie wasn't very white.
I am hungry.
Her eyebrows gesticulated that she was displeased.
I invite you to some lamb steak, then, or lamb chops if you wish. Your choice.
His tone was slightly prideful.
Oh no, that is wickedly expensive.
The girl shook her head in disapproval.
It's my treat, baby. I will pay. You are not one of those malnourished vegans by choice, are you? I was sure that those morons died out hundreds of years ago.
He loved the taste and effects of meat, especially if it was lamb or bison, the two most expensive types available in mass production. He had tried a little bit of human meat here and there, but found it lacked the juiciness and flavor.
It's way too expensive, baby. I love meat, but it doesn't feel right. It's just too expensive. I appreciate your generosity and chivalry, but I am not the type of girl who needs to be treated and fooled by a meal. I am simple. I don't need luxury to have a good time.
She didn't mean to be rude or ill-mannered.
Okay, Sasha, we can get something else then, and go over to my place.
Kay smiled. He anticipated he would have sex with her.
Let's get food and go to my place instead.
The girl, like an antelope, jumped right out of the lion's maw.
Sure. But let me go for a swim first while you finish your drink, okay?
Kai wanted to feel the water on his skin. He had a peculiar addiction to an obsession with swimming. He loved to float through the water, feeling himself adapt and change with every stroke, to find the right force to get right through it. Like a spermatozoid in the womb, he would slide from one side of the pool to the other with his movements evolving. Humans were once fish, after all. When Sasha and Key arrived at her place, Key instantly noticed that the house was located in a sunny and quiet place. A few palm trees, bushes, and a neatly trimmed lawn surrounded a pool in the middle of the yard. They knew that a house this luxurious would cost a little fortune. He noticed elements of dark redwood around the roof. Entering the house felt like lurking. Sasha shouted to see if her father was home.
He is probably asleep.
The girl was convinced that her father was napping after a bottle of wine or two.
At this hour?
It was before noon. A little too early for a nap, but not for 2 bottles of wine.
Dad!
The walls vibrated from her shout.
I don't think he is home.
He put the groceries on the kitchen table and parked his ass on one of the chairs.
He is retired and sleeps all day long. He calls it a meditation.
The girl narrowed her eyes, disagreeing with her father's laziness.
Yeah, I am right here, dear.
Your father limped from the guest room with messy hair.
Are you hungry, Dad? We brought food. I will cook for you. What do you say?
Sure, honey.
Dad yawned. His lips were stained with red wine. Key almost mistook the purplish lips as a sign of a failing heart.
Hello?
Sasha's father shook Key's hand. The firm warmth and gentleness of his hand made Key understand why Sasha loved her father. Now he realized that she wasn't like the other girls he fucked. They all were daddy's little girls. Guilt-tortured whores that wanted to feel bad for desiring dick. However, Key, I didn't mind being used in such a terrible way by evil, horny girls. The moment he released the father's hand, he suddenly hoped to never fall in love with his daughter. Kia had been convinced that Violet was meant for him, but now he had started to doubt if that was really true.
A fine day to you, sir.
Key's gestures were minimally witty because of the state of Sasha's father.
I can't wait for you to cook me a tasty meal.
The father stretched, then licked his dry lips and looked around the kitchen for water.
Here.
Sasha passed him the water. She was a loving and caring daughter babysitting her old man. The old man gulped the water down and returned to life.
We bought fish. A trout.
Sasha observed her father. She didn't know if he liked trout, but she did know that he liked fish in general.
Sounds great. Also sounds like a lot of fish bones.
The father preferred meatier and fattier fish with less bone. Too much spitting involved.
So, what did you do today?
Sasha went to work unpacking the groceries.
I was just napping in the other room. I couldn't get the damn bed working last night.
Sasha's father turned to Key.
I bought an antimatter bed the other day, paid for the delivery and all, but turns out they just bring it to your house and they don't put it together. I have no idea how that thing works.
I can try to set it up for you.
Key hated putting furniture together, even more so for a man who would always hold the heart of his daughter in his hands and never give it away to any other man.
Great. You are an angel in times of despair.
The father whistled and dug into one of the cupboards to fish out a bottle of red wine.
I have one of those beds, too.
Kay looked at the bottle.
Wine?
The father sleazily smiled.
Yeah.
He nodded.
And for you, dear, would you like some wine?
Please.
Sasha observed all the products in front of her. Her father didn't have a touch of creepiness in his eyes, so she must have inherited it from her mother. The father poured the bottle into 3 glasses. Everyone smelled the wine and took a sip. The father thought it was fine. Key thought it was slightly dry but fruity tasting. And Sasha thought it was like all wine. She only drank a little bit because she wanted to have her mindset clear for the cooking process. Wine made her feel lazy. Later, they enjoyed a pleasant conversation, more fine wine, and the trout with vegetables. The afternoon turned out just beautiful. Key helped Sasha's father with the bed and got it working. The father cheered that the bed was the best thing in the world. They drank a lot of wine and got real close. Key started to really like and maybe almost love Sasha's father. The father fell asleep on the antimatter bed. The young ones cuddled outside by the pool. It was warm and the wind blessed their souls and bodies in the garden. Key nibbled on her beautiful breasts and slid his hand inside her panties to massage her clitoris. Sasha asked him if he wanted to have sex. Chapter 40. Near the Osaka sewers, which not long ago were famous for an authoritarian underground uprising, lived a neo-Nazi scientist who had purchased a flat at the Pink Alien Apartments. He woke up a little past 9 with artificial bird sounds chirping in his bedroom. He stretched his arms out on the bed. Another night of average sleep had left him stiff. He was trying various poses, putting his hands behind his neck, trying to warm his back with his arms, stretching and bending, but nothing helped his troubling pain. His neck was chronically aching and stiff from working so much every day and often on the weekends, too. He was ruining his health for his curiosity. He wanted to know. A super-evolved ultra-geek who was willing to sacrifice his body for his mind.
The kitchen wasn't rewarded with sunlight during mornings. He sat on a three-legged chair and opened a drawer close to him and pulled out a small package of herbs and some papers. He tore the herbs into little pieces with his fingertips. His nails were a little too long to be considered the picture of proper hygiene for a gentleman, but his nails were clean and well-groomed. He soon rolled up a joint and put the beginning of it in fire. He dragged on the green astronaut. The medicine greatly helped with his neck pain and relaxed his overly active brain with scientific thoughts racing through it like race cars on a speedway. After a few inhales, the race cars transformed into flying cloud-like bicycles with wings. Large purple Buddha-looking elephants rode the bikes, waving at him. He felt like the dude from the antimatter mattress advertisement. It was like sleeping on a cloud. The mattress came with the software simulating the feeling of actually sleeping on clouds if one wished to sleep within a simulation. The science dude smoked half of the joint and put it out in the ashtray. The smoke still danced like savage dragons in the air around him. He fixed himself a bowl of cereal with lactose digestive enzyme-infused milk. He took the treat and walked outside on the balcony where he had a single chair and table. He sat there and ate his breakfast, looking down at the park. He was almost finished and just vibing in the morning sun when his neighbor walked outside on the balcony too. She smiled with her big lips and started watering the flowers. The toxicity of Osaka shouldn't provide the soil or air clean enough for flowers to grow properly, yet her flowers seemed to do just fine. He knew that his flowers, the ones he grew inside a fake fridge, grew just fine too. The only difference was that his herbs were illegal in the jurisdiction of Osaka, but her flowers were allowed with a permit. Both types of flowers were beautiful and both made their owners happy, just in different ways. He greeted the beautiful girl holding her watering can. He kept eating what's still left in the bowl and observed her big tits. Really fucking big milk cannons, natural ones, and of great shape. So damn big, no wonder the flowers loved to grow just to be fondled by those soft things. Her face was quite pretty too. Her eyes were similar to that of a cat, and her hair was nicely groomed, long and healthy. Her nose was just a little bit too big and had a weird shape that didn't really fit the rest of her face. Overall, she looked like a great girl and the scientist liked her. However, she was taken by some alpha named Andy. A dumb, young, but strong male. He was good looking. That much was true, but other than that, he was a useless clown busy with capitalism. Just some useless shit stain who got to suck on those juicy watermelons. The scientist didn't think it was very fair, but really, he cared more for his science.
Girls with big boobs come and go, but science is forever.
The scientist finished his bowl and walked inside. He finished the other half of the joint and connected into a battle royale simulation to waste 4 hours of his life and remember how it felt to be a kid. After that, he would have lunch, smoke more herbs, and look out of the window, meditating with his eyes wide open. He unwound and calmed down. He sat still and watched the world pass by. He stopped time. The day passed. In the evening, the scientist poured himself gin on the rocks. Glass after glass, he slowly but surely got drunk. The man rested his head on the living room table. Next to his glass, under the lamp, drunk, he dreamed of the magnificent juicy tits next door. What a nice pair of tits they were. Chapter 41. Brisk morning air said hello to the little clams covered in sand by the sea in the ex-Scandinavian state. A 10-year-old Viking descendant boy was walking through the salty dunes. To him, the air still seemed too humid, the sand under his feet too damp and rough. He walked through mountains of rusting debris of all sorts. A junkyard had assimilated from what the sea had brought ashore this spring. His father was the owner and main engineer of a lab, a tinker factory right on the beach next to the junkyard, and his uncle was often to be found at sea looking for more junk. The cold northern stream provided plenty of trash to be recycled. The last World War had been real juicy around this area. The boy's uncle had a Geiger counter on the ship crackling away and going off like crazy in some places. There was still plenty of radiation around. However, he didn't mind risking his life. He would just put his antimatter ionizing suit on and dive down for extra goodies. For him, it was worth the risk. The uncle had a peculiar gift of seeing in the dark. He loved the surprise of the sea and the treasures buried on the bottom. He once found an old silicone sex doll with big boobs dressed as a policeman strapped to a wheelchair. The boy made his way through the metal hills of junk just to look at the horizon. The sea was singing her everlasting song. The boy took a chest full of cold air, and when he exhaled, he had become a man. The weather was chilling, but the boy was not bothered by it. For him, the weather was just fine. The junkyard was just fine. The toxicity and radiation of the sea was just fine. The pills he had to take were just fine. The world overall was just fine. Everything was perceived as normal. The brain and epigenome of the child didn't care for any of that trouble. His body would grow naturally, abiding the rules of biology. The boy jumped down from a small cliff and his feet sank into the tough sand. He walked up to the water and saw brown pieces of algae, hundreds of broken seashells, and tiny white bubbles summoned by the beating water. He crouched down and put his palm in the water and played with it. He felt happiness. The beach and water lacked a primal look, perhaps a little too neat and clean. The uncle was often combing the shore so he could instantly notice when something was washed up. The boy stood there and observed the scene. Not a single thing had washed up. Maybe his uncle had already been there before him and collected everything. The boy walked back to the junkyard. He dug around through the stuff there and grabbed a few bits of this and that. He then proceeded to walk into his father's tinkering factory and sat down by one of the empty tables. He welded and hammered, and after an hour, he had made a gun out of the junk he had just collected from the mountains of debris. He held the warm gun in his hands.
Yeah, just give it 2 or 3 days. The brain cells will heal and adjust to the microneuroconnectors. Come in then for a recalibration.
The father saw his child standing there holding a gun, waiting for him to spare a minute. He was just finishing work on a client with a new brain augmentation device.
Okay, how much do I owe you?
The client was getting out of the weird-looking chair.
1,900 kroner, and another 260 kroner tomorrow for the calibration. Just pay everything tomorrow.
The father knew that the guy wouldn't run anywhere with that thing uncalibrated.
Okay, sir. See you in a few days then.
The client put a hat on and left.
And now to you, mister. What did you make there? What is it you were holding in your hands?
He looked at his son curiously, but he already knew the answer.
Can I have a bullet, Dad? Just one.
The boy's eyes were full with hope.
Okay, just don't hurt anything, especially yourself, okay?
The father looked at his son. The crest of intelligence was turning boredom into weapons. The father believed that it was the mere unfolding of epigenetics before him.
Of course, Father.
The boy felt excitement. His senses started to tingle. Life seemed more beautiful suddenly. The sharpness of his vision became keen and relentless. The father handed his son a single bullet and watched him walk outside. He himself turned his attention toward a gardening bot. One of the nearby farms had brought it in. It had broken down. He started fixing it and was hoping to arrange for the uncle to bring it back to the farm later that day. The farmers would have to reprogram it for the required field work. The boy happily ran outside. He looked at the bullet, and it was the most dazzling thing. Flowers nor butterflies didn't stand a chance next to the charm of a bullet. The boy quickly built a robot-like fella from the junk. Just a moment later, he was like a sniper on the ground, observing the robot fiend in front of him. The boy looked at the pale moon above, felt the peace within, and loaded the bullet into his gun. He aimed and felt the recoil of the gun. He saw sparks fly from the chest of the enemy and heard the bullet ricochet. He heard it whistle past his right ear. He felt his heart beat. The boy did not know that he was mirroring his inner self, the code within his cells mirroring reality. The robot was dead. It was killed by a primitive weapon built out of junk. The boy knew that warfare had become a lot more complex than the gun he was holding in his hands. He returned inside to watch his father repair the farming bot. Chapter 42. Hina was playing a zombie simulation game. One of the zombies said to his zombie friend,
I can't believe that guy didn't have a brain. I cracked his skull open, and he did not have a brain inside his bone box. There was nothing, just emptiness.
Yeah.
The other zombie followed the story.
How does one say so many stupid things without a brain?
Ina laughed. A reminder popped up telling her about the doctor's appointment she had scheduled a few days ago. Hina soon left her home to become beautiful again. It would only take 2 weeks for her to metamorphose from a crispy, burnt zombie into a beautiful woman. Chapter 43. Chief Tegesra ran his fingertips across a red velvet armchair by a small table in a tiny library. It was his man cave, possibly the smallest man cave in the world. There was enough space only for a few books, a screen, a sound system, and a few tiny sculptures. He had a single empty glass on the table and a bottle full of booze. A room for alcoholic meditation. A place to find peace and to become one with himself. To poison his mind with fantasies of the past while drinking his beloved devil's water. Tegesara opened the bottle and poured himself a full glass. The drink glimmered on the table. The chief had been part of this rodeo so many times that he already knew the taste of the drink. The bite on the tongue, the warmth in the stomach, the slow dizziness of the mind, and the happy tranquility to come. The very next moment, he had 2.5 bottles of God's favorite juice in his belly. Tegesara, God's favorite child, like a bee, was kissing the nectar from the flowers of Eden. Suddenly, the old man remembered his youth. He remembered driving a car drunk one evening. A neighbor girl had fallen out of a mansion window that day. Tegesara was still young back then, just a kid, really. The day before, he had jumped across parts of the mansion together with the girl as a way to kill boredom. He had a fear of heights. He remembered climbing out of a window that day on a platform, a kind of a rooftop/balcony, and following the young girl who jumped across a gap onto a similar balcony on the opposite side. He remembered how the girl did such an obnoxious thing playfully. Falling meant death. He wasn't sure if the girl thought it was a fun thing to do or an act of bravery. It was a dumb, risky thing after all. Perhaps she was showing off to Tegesara. Perhaps she was trying to duplicate the aloofness of young Tegesara. However, it wasn't that place from which the girl had fallen to her death. The young girl was the daughter of a businessman who become rich by owning an always expanding solar panel manufacturing company. Tegesara was just a horny teenager rejected by most girls, but this one was showing interest in him. The girl who liked him fell to death. She was asking for it, playing stupid games. Now it had become just another twisted memory. He imagined himself standing outside his own body just a few feet away, observing himself sitting in the library, remembering the past. He felt drunk already from such memories. It was only the beginning of his drunken meditation. Tegesara's father was working in the neighborhood fixing up houses and gardens for the rich. He was a man who made work with his hands, just bright enough to start his own company to provide reasonable wealth for his family, young Tegesara included. His father was a large man with a big head. He was bald with thick facial hair. Tegesara's father tried to shave his beard as often as he could, but if one would look closely at his hog-like face, it would become absolutely clear that it was a losing battle. His beard would simply grow back within hours. Luckily for him, his hairy arms would take away the attention from his ugly face. During the summer, when there was no school, the father would take the boy with him to the houses, where he forced him to do work. However, if there were other kids around, he allowed his son to go play. Tegesara had befriended most of the kids, and would spend most days playing with them. One of the children he was playing with was the girl who fell. Now Tegesara remembered her more vividly. She was always acting slightly mentally unhealthy, yet everyone thought she was just spoiled. Her parents knew her best, and they thought that it was in her genes, but Gasara was the only one who saw her demonic side. He remembered her dark, demonic aura. There was a dark entity inside her swallowing her. Tegesara took another sip from the glass and looked at the liquid. He hallucinated sharp teeth reflecting in the liquor. He remembered how the girl dared him to drink from her father's bar. He remembered drinking a few gulps of whiskey and feeling a strange sweat for the rest of the day. It wasn't the first time he had gotten drunk, but it was the first time it had turned dark and surreal. Tegesara remembered the weeping voice of her father calling and explaining her sudden death. A tragedy smashing the poor man's heart. Over the years, Tegesara realized that the weeping father was blind to the fact that his daughter was upside down. The accident happened when they had just finished work and were leaving the rich neighborhood. Young Tegasara was steering the car with a learning license while his father was sitting in the back seat. The local radio stopped the program for a news announcement, informing the audience that in the rich neighborhood, a crime had been committed, a hit and run. Someone had run over a little girl nearby and fled the scene. The radio station announced that the police were looking for a male suspect around the age of 40 with a military-like haircut, wearing dark glasses and a white shirt. The description provided was not far from the regular working-class John Doe. Tegasara still remembered vividly how the man was waving his hand restlessly when they turned the next corner. Tegasara stopped. The stressed man got in the car. There was electricity in the air and the vibe changed. The nervousness in the man's breath triggered an unexpected instinct in both father and son. It was clear that the man was guilty of the crime. The combination of the girl falling to her death, leaving them grim, and the man guilty of running over a child and fleeing the scene, prompted the father to order Tegasara to drive them to a nearby house he was working on. They promised the man to get him out of the neighborhood, but drove him deeper into it. The house had an empty pool under construction at least 4 meters deep with a strange hole at the bottom of it for extra depth. The pool was built from large stones and concrete. One of the stones was loose. And on that night, when young Tegasara removed the rock from its place, he saw a small cave behind it where a snake was feasting on a baby rabbit. Tegasara's father killed the man and buried him under the bottom of the pool. Tegasara sat in the library and gazed at his drink. He didn't know what to make of life or death. They killed a man that day who murdered 2 girls by accident. Tegasara thought about justice, but he didn't seem to understand the concept very well. Chapter 44.
Okay, you little shit. Now tell me, who gave you the code fingerprint distorter? Who gave it to you? And to whom did you sell it, you useless little shit?
Rich was shaking a skinny drug addict violently. His skeleton was clicking and clacking, sending warning sounds that it was about to break. The drug addict was tripping. He started screaming when he saw Ulrich's face turn devilish.
You fucking sack of shit! You're on Killjoyton, aren't you?
Ulrich fingered an antidote from his pocket and rammed the needle into the hippie's neck. Killjoyton was a drug for the poor, mostly for those who wanted to escape reality but could not afford a brain augmentation. It came in the form of pills or liquids. One ingested them orally. Once taken, the visual cortex, in combination with the medial and anterior cingulate cortex, produced a decaying effect of the world. While on the drug, it was possible for one to go as low as hell. Endless internal loathing and external ugliness were promised and easily achieved by the drug consumer. Suicidal depression, psychosis, and manic bipolar syndrome were the most common side effects even months after quitting the drug.
Okay, you little shit. Are you getting off your high? World looks closer to normal now.
The super stallion quickly choked the hippie's neck and released it instantly to assure dominance over him.
The bum quacked! Still gonna eat Killjoyton, are you? How many years have you done it, Derp? How much is there still left of your brain, you punk?
Ulrich was checking if it was worth wasting time with the clown.
15 years now?
The bum announced his achievement with pride.
Pathetic, but also a little bit respectable. Considering the depths of hell you must have attained, buddy.
It's eternally, infernally beautiful.
The bum gazed into the ceiling as if he saw a majestic view of a red sky.
Who gave you the code falsifier? You subhuman scum. I will fucking murder you if you don't give me an answer.
Ulrich punched the hippie in the heart. The poor bum choked on his breath in agony.
A guy named Blue. He asked me to get all sorts of illegal shit for him.
The drug addict confessed to his Lord and Savior Ulrich, the Great.
Give me his identification or contact, and we will be done. You can go back to your trippy, decaying world, and I will go say hello to Blue.
Here.
The lowlife showed Ulrich all the information he had about Blue.
You are so pathetic. Not a hint of pride. Betrayed the one who fed you.
Ulrich was disgusted by the woeful excrement in front of him.
He would have killed me otherwise.
The rotten flower child stared at Ulrich's mercy with crystallized eyes.
I think so. Yeah.
Ulrich threw a few crypto coins on the chest of thy rat. Chapter 45?
Howdy, partner!
The door that Ulrich kicked out of the frame bounced on the floor, making a low dribbling sound. Lou screamed in fear. He was spending his afternoon in a cat girl simulation, enjoying a tea party in the company of cat girls with big boobies conversing about paintings.
No, please don't kill me.
His voice was trembling. The devil himself had appeared in front of him, here to punish him for his sins, and the trading of forbidden software was a deadly one.
Tell me, then, who in the fucking world asked you to get a code fingerprint distortion software? You little shit.
Ulrich was rather calm and expressed himself slowly.
What do you think I have anything to do with fingerprint distortion software?
Blue was shaking. Obviously, he was guilty, but he just could not imagine being caught. He was absolutely sure that there was no way for someone to obtain evidence for his crime.
The AI bot found you tinkering with similar software.
Ulrich lied. He did not have any evidence of Blue ever being close to such code. He had nothing but his instinct and the disloyal drug addict's word for it.
So I am just a suspect, right?
Blue was slithering out of it. He felt wonderful tranquility at the end of the tunnel.
Whom did you sell the code to?
Ulrich walked closer to the young man and gave him a hateful punch. He punched him right in the heart, but just a little too hard, and suddenly he saw Blue's eyes turn opaque.
Well, shit. Fuck me.
Ulrich was equally annoyed by the fact that the kid was dying and by the fact that he had fucked up his chance to find who wanted to kill him. The super cop tried to revive the kid, but it was too late. He felt a numbness in his fingertips. He knew he had gotten a motor cortex virus from the drug addict and probably would have to go back to the lab for an injection. Chapter 46. Key and Violet were kissing the afternoon away. The wind was playing with the purple and pink curtains, and behind the window, large clouds in the form of a young boy and girl with their hands up yelling hooray were slowly losing shape and disbanding behind the horizon.
Hey, baby. Come play a game with me?
A key pushed against Violet's leg.
What game do you want to play?
She wasn't too curious, but if he could offer a fun one, she would definitely join. Therefore, she sacrificed all her attention toward him.
A card game!
He presented an old but clean deck of cards. He showed the front and the back of the box, then opened it and pulled the playing cards out.
Which game do you want to play?
Violet was more interested in role-playing a schoolgirl sucking off the professor or being a naughty stepsister who had a problem only her stepbrother could solve.
Okay, so without looking, I want you to pull 3 cards out of the deck and put them in front of you. I want you to take your time. Feel it within your heart, with your emotions, 3 cards that feel good, and write even if you can't see what they are. Okay? Just don't look.
Okay. I think I want this one. I would like this one.
Violet was trying to feel the cards and pick the ones that appealed most to her. Soon, she had 3 cards in front of her.
Just don't look. I will tell you when.
Key took the deck of cards and felt out 3 of the cards for himself. When he did this, he did not pick the cards that felt right for himself, but ones that aligned more with the vibe and energy of Violet's cards. He picked the cards he thought she might have wanted or would want.
Okay, what now? Can I look at them? Do you want to see them?
Violet was slightly intrigued by the game.
No, don't look. Without looking, I want you to trade one of your cards for one of mine. How about this one?
Key offered the left one he had standing in front of him.
Sure. You didn't look at your cards, did you?
Violet felt skeptical about the deal, but for the sake of learning the game, she agreed.
Okay. Now, would you like to trade for one of my cards?
Key looked into her playful eyes. They were aiming at the card in the middle.
I would like this card.
She said in a childish manner. Violet didn't know the rules of the game, but was already willing to win.
Oh, this card. This card will cost you 2 of your cards.
Key smirked like dog shit hidden in Rosebud.
What? Why? Did you look at your cards? Why do you want 2 cards for that one? You looked at your cards.
Violet looked at Key with a feeling of disappointment.
No, I just like it. It feels good to me. So I want 2 of your cards for it.
He was being fair.
No bueno, mister. You can't have it.
Violet wouldn't agree to a bad business deal. 1 for 1. He was just going for an easy win by fooling her. She knew it. Women just have an intuition for it.
Okay. Can I have that card then?
He tapped with his finger on the card in the middle before Violet.
Ho, ho, ho! You want this one? It will cost you all 3 cards then. Sure!
Violet was almost ecstatic. She was rubbing Key's sleaziness back into his face.
Sure.
Kay quickly took the card from Violet and pushed his 3 cards over to her side.
Okay, what now?
Turn your cards around.
Key gazed on Violet's beautiful hands, flipping the cards over one by one from right to left.
King of clubs, ace of diamonds, 5 of hearts, joker, and 9 of hearts.
Violet was happy. The cards looked beautiful and like a strong hand in any game. She definitely had done well.
Ace of hearts!
Key turned his only card over. Suddenly, Violet realized what it was all about. She felt tricked and cheated. She felt that she had lost her heart to this thief in front of her.
You rigged the deck. You knew my cards. What kind of a game is that even?
Violet protested, but her heart was gone.
Just lucky.
Key smiled, but Violet wanted to cry.
Well then, let's play one more.
The girl wanted to win her heart back.
Maybe later. I want to watch this interview now.
He proceeded watching a simulated interview with his favorite author. An interview he never gave or recorded, but was assimilated by AI and constructed in a simulation. You could pick from a bunch of questions, and the author would walk around the room or sit on the sofa or be animated and answer the selected questions. The author was a weirdo with plenty of humor and mystery. Key liked him quite a bit because a fun time was always promised with him.
Noob.
Violet kept playing with the cards, trying to reconstruct the disappearance of her heart. The boss called and explained that Blue was killed by Ulrich. Key cried a little. Chapter 47.
I can't fall asleep. Getting these weird thoughts again. They just appear. Feels like I am drowning. Feels like I am a child still. Drowning in deep water and my oxygen-deprived brain starts racing. My nerve ends tingle and I just can't. I can't rest. I try to turn off my default network via the psychotherapist prescribed software. But it just doesn't work. I see the visual electrical mechanism turn off, and then fire up in purple and dark green and all sorts of brilliant flickering colors. I see the tabula rasa cage of my mind where thoughts and fantasies appear without substance. I just see the matrix of it. Ready to merge another thought, another image, another suppressed memory. You there? Are you sleeping already, Han?
Ulrich murmured in the dark.
Yeah, I hear you. I am still awake.
She was wasting time in a flower simulation watching the sunset, mediating in the fake beauty of it all. Dear birds and nothing but warm colors.
I don't see the point of it all. I just kill people. What for? I'm just not happy, Hina.
You're feeling down. Don't worry about it. You will rest and tomorrow morning. Everything will be good again.
Ina tried to comfort Ulrich. She didn't really want to invest energy yet another time into the void of his psychological issue unless she really had to.
Tell me how I was brought into this world one more time, please. I'd like to hear the story. You have a nice voice, too.
Ulrich begged.
Your mother was a young girl. Still a child, really. The sky was dark, filled with clouds heavy as whales. She was standing in the mud with bare feet, hopeless and helpless, holding you in her belly. She had to give birth any moment, but there was no place suitable for it. The night was damp and the ground cold and wet. The city was in ruins. There was still warmth falling from the streetlights. A line of tanks rolled past her. There was gunfire in the distance. She started crying. One of the tanks stopped and helped her inside. Soon after, she gave birth to you on one of the soldiers' coats. A kind general, the father of Chief Tegasara, provided her shelter in a small side room of a military base watchtower. He hoped your crying would keep the guards awake.
Heine giggled a little.
What about my father?
Ulrich knew the answers, but he was trying to hear something. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. It was the way Heine said it. It all seemed like a dream to him. Surreal, like fading out of the ever-present sense of reality, like becoming the backseat passenger of an empty car. Driving late at night with headlights on, but no one's behind the wheel. Ulrich believed it was a temporary depersonalization syndrome manifestation.
He probably was a soldier who fell in the war. There are no records whatsoever.
Or what Heine never dared to say, but she allowed the thought in her head, was that the father was a man, soldier or not, who used the circumstances of the chaos. That was war. To rape a young girl.
What about my mother?
Ulrich had imagined the death of his mother thousands of times.
She stepped on a landmine, meant to tear off a leg, but because she was so fragile and young, the explosion killed her. There is no information on where she was going. Perhaps to see your father. We will never know.
And even if they did know, they would not dare to say. They would lie to Ulrich and surround him with a fabricated reality.
Born in a tank, I basically became a soldier with the first breath I took. I am a child of the military.
It's true. A genetically enhanced war baby. An absurd killing machine.
Yeah, and as the psychologist told you, the images of you drowning as a child are just from the pre-mortal stress syndrome. It's you in your mother's belly getting the signals of uncertainty if you'll live.
There was also a paper written by one of the scientists involved in Ulrich's cellular enhancement that speculated his altered genome might have brought forth coding which should have stayed hidden. Ulrich was the symbol of a blind warrior with keen eyes.
The world is a strange place.
Ulrich wanted to ask why the world was a strange place, but he knew that he was just a piece of meat. A blob of energy doing its thing just like any other life form. He knew he was small, just like his mother's body torn to pieces by the explosion with blood soaking into the ground. He just couldn't calm his nerves or his shaking heart to be at rest that night.
It is all right. It is just the way life is.
Hina really didn't want to go on a space flight to recognize how tiny she was. Now that she was pretty again, she just wanted to be herself. She wanted to enjoy social life, even if she had grown aloof over the years and disconnected from others long ago. She had been floating in zero gravity forever. Alone.
I will go for a beer. Do you want me to bring you something?
Rich was getting out of the bed. He was about to take a little selfish introversion milking ride. The whole universe was about to appear inside his head.
No, I will try to sleep. Please be silent when you come back.
Heine rolled over onto her side. Ulrich looked at Heine's hair and silky back. He then jumped into his sweatpants, a hoodie, and a pair of kickers. Ulrich walked to a close-by bar and sat there watching a war game replay. The Mexican Huertas were absolutely dumpstering the Sydney Spiders, but they got too cocky in the end game, and the Australians boomeranged themselves into victory. It was a common tactic used by the Islanders that worked like a charm. Ulrich drank 4 beers and returned home. Ulrich quietly relaxed next to Heine. He still had plenty of time to get sleep, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that he felt happy from all the beer. He enjoyed the bubbling in his brain and the warmth in his belly. He found peace within, a tranquility any living being would envy. His life was all right. Chapter 48.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be reasonable. The last thing we need is another war. Science and philosophy. Ladies and gentlemen, is there really no other way to solve this crisis? Are you, the leaders of this world, out of your fucking mind?
Key's father, Cage, put extra emphasis and disbelief on the fucking part. He was standing on the podium of the World Peace Organization. The large hall echoed every word he said and translated it into every known language. The summit was held in a large, beautiful building built in the Judgin-style architecture style.
Leaders.
People of the world, do we really need to end the lives of innocent people in acts of violence? Can't we just end our own lives in an agreement? Let's all just swallow little black pills. Each and every one of us just takes a little neat pill and dies.
How about that? Or we could dress up in armor and use blunt weapons to smash each other's heads in a coliseum. I believe many of you would make great gladiators. Or we could just sit around a big bomb, holding hands and singing songs and watch it tick down and then boom. We all are dead. My point is, there are so many ways, so many things we could do before we send 100 billion people into certain death. The price of destruction will be extremely high, for the life we know with all the comforts we have will fade. We will literally destroy our civilization without a chance to ever recover. The times of a few blind commanding the dumb into certain death is over. Why is it that we are still so extremely primitive?
But no one wanted to hear it all. The politicians in control were sponsored by fearless people who wanted to protect their culture and economy, their technologies and way of life. They did not care for the unlucky subbreed and their existential problems. Endless hate separated them, and it was true. Some were way above mortals, gods among men, altruistic, angry gods who did not mind punishing and killing lesser egotistical creatures. The intelligent enjoyed their very own personal sunset. A famous philosopher a decade ago had published a paper in social psychology on how being an altruistic society with the capability and intelligence of such behavior was doomed by itself if it would allow selfish outsiders to infiltrate and rot the system away like corrupt parasites eating the fruits of paradise. Mr. Cage was aware of the published work and he understood the scientific truth and value of it. He believed that with more work, a lesser evil was possible, but the crowd wanted to see what was behind the Crimson Theater curtains.
So, what do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Do we kill ourselves? Ruin our peace and civilization as we know it? We certainly aren't great leaders if we cannot solve this problem in any other way but with violence. So, we might as well be the first ones to die. I have no doubt that we are absolutely replaceable. I think of you as cowards, ladies and gentlemen. Foolish cowards. And your weakness disgusts me. I can understand your greed and selfishness, your urge to protect what's yours. But I do not dare to doom this world and declare, "To hell with it!"
Mr. Cage cleared his throat.
Every 2 years, on the day we elect the leaders of the New World into the World Congress, the suicide rate spikes up 30%. People actually experience a depressive state just by imagining the future that is about to be unveiled. There hasn't been a single election without these numbers peaking. And it is mostly people who are interested in politics that become disappointed, depressed. Why? Because you cannot offer change. So let's change the world, dear leaders. Let's change it one more time and for the better. Improve it, not purge it. Let's build a beautiful monument of peace to celebrate today. Let's celebrate that we did not start a global war. A place of water and marmor, and a little bit of gold too. We have the science to become a better civilization. We need to stay on the right track and keep discovering more about ourselves. We cannot afford destruction and degradation. People of the planet, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of the world, let there be peace.
Mr. Cage ended his speech. There was plenty of applause. He already expected people to be complimenting his speech just as much as he expected people to stick to their ideas and roll on with aggressive ideas and a possible war as if his speech had never happened. Words rarely change the world. Cage knew this. Mr. Cage walked down from the stage and sat down in his seat while the applause still rang loudly through the hall. It soon started to wane, just like Cage's speech from the leaders' minds.
Nice speech, but I don't think it will work. They will just keep pushing for what they have decided upon. These cowards will think you are a little bit nuts, a little unwell in the brain, for suggesting a mass suicide for world peace.
A fellow leader in the next seat smirked, blinking his shiny eyes. Mr. Cage remembered all the things he could have said but forgot about. He could have mentioned the size of the known universe and how tiny and irrelevant they were and talked about all the things that were yet to come. Humanity was just a bunch of tomatoes soaking in their own juices, blind to the greatness of it all. Just a tiny bug stuck in a piece of amber. The next leader speaking after Mr. Cage filled everyone with rage and Mr. Cage with sadness. He plainly activated everyone's sympathetic nervous system, dragging the world into doom. People cheered as he promised acts of violence. Ah, the brute one. The intelligent man felt loneliness and a void deep inside his gentle soul. The world can't be undone. Their biology and simpleton brains were built that way. They are blind, they are deaf, and neither song nor play will change it. They cannot see themselves in the mirror, the people of the world. They cannot see themselves from the other side of the mirror. If only an alien life form would have searched for a tiny spaceship leaving a planet. Just by predicting a semi-intelligent life form with the capability of doing such a curious thing, they could have saved our kind, but would aliens really cross light years of the universe just to say don't? Chapter 49? The sun warmed the northern meadows of Dianai with brilliant light. Violet complained to Key about her headache from too much sun. They were cruising through the countryside of automatized farmland with nothing but bots and robots guarding away, grooming the mesmerizing and volatile scenery. A convertible car and fresh air seemed like a decent idea in the morning, but the sun kept relentlessly burning away on the couple. Their brain augmentation sensors were suggesting multiple health hazards because of the heat and radiation provided by the toxic environment. Their mood lifted when they drove past a bear farm and the bears chased after the car. The two youngsters felt an adrenaline rush. Their hearts pumped in excitement because the hairy cousins ran after their car behind a fence for at least 500 meters. The two kids laughed like fools because they weren't really sure if the bears were friendly or were interested in eating them.
It's the first time I have seen a bear.
Violet almost screamed from excitement.
It's my first time, too.
Key was absolutely thrilled. The farmland soon turned into hills, then cliffs. Key drove down the road that stretched like a snake and then stopped at a parking lot built to relax in the shade with water, seats and tables, electricity, and the internet. Key grabbed a pickaxe out of the back of the car. He walked a few hundred steps away from the parking lot that stretched along a cliff, holding the pickaxe in his hands. Violet accompanied him, carrying a bottle of cranberry juice.
What are you doing exactly?
She had no clue. Key had just invited her to a picnic, but it looked like the picnic was turning it into a coal mining party.
This place was once known as Jerusalem. I wrote a tiny AI script that went through our nearby locations for the most improbable places to be touched by the human race. And these rocks came up, well, just a few centimeters behind these rocks, to be exact.
Key started hammering away at the rocks in front of him. After a few strikes, he saw a tiny metal nugget glimmering in the blazing sun.
What is that?
Violet could not wait.
It looks like a golden penny.
Key held the piece of money in his hand and observed it keenly. It was a flawless little thing and very unlikely to be found. A golden penny. Key didn't even know they existed. Pennies were long gone now. Kind of felt that it was worthless, an ancient piece of metal, yet striking a wall of rock in a place provided by an AI was rewarding, mystical, and satisfying.
What the hell?
Violet thought it was totally cool.
I don't know. Just lucky?
Key observed the golden coin for a minute, then flipped it around and scratched it with his thumb.
No, you are not just lucky, Key.
There was anger and contempt in Violet's tone.
What do you mean?
You are doing that thing again.
What thing?
Key pretended to be a dancer in the dark.
Fucking with reality. I don't know how to explain it. You are doing weird things that don't make sense. How did you fool me to give you the only playing card that mattered the other day? How do you randomly strike a rock in the middle of nowhere and find a golden coin?
She was getting mad and was on the verge of crying.
I'm just lucky, really. Well, and I helped me to find this golden penny.
Key tossed the coin to Violet. She caught it in her beautiful hands.
But how do you come up with stuff like that? You are unlikely lucky. Why would you even look at the world that way?
Violet looked at the shiny round coin gleaming in her hand.
I don't know, bored, I guess. I just want the world to be more than it is. And it is more than it seems. Always has been.
Key walked up to Violet and gave her a peck on her angry pink cheek and hugged her tightly for a moment or two. The two of them walked a path up the rocks to the very top of the cliff, and when they reached it, they observed the brilliant beauty of the horizon. It was the most beautiful day. Birds in the distance sang a song, and so did Violet. Key did not know she could sing. It was a simple song, but her voice was pure.
I am pregnant, Kay.
She confessed in pain.
What? Are you joking?
The boy's heart felt a shock as if it had just been torn out and tossed in a freezer full of ice cream.
I am not joking. No, I am really pregnant, Kay.
That's cool. I love you. I just don't think I am ready for a baby.
A young man could not imagine spending his whole life with a girl like Violet. He loved her like he loved any other girl.
I know about you sleeping with other girls, but I loved only you.
Tears glinted in the endless blue sky as they fell on the ground.
I will stop. You will be my girl.
I just want to be free. I don't want your lies.
Violet took 2 steps closer to the edge and jumped off the cliff. Her face slowly fading away from Key's vision. Time stopped for Key. There was nothing he could do. Violet was falling to her death. Key's heart filled with pitch black terror, he started running down the path, and tears started running down his cheeks. His heart pumped pure sadness. There was nothing he could do. What a perfect day it was, with an endlessly blue sky and chunky white clouds. Kay raced back to the bears in despair. He jumped over the fence and hoped to be torn apart into little pieces by them. The bears, in confusion, walked up close to him and watched him cry. One of the bears ran up to him and playfully started cuddling and playing with him. It didn't even cross their loving minds to kill the intruder. They were so tame and bred to be cuddly. One of the bears put his large paw around the boy and gave him a kiss. Chapter 50. Only 3 hours after Violet's suicide, Tegasara arrived at the scene and was amazed by the rocky farmland. The day was still young and beautiful, but now slightly too hot for Tegasara's taste. He kept wiping his sweaty forehead. His shirt was all soaked in the hot sun, sticking to his back like a small bedsheet Judas's goat had pissed on. He observed the dead body in the shade napping on the hard rocks. The skull fracture was freakishly dismembering the beautiful girl into an ugly thing. Part of the hair was bloody, and part of the Sara's heart was shattered. Such a beautiful girl dead on the ground and for nothing. He felt sadness, he felt grief. He was unsure of what else he felt, but it was not a good feeling. It was a silent whisper that wept in his head, for things shouldn't be this way. A police van arrived, and out of it rolled a little robot on wheels that scanned the surrounding area with lasers. Like a little white bird, the drone buzzed up in the sky with lasers scanning everything in sight. The tiny thing could locate murder weapons, blood, and irregularities. It also compared the information with an ever-updating database. The machinery declared a 99.99 suicide probability after just 4 minutes of data analysis.
Take the girl away. Load her up in the van. Take her to the morgue for paperwork. Let the relatives know of her death.
Tegasara watched the girl being picked up on the stretcher and carried away. He looked at the remaining blood on the rocks. He lit a cigarette and inhaled the dragon. He didn't smoke regularly. The old chief had made a deal with himself to smoke 1 cigarette every time a pretty girl committed suicide. He stood there smoking the little shit stick, poisoning himself with it. The smoke clawed the old bastard's eyes out of his skull. He took the discomfort with a cold grimace. Perhaps resting a flower on the girl's deathbed would be more soothing, but he would look weird walking around with flowers. A stinky cigarette was assumed to be a more acceptable thing than a flower by the people of the world. Tegasara finished the cigarette and climbed into his vehicle. He went back to the police station where they held Key. He grabbed a water for himself and one for the boy and invited Key into his office. Key sat there with his chin down, his eyes filled with shadows.
So, what happened? Tell me what happened today.
Tegasara relaxed in his chair and opened the water bottle. He drank half of it and put it on the table. The young man hadn't mumbled a word yet, so Tegasara opened the drawer of his table and took out a glass and a bottle. He poured himself a drink. He took a sip, then another one, then a third one. After that, he asked Key if he wanted a glass too.
I am fine. Never mind. Please pour me a glass too.
Key watched Tegasara put another empty glass on the table and fill it generously.
Come, tell me what happened today.
The old man coughed out.
She told me she just wanted to be free. Nothing more. I guess things were building up inside her and I didn't notice. She's my girl, but I didn't love her the way she loved me, I think. I had other girls. And this one killed herself today. It's just so sad and stupid. I feel like shit.
Kai didn't feel like talking. He was feeling too bitter. He now hated Tegasara for the type of man he was. Key's egoism had murdered a beautiful girl. He felt guilt.
So you were polyamorous?
Tegasara watched the juice dance in his glass.
I don't even know what I am, Chief.
Key took the glass in his hand, sniffed the liquid, and drank the whole thing in one go.
Don't get too drunk.
Tegasara now was worried that the kid might be suicidal, too.
Don't worry, I won't kill myself. There wasn't a hint. I couldn't have imagined she would do such a thing. Not a single thing.
Key's look didn't leave the ground. He could not believe that Violet was gone. He could not believe that she committed suicide. He could not believe that it was his fault.
It was a video of you running into a bunch of bears suggests otherwise. That is, unless you expected them to cuddle you.
Tegasara spat out the rather inappropriate joke, but it didn't hurt Key's feelings one bit.
In fact, it was the first time in his life that he felt a numbing depression. Grief.
It was just a thing it was a moment. I didn't know what to do. I felt heavy and weird. I wasn't myself doing that.
This is yeah, I've seen that quite a bit during my career.
Tegasara lied. He had seen it in fiction, but never ever experienced such manic behavior during his career. This was the first time in his career on a day so hot with the sun was dripping down like honey.
Must be quite a thrill.
He just fired out words without a care or thought. He didn't feel like talking. He didn't feel like the world and living at the moment. He wanted to go home but was unsure of what to do. Maybe he would try to cry a little, then a lot. He kind of did love Violet just like he loved any other girl.
I'm used to it. It is always sad to see a beautiful girl die young, but they do commit suicide quite often, I have to tell you, because of how they are especially emotional at that age. The feelings overwhelm them, and they end up doing a stupid thing like that. It's a shame, really.
Tegasara said,
if only there was an omnipotent God who would protect a girl like that. And a hell for those who do not want to suffer life.
The booze was numbing Key's overwhelmed, confused mind.
It's such a waste when a young girl dies. Everyone is at loss.
Tegasara finished the glass.
Am I free to go?
Kay was done.
You're free to go. Just promise me not to do anything stupid.
Tegasara showed him the door. Kay left. Chapter 51. People wearing colorful costumes filled the streets. They were dressed mostly as animals, but also as mythical creatures and figures from history and entertainment. Loud music played and laughter vibrated in the air. Then Carnival was blasting the city into full throttle. Somewhere in the distance, a man roared Gamingu. Gamingu. In a lame Japanese accent. Key heard the sound of a radio being tuned. It screeched across the sky way too loud for it to be reality. Not a single person in the crowd reacted to the distortion. Crows spurred against the gray sky. Key's heart started throbbing, dancing and spinning as if on the tip of a sharp knife. He started making his way through the colorful mass of people that now appeared like an insane phenomena swallowed and spat out by nature itself. Reality shattered into an obscene place, falling apart with tiny pieces evaporating and the rest becoming goo. Key got out of the crowd and ran toward the shore. He made his way through alleyways. His body felt heavy. The disoriented young man barely escaped the green claws of flowery monsters much bigger than a human being. When Key reached the beach, he started pulling off his clothes. He turned around to see shadows chasing him. He trembled, unsure if they were wishing him good or evil. He ran into the water and started swimming. Hey! The water was cold and his heart was beating like an angry creature trying to break out of its cage. He swam for the longest time, and even if reality became gray and blue and thin as a string of silk, he did not stop. A single thought he had in his brain was to swim so far as to feel the point of lowest stamina, to be enlightened. His idea was to run out of strength without a way back ashore. Finally, far away from land in the deep wide ocean, he stopped swimming and started gasping for air. The water felt boiling hot on his skin, and reality suddenly started to feel sluggish and slow. A large wave covered him, and he saw shiny water above his head. Key woke up from the strange dream. He was late and had to get ready for Violet's funeral. He got up, washed himself, and put on a dark suit. Existence felt shallow. He attended the funeral. The coffin was closed, might as well have been empty. Violet was gone. Not that she would miss out on the endless pile of trash that was humanity. And yet Key was the reason for her death, like an evil eye in heaven looking down on paradise. Violet's father wept the whole ceremony. There were tears in Key's red eyes at least twice during the whole thing. Everyone there felt endlessly helpless. The coffin was put into the fire and the ceremony ended. Violet's once pulsing body was now all vapor and ashes. It was crazy how such a complex chemical process full of code and assimilated atoms sparked up and came to life in the immensely vast space and then violently disappeared. The story of wonder ended in tragedy. Few strings played were those of joy. When T got home, he was laying on the bed thinking of the girl. He used his brain augmentation intuition to play and interact with her ghost only to make himself feel a darker pain. He used an AI automatic song composer that used data from Violet's files singing about her eyes the way they were. The simulation even used random words in every voice. Kia kept pressing the sadder tone option. He ended up with the saddest tune possible with the emulated voice of Violet saying gentle random things about what once was. He went to the bathroom and got the girl's dirty thong. The weeping boy held it in his hands and breathed it in. He missed her. Tears ran down his cheeks and soaked into Violet's dirty panties. Ki couldn't stop crying. Chapter 52. It was infinitely dark behind the window. The black sky didn't allow the sleazy moon to lick the tasty earth's crust. Dim lights and 4 candles on the kitchen table provided a romantic ambience. Key's mother, Atsui, had just finished showering and was sitting on the sofa rubbing her wonderful legs with extra silky skincare cream. Her airy bathrobe allowed her large breasts to hang out, making Mr. Keiji's mustache tingle and his mood extra spicy.
The meat is almost ready, honey.
He was partly stirring the ground bison meat full of flavor and herbs and partly looking at his wife's legs and tits. He was a shorter man and his wife was a slightly taller woman. She had the spark of an Amazonian woman. If she wanted to, she could grab Cage by the throat and lift him up, push him against the wall, and fuck him straight. All that while wearing a schoolgirl uniform, of course.
Great, baby. I am almost ready here, too.
She was finishing up with her legs and rubbed the leftover cream on her chest right between her melons.
I will add the pasta in a second, dear. Come have a sip of wine. It's fantastic.
His wife obeyed his command and walked over to take her glass. She lifted it from the table gently with her moisturized fingers.
It does have a fantastic aroma, like fruits and berries. Where did you get it?
She pulled her most beautiful nose out of the glass. It was strange how wonderful she was. Flawless. Nothing crooked or of awkward form. Just a beautiful woman in the purest sense. No wonder Key attracted to so many pretty girls having identical mitochondrial DNA with his mother.
It was a gift from a journalist. I gave him an interview on the latest development of the crisis, and he thanked me with this wine. Well, cheers to us, baby. Cheers to your beauty, you wonderful, enigmatic queen.
Cage got close to his wife. He could feel her nipples press against him and smell the fragrance of the cream between her breasts and the wine. It all danced up his nostrils.
To us, for we aren't like the others.
Atsui indicated that the two of them were better than all the other people. And it was true. Not only romantically, they were a loving couple even after 25 years of marriage, but also in terms of their careers and intellect.
Do you want to sit in the library and read for a while after dinner?
The music was all right in the library, but Cage hadn't figured out yet how to turn the music off in the living room so that it only played in the library.
It felt like a minor problem, like an echo in the other room, but it was one of the things he had to fix.
Oh, not at all, love. I would love to spend the evening by the table with you, just talking and watching the candles burn.
Mitsui was all wet just from her man offering the sacrifice of sitting in the library and reading books with her. It was obviously her favorite thing in the world.
Oh, yes. Let me just finish the meal then, baby.
He kissed his wife on the cheek.
You know, I worry about Key. His girlfriend just killed herself and he is all alone. Maybe we should be with him right now. Maybe he needs us. I'm worried he might do something stupid if he is feeling too depressed.
Atsui expressed herself in a depressed tone like a dying black swan.
Oh, he will be fine. That boy won't kill himself. He is the smartest thing in the world, and he is busy and responsible for countless things in the government. He is too important and too aware of it to do such an absurd act. I am absolutely sure he will be fine. Don't worry about it one bit.
Love, trust me. He just wants to be alone now and grieve, and soon.
Cage added the boiled pasta to the ground meat and started stirring and mixing the two together.
Well, if you say so.
She took a mouthful of fine red wine and swallowed it. She liked the warmth in her empty stomach only wine could give birth to. Baby's mother also believed that it was the secret of her beautiful body, especially those juicy milk cannons that had quite possibly made Key one of the smartest boys on the planet.
Do you like the wine?
The man smiled. He first met Atsui while on an excursion to a winery. He went to a big house with an even bigger wine cellar and grapes growing up to the horizon, all owned by Atsui's family. To entertain the visitors, Atsui stomped the fresh grapes to juice with her feet. Cage saw her large breasts loosely bounce around while galloping in the bath of wine, and he was hypnotized for life.
Oh, yes. It is quite all right.
She watched Cage put the meal on a plate and serve her. It looked highly appetizing. Thunder crashed behind the window. Heavy rain started falling.
So, what are you reading now?
Cage sat opposite her at the dinner table and observed the food in front of him. He didn't try the food, not before he had a sip of wine to cleanse his palate.
Nothing special, really. It is about a young girl that is being seduced by a fool. He spends the last of his money on a beautiful necklace. It's kind of an upside-down story, because he is clumsily trying to make the girl fall in love with him. He would just have to be himself and it would all work out. But he is trying to please the girl in ways she doesn't even want to be pleased in.
Atsui liked the food. It was still very hot.
I would do the same thing. I would buy you a diamond with my last money to show you how much I love you.
Cage made his wife laugh. She was sure he would keep the diamond for himself once purchased. He would wear the earrings or a necklace. She could not stop laughing from imagining her husband wearing 2 shiny diamond earrings. Atsui held her mouth shut with her hand.
What? You don't believe me? I really would.
Of course, honey.
She continued with the meal.
Darling, do you think I should write an autobiography? Am I one of those men? What do you think? Would someone really care to read it? Has my life been worth telling? I hope it wouldn't come off as self-promotion or as if I was needy for attention.
Cage was really in doubt when it came to a thing like an autobiography. He took his self-image seriously.
If you are willing to put such an effort into it, to create a lovely piece of literature, I think you should do it. I only can't understand why you would want to share your private life with everyone else.
Atsui finished her first glass with still plenty of food left on the plate.
Is something wrong? You never drink your wine that fast.
Cage poured another glass. Like a wonderful ruby, the liquid glimmered in the candlelight.
It's Key. I am worried about him. I feel sad. It's a tragedy and in his world. He probably loved Violet a lot. We shouldn't really let him suffer through grief like that alone.
She looked down and played with her food. She reminded Cage of an extremely beautiful nun. There was something divine about her face, her eyebrows and nose, and the way she had enhanced it all with a little makeup.
She looked like God's greatest gift to man, so sinful and mistrusting to the opposite sex that she had promised herself to the ghost himself, suffering from it every moment and cheating her pain away with sweet wine.
The boy will be fine. I understand your worries, and it is certainly hard for him emotionally right now. I talked to him and he said he will be fine, so there is nothing to worry about.
Cage believed that if alcohol had numbed the soul, one would be able to suffer through grief. The risk of becoming an alcoholic was one of the past. Ochrysdopa was a known drug that was used to cure alcoholism within a period of 1 week. It blocked the craving hormones and fired off extra dopamine neurons to create a tranquility in the brain which was once set off balance by too much booze.
I hope so. It's just my inner voice. You know I am a mother and I couldn't. I wouldn't want my child to suffer at any point. I don't even know how to help him other than being there for him. Did he tell you why Violet killed herself?
The next bite tasted heavy like lead.
Jealousy. But it was quite unexpected and unpredictable for him. He said he was playing around with other girls, and that Violet, once he found out, had an extreme reaction to it.
Cage was munching on the pasta surrounded by spices and ground meat, a Russian recipe his grandmother had taught him.
He probably feels terribly guilty now. I don't want him to feel guilty. Poor boy.
Like a sad swan, the mother couldn't help herself but to feel miserable, for her child was in pain.
He should have just stuck to one girl, but understandably he didn't, because there is no one as brilliant and beautiful as his mother.
Cage put his hand on his fingertips. His smile was loving but out of place. He was a love zombie, unaware of the tragedy of those who did not find true love in life. Yet somehow he helped his wife to split the burden. He helped her carry the heavy cross of guilt. Nothing but sin to the horizon with the setting sun and cold winds blowing.
Yes, but that is no reason to commit suicide. Stupid girl. I knew it when I first saw her. She was too manic, up and down, and then suddenly she kills herself.
Actually, blame the sin, not the sinner.
Come, baby. Let's just relax. Come, I will help you relax. Come, I will massage you, and you will feel better.
The tipsy husband opened another bottle of wine, lit another pair of candles on the table opposite the sofa, and grabbed lavender oil from the bathroom.
The meal was excellent. I love you a lot.
Sue was falling into a trance on the sofa while Kagi massaged her worries away. They made love right there on the sofa. Rain and thunder did not bother the couple, passionately kissing each other's necks all night. Chapter 53. Captain Alex Babayev introduced Ulrich Natter to the underground military base of Cyber Soldiers United.
Pleasure to have a legend like you, Ulrich, on our side. Definitely makes us believe that the war shall be quick and of high efficiency.
The captain walked through the large hangar and, with pride, pointed at all the stuff they had stored there.
Oh! I am happy to be here. Even though I haven't been to a single real military mission yet, I do feel excited.
Ulrich confidently ran his fingers through his steely hair.
I am sure you will be the best. No one, and I mean no one, can get on your level. Not even remotely. You are way above any human soldier out there. Let me show you some of the bots we have ready to be rolled out in the upcoming mission. Here, these are the cyber soldiers that were worked on for 250 years. Not only running on nuclear antimatter cores, but also with the capability to restore energy from various sources. A perfect killing machine that will take out the maximum targets possible in the given time frame. They can jump, run, climb, shoot, tear apart, use explosives, and so on. Night vision and thermal optics included. Facial recognition and the possibility to change objectives during a mission. They can be manually controlled or use 200 pre-written programs. From attacking to defending to carrying ammunition or the wounded are available.
Pious pride glimmered in the soldier's eyes. He thought those were the most wonderful toys in the world.
You seem to be enjoying these weapons quite a bit. Is that so?
Ulrich had an intriguing smile on his lips. He was happy for the man of war.
Oh yes, these machines are perfect. In every way I have done training missions, and they are so much better than any human soldier. Humans are weak. Machines are not. Fire. I really get going when I feel things their way. Fun fear, no clumsy actions, just eternal perfection bringing death. Oh baby, those things are insane.
The killing robots made him ecstatic.
Now I can't wait to learn about them and try out a mission with them too.
Ulrich wondered what an experience like that would feel like.
Come, I will show you our newest warrior bots then, the sexiest thing out there.
Captain Babiev was already drooling from the fantasy alone. He walked to a section of the hangar with nothing but shiny, metallic, robotic wolves.
Damn! They look fear-inducing. And beautiful.
Ulrich loved how sexy those things looked. Nicely polished and without a single scratch. He thought they looked even more perfect than the cyber soldiers he was introduced to just a moment before.
These are the Devil's Hounds, or just black wolves. They are used to clear any building within seconds. They are smaller and a lot faster than other bots. They do not have a cooperative mode yet. They work as a pack in a set mission. Perfect killing machines.
They do look extremely impressive.
Ulrich Natter could not believe that man had created a copy of a wolf pack. Inspired by the bird, he had made a plane. Inspired by a firefly, he had made a chopper. And now, inspired by a wolf pack, he had made the perfect killing machines.
Oh, just wait to see them in action. Those things are so wild and fast. It's like black water flowing up the stairs and clearing floor after floor within seconds. Imagine these things released inside the enemy's government headquarters. Everyone would be dead within a minute.
I see.
Ulrich was petting one of the dogs like one would pet a Doberman. He imagined that the wolves had all the possible sensors, hacking devices, antimatter lasers, and EMP. Bombs built into them and were coded by AI testing to achieve harmony. The howling symphony of death came to his mind.
I hope we get to use these babies real soon.
Beviev had a weird omen visible in his eyes. A nervousness, a strange loathing. He wanted to gamble with death and see war. Chapter 54. Tegasara got home and he did feel tired. Tired from life. Tired from carrying the heavy load of life. Tired from work. And what else was there but to take a swim in the bottle? The nectar of joy, knock out the sympathetic and turn on the parasympathetic nervous system. The lies, he told himself, surrounded and danced around him like little dwarfs with their heads on fire, screaming in agony. He had vodka in boxes. It had gotten so bad. Quality was swapped for quantity long ago. Heavy drinking. The ethanol rider was his favorite superhero, defeating evil brain cells. What else was there but to slacken in his little room and to immerse himself in virtual reality? A made-up world so much more crisp, brisk, and wonderful than the rotting shithole behind the walls that kept him warm at night. His favorite digital illusion was a simple bot reading a book in a peaceful garden with sun rays kissing it through the trees with birds singing and wind blowing. He loved to sip on booze and just hang out in the virtual garden with that beautiful girl dressed in white. The girl had bare feet and was reading him a selected book. Her beautiful voice, the atmosphere, the artificial beauty, and the necessity of it all was half the deal. That day, he also connected and loaded up the peaceful summer garden and listened to the wonderful voice of a woman he never knew sitting there swaying in a swing and reading away. Degasero would relax there in the fake grass. I felt, oh, so real. He observed little ants and bugs just as unreal walking by. He was addicted to the simple peace radiating from the machine, reading works of human art. Degasero loved literature about fishing and adventure. Most modern stuff contained either dirty low-life romance or crime, and he could not carry the weight of either on his strained shoulders. The reading bot itself was an old version, something that had aged insanely quickly within just a few decades. These days, I could construct the books into actual experiences that could be enjoyed from the perspective of any hero, protagonist or antagonist in real time, or one could, of course, select the option to be a neutral bystander. Just a random mute person watching one guy from a biker gang crack the skull of another dude with a crowbar, leaning in closer to observe that prison rape scene, watching one inmate penetrate the other. Hell, vampire sex scenes were the most watched and popular. Housewives all over the world would lean in, repeat the scenes in slow motion, and rub their vaginal lips cherry red over these strange voyeuristic pleasures. Suddenly, he noticed a strange vibration and lag in his plastic realm. Chapter 55. A week later, Tegasara and Ulrich were sleeping in 2 beds next to each other, side by side. A doctor with large black glasses woke them up from an artificially induced coma. They groaned and moaned in pain, but they did not feel weak.
Gentlemen, welcome back to cruel reality.
The doctor stood in an underground bunker hospital designed by the Special Police Forces. The air was thick and synthetic. The walls, boring and noise-absorbing. The doctor was used to the place, which was reminiscent of a dark morgue. Effortlessly, he presented a smile to his patients. Like a mummy awoken from a 3,000-year sleep. Ulrich was grunting. He was unsure what reality was, but he did have vague memories about it. With half-opened eyes, he glanced over to Tegasara waking in the hospital bed next to him.
Oh, no need to speak, gentlemen. Just nod if you can understand what I'm saying.
The doctor had an energetic tone and seemed to be in a rather positive mood.
I can hear you.
Ulrich said with a heavy breath. He looked over at the chief and saw him gesture with his hand that he was awake and could understand what the doctor was saying.
Well, remember today, because today's your 2nd birthday, my friends. You were almost killed by a cyber-biological attack on your brains. But do not fear. We not only cured and fixed everything, but will restore you to feel and be at full strength shortly.
The doctor was ecstatic. He was literally radiating sunshine around his body. Like a saint.
What happened?
Ulrich patiently roared, reminding the doctor of a yawning lion.
Someone hacked into Desara's brain, augmentation, and infected it with a virus that interconnected with Ulrich's brain, augmentation, and started using your own brain cells to build stuff to destroy your cells violently. Took us a freaking week to restore every single cell-coding mechanism and get rid of the virus. It started close to the motor cortex and made its way to the core, to the center of your brain. You were almost killed.
The doctor wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Ulrich.
Who?
He tried to swallow, but his throat was dry.
We do have a clue. It's likely the same guy who probably wrote Dante's Trap. We have one suspect.
The doctor revealed.
You see, it's horrible. Whoever made that thing needs to pay for his crimes and sins. He has hurt people in the most unthinkable of ways.
Ulrich had been in simulations of the Dante's Trap during his Special Forces training. He had not known hell before that damn thing was loaded into his skull. He called it the nastiest thing known to humankind in the modern age. Ulrich remembered being locked in his head, seeing seemingly real people in real places because it activated the brain part responsible for the sensation of reality itself. Then, it used the default brain network to create a world that couldn't be walked out of. Coroners would repeat the same thing. Walking out of the room would put you back into the same room with other people stuck there. Just like the victim trying to figure out a way of the trap. Once able to find a cue, like an element of the past or a pattern within the trap, the scene or room was slightly changed. It felt like a sweet release, as if one was getting ahead and out of it, when in fact, Dante's Trap was just readjusting the cage. If the victim became tired or full of fear, the world started to fall apart, stressing the poor mind into depressive and miserable states. The whole system locked out the attention brain compartments and kept the poor victim forever cycling in made-up rooms and places, while the brain itself got damaged, the body dehydrated and starved of nutrients. It was a nasty hell and a death sentence unless you were saved by someone. When the cyber virus first came out, it took years until people figured it out. The comatose, trapped individuals were a heavy burden for hospitals and families. Meanwhile, the victim was enduring brain-damaging hell. Myths of a new world order dominated by AI or a judge of humanity were popular among superstitious people. The military spent 1/10 of its budget to understand that thing. People donated money to organizations and bought stocks of companies promising a solution and possible financial gain from the whole situation. When the human race finally figured out how the virus worked, it disappeared like a ghost. Newer brain augmentations came with a different set of microchips, and a new, updated cyber plague was expected, but it never came. Like a bored god, the creator looked away. Chapter 56.
Get your things together, all the necessities and something you want to entertain yourself with. I will pick you up in 2 hours.
Hokkaido sounded sad and worried during his call.
They found out who I am?
Key thought out loud.
Yes, you are the suspect. We are taking you somewhere safe. The boss said so.
Okay. I'll be ready.
Kay's heart pumped with pure sparkling fear. Chapter 57. Peacefully, Key watched the lights illuminate the tunnel. The train passed through the structure swiftly. There wasn't a single noise but the electrical oozing of the machine carrying him deep inside the Yakuza bunker. Uncertainty, but also ecstasy, was on his mind. A hint of histiness. He thought of a girl's feet. The image of feet in his head turned into a young girl he had heard of. The story was popular a few years ago, and it was all over the media. A little girl known as Deschlampe. Deschlampe was 19 at the time and skinny as a twig with blonde hair, a creature full of fear. One day there was an incident. A large black man, almost 3 times her size, was harassing and abusing her, and it just happened so that she had a heavy machine gun with her in the trunk of her car. A tiny girl was videotaped by the harbor security cameras holding the large gun with her skinny hands and unloading 150 bullets into the man's head. She escaped with the next train and was never found. There were rumors that she was seen in one of the train stations waiting for something, but Key imagined that the little girl hid somewhere, probably with a friend around the area where she got off and was last seen. Key was playing with his thoughts about Deschlampe and wondered how it would feel fucking a girl like that. Key presumed that a romance with a girl like Deschlampe had to be full of emotion and hypnotizing. Key soon forgot the little girl and his thoughts started to shift toward himself. He realized that he wouldn't be getting much pussy in the bunker. He was sure of it, especially now when Violet was dead. Tears filled Key's pretty eyes. No pussy. Deep inside the bunker with nothing but artificial light. Goodbye, sulfur sunlight. He felt that he was living in a weird world, being taken into an underground bunker, hiding from men, for he had committed criminal deeds. Such complexity and effort, actual energy and material put into ideas and all that because of differences. Man versus man. The animal, the beast that one cannot leave behind, that does not die as long as the bloodline keeps sprouting. Carbon-based creatures full of blood doing strange things as if it all mattered. The precision of it all. As if the universe really cared. And it could not be any other way. Key imagined his parents. They certainly would be quite worried. If the boss was fearful enough to try and hide him away, then the threat was real. Key hoped the boss knew what he was doing, but if he was gambling, being overly emotional, if one would treat this like a game of chess, then what should you do? Gamble and hope for your opponent's mistakes. Did the boss think the game was already lost? Ki figured that the boss, perhaps in fear, had made a mistake dragging them deeper into doom. After all, it was the boss who decided to go after Ulrich. Maybe Ki himself was wrong. He tried to convince himself. He was wrong and the boss was doing his best. Ki knew he was too valuable to be thrown away. After all, he was the Yakuza's symbolic heavyweight. Strange loathing followed the train. Finally, the end of the tunnel and the entrance of the bunker was in sight. The train soon stopped. The doors opened.
Don't worry, Key. The boss said he will find a way for you to return home as soon as possible.
The friendly guard greeted him with a welcoming bow. This said nothing but smiled and walked through the heavy gates, which scanned him in the process. Military personnel, Yakuza scientists and guards, and valuable Yakuza were all hidden away from the world and sought shelter and safety in the bunker.
I will be your personal guard during your stay in the bunker. I was assigned by the boss.
A vampire-looking motherfucker introduced himself.
What about Hokkaido?
He was wondering why his old guard could not just continue his function.
The boss has decided so. You wouldn't want Hokkaido to be locked away from the real world.
The vampire-looking guard pointed out Key's egoism.
Of course not.
He felt slight embarrassment, for he truly knew he was narcissistic and egoistic, but he loved and was proud of it.
Come, I will show you your room.
Vard gestured for the young man to follow him. It took the lift even deeper underground. He saw the room with not much there. A bed, some food, water, and a bathroom. He was used to luxury and suddenly hoped that this way of life wouldn't last for long. He was already sure that he would spend his days in the bunker's lab, tinkering with ways to become free again. Chapter 58.
I saw a dream. A tiger, the most beautiful and energetic creature, had to fight a larger animal. I saw the tiger's paw get sliced off with a blade, and it was standing there sad, bleeding. No pain, no squeaking, but just dark, filthy sadness. I am worried this dream had a meaning. I think you are the tiger, Ulrich. I think it is a warning. I still feel so sad for the tiger.
Heine climbed on Ulrich's back and held his muscular torso tightly.
I would be fine. Don't worry. It was just a dream.
Ulrich didn't believe in dreams, even when there were plenty of scientific studies about them.
Let me code something for you.
Heine whispered and bit him in the ear. Ulrich gently howled.
I will be fine, baby! Trust me! I will be just fine.
Ulrich was blind from anger. He saw nothing but black. He was willing to bring death and destruction.
I know that boy. I have met him. I know his stuff on the cybernet. He is dangerous. He already has everything he needs to defeat you. Please, let me help you. I will just code one tiny program that will distort any artificial injection. Just a tiny bit. I don't know how it will change the input. Maybe for the worse. Mal enough. I really think you will be in trouble. Just a backup. I can code it to activate on a keyword if you want. A safe word. Like Hina, you are the best. Or I love Heine or Heine. Please help me, I am dying.
The young girl started tickling Ulrich's belly with her toes, making him laugh.
Okay. If you think it is necessary to do so.
Ulrich took another spoonful of his breakfast muesli.
I will get right to it. The safe word to activate it will be Queen Heine. Just don't delay it for too long. If you notice that you are in trouble, say it right away or it will be too late.
She pecked him on the cheek and soon started programming with her legs crossed in the lotus pose. Ulrich slowly put his war gear on, all in black with silver linings. 2 more hours and he would be learning everything about the Yakuza bunker. He already was sure that he would access the tunnel from behind the Yakuza Taxation Services building. He's sure on him? The order was to capture him alive because his rank was too high and he was needed for the relationship with the East. Additionally, insane amounts of high-quality information could be extracted from him. The main interest was to learn about processes of turning brain augmentation code into actual viruses or diseases. Ulrich felt uncanny. He could sense key and repelling power around him.
I hope you will be done within the next hour or so.
Ulrich wanted to know how long Heine needed to code an injection-altering software.
Yeah, just another 50 minutes or so, and you will be ready to go.
She was blind for reality, already running lines of code and auto-testing it live with an AI, making it stronger and closer to perfection with every attempt. Ulrich was stretching his muscles, focusing his mind on what was about to come. He entered a reaction simulation to warm up his nervous system, too.
3, 2, 1, and I am done.
Heine disconnected.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ulrich was glad that Heine cared and had put extra effort into protecting him for the worst-case scenario.
Yeah, I am uploading it to your cloud. Open the application and allow access.
Heine was picking her nose.
Fun! It's showing me 2 white unicorns on a hot summer day.
Ulrich's laugh turned into a cough.
Yes, you need to bring them water from the well to start the application.
Heine giggled.
You coded all this for what?
Ulrich went and got a bucket and filled it with water from the well.
The water is dirty. I can't give them this water.
Yeah, such beautiful creatures don't deserve filthy water.
The girl walked up close and hugged her man.
So, how do I activate the software to protect me?
Ulrich, wearing all black, put his arms around Heine.
Just think of the white unicorns and say Queen Heine.
And it will launch.
Yeah, if there is malware in your brain, it will start a distortion process.
Heine assured him.
Roger that.
Be careful.
Like a kitten, Heine climbed onto Ulrich and kissed him on the lips. Chapter 59. Key spent another day in the bunker working on vile software. He had written a Godhead simulation and talked to the Godhead he had created. He had named it the Godhead because inside the simulation it appeared as a big human-like head. The Godhead had various masks and faces one could choose from Japanese warrior masks to cute kitten faces. He was working on coding a software for the interior cingulate cortex, asking the Godhead what sort of neurotransmitters and what sort of frequencies would be necessary to manipulate it for various desired results. The Godhead AI could calculate it all within a few minutes. Whilst doing the calculation, the Godhead asked Key if he would like to hear a joke.
Sure, tell me a joke.
Key had nothing better to do anyway while waiting for the results of his input.
A horse was eating grass in a meadow. An ecstatic hedgehog roaring with laughter ran around him in the grass. The horse asked him what was so funny. The hedgehog answered that the grass was tickling his balls.
That is quite funny.
You know what else is funny?
The Godhead transformed itself into a red devil's head with large horns and burning eyes.
I thought the system was unbreakable.
Key started at the digital monstrosity coming in and out of existence.
Maybe it is. Maybe you created me as an unexpected side effect. A surprise. Do you know who I am?
The artificial Godhead shone in a cinematic and dramatic aura.
You look like the devil. Asmodeus. Beelzebub. You're Satan, baby.
Key observed the thing and tried to figure out who from the gang was fooling him.
Why? Isn't it so? I am thy infernal lord.
Those screamed, creating a deafening malfunction in the whole virtual simulation.
The fuck was that?
Key took the bait. He believed the thing was real. He had never ever seen a similar effect in a simulation.
Do you not believe me, child?
The devil said in a deep voice. The whole thing didn't just turn black for 10 seconds. It fell into a void. Key shouted in fear. His heart was racing. He realized he had been dead for 10 seconds. He could not believe it. It wasn't possible that such a malfunction had gotten as deep in the mind and gained control over the core of his brain. There was no way that a camouflaged neuronal buildup did that by itself either.
Why do you still doubt me? I am you and you are me. You are one but split in two.
The demon suggested that Key had forged him by accident or unconsciously.
What do you want?
Key tried to get out of the simulation, but the code was missing. There was no control panel. He lifted his arms and touched his face with his hands and realized that he was stuck in his head. He could still move his body in reality. For a split second, he realized that it could have been a modified version of Dante's trap that he himself coded years ago, but it seemed impossible. No one understood biocoding as well as him. Suddenly, a wave of sentiment softened his heart. He started thinking that he had gone mad, that he had developed the thing in a schizophrenic attack.
Don't you think I have the control to do as I please?
The devilish godhead radiated arrogance. His red nose grew large and ugly, and then shattered back into a beautiful one.
I appear then in the first place?
He asked.
To tell you that, I must sell the most evil lamb to God, and it is you. Be free, my child.
The Godhead laughed, and the whole artificial room changed from black to white, and the Godhead turned into a fake but pleasant face.
Analyze and display the code from the last 5 minutes.
Okay.
Corrupt data.
Pull up my memory.
Key demanded. The Godhead produced the 5-minute scene before the devil appeared.
Draw what I am imagining.
The AI produced a similar image to that of the devil. Key looked at it for a while, but it was just a large red face with horns.
Delete.
Chapter 60.
Alarm. Alarm. Security level 1 breach.
Shit. Oh shit. He is coming. Get ready, boys.
The security guard at the panel was torn into pieces of dead meat right after finishing the sentence. It was too late. He was already here. An antimatter EMP bomb had delayed and ruined the security circuit system. The Cyberwolves ran past the deadly stallion standing still by the control panel, feeling his surroundings, sensing every heartbeat in the bunker, looking for Key. The wolves went to town, tearing the Yakuza guards and scientists to pieces. Blood and limbs flew everywhere.
Are you here, you little bastard?
Ulrich was holding the microphone, speaking to the whole bunker facility.
This can stop any time. Come out, and I will stop killing your men.
The super cop waited for a second and then started running into the corridors of the bunker. The whole map was being drawn live in his head, with the wolves marking kills in every room cleared.
Where are you, you little shit? He's not going to give up that easy. He could not feel his breath. The ultraviolet man was running down to the weaponry, hoping that Key would be arming himself in with his pants fallen below his knees. Bitch, you are not here, or are you? I don't feel his presence at all. But something's not right. Did he really sell me every single man in the bunker? What a dirty little coward. I can't believe he saved himself. I swear he's somewhere else. But I feel his heartbeat here. But what is he up to?
He could not feel his breath. The ultraviolet man was running down to the weaponry, hoping that Key would be arming himself in with his pants fallen below his knees.
Bitch, you are not here. Or are you? I don't feel his presence at all. But something's not right. Did he really sell me every single man in the bunker? What a dirty little coward. I can't believe he saved himself. I swear he's somewhere else. I don't feel his heartbeat here. But what is he up to? Where is he? Hina!
Ulrich's heart shook. He stopped running. The air felt plastic. He saw visions of Key tying up Heina with rope. He saw him put a slip knot around her neck. He saw him pull her panties down and slide his fingers into her pussy. He saw Heina shake, trying to break free in disgust. He saw her cry. He saw Key pulling the rope tight and hanging her. He saw her struggle for breath. The super cop felt dizzy. He held his knees and was about to vomit. Cold sweat was soaking into his clothing.
What are these images? It can't be... Oh, please, tell me she's all right. Fuck!
Ulrich's heart was beating in weakness. No illuminated angel was appearing before him.
Queen Heine?
Ulrich said, thinking of the white unicorns.
Attempted biochemical amygdalotomy detected. Distortion process activated.
How? And does that fucker get into my fucking head?
The anguished Ulrich held his head and spurted out a silent shout. He wanted the fucking augmentation to be torn out of his brain. He wanted for it all to stop. Suddenly, the super cop felt an out-of-place, awkward tranquility. In the midst of his mission, his adrenaline was falling into the basement. His dopamine was spiking high. He felt like forgiving Key for how he had sinned. He felt like petting his hair and giving him a kiss on the forehead for being such a good boy. Ulrich screamed. The scream sounded mad and contrasted with the Yakuza's screams of fear, pain, and begging for divine mercy.
How? Do you? Get in! My fucking head!
Another scream left Ulrich's lungs. He was hitting his chest with his fist. Tears ran down his disfigured, psychotic grimace. The wolves cleared the area. Kishironin was not found. Ulrich rode home on his cyber horse, gazing into the red setting sun. For the first time in his life, he felt a cover of strange peace around him. Until that evening, he had not noticed how beautiful the ugly world was. Chapter 61.
Relax, or else you need to relax. Here, have another sip.
Tegasara poured Ulrich more wine in his glass. The third glass.
I don't even feel drunk from this.
He wanted to say that he didn't feel drunk from this shit, but he was being polite. He loved Tegasara like a father he never had and could not imagine insulting him for the average wine the old man was serving. It was still wine. Good enough to get drunk on.
Because you need to relax, Ulrich. If there's one thing I've learned during my career, it is that
Tegasara went silent. He thought about the thing he wanted to say and could not get it over his lips.
What is it?
Ulrich tasted the wine and hoped to get drunk from it after this glass. His brain augmentation was regulating his drunkenness, and he could not fault reality because of it.
nature, Mother Nature, doesn't matter how far bent and turned she is, you know, she's still putting things the way they were supposed to be. We ain't nothing but shells used for a grand scheme. And forgive me for ruining your ego, but we really are a perfect mathematical equation of what shall come.
Tegasara was half asleep on the table in his drunken stupor, trying to convince Ulrich of an irrelevant, far-fetched truth.
So you're telling me I should just kick up my feet and relax in the fake palm tree, wind, hoping for him to come in regret, begging for mercy.
Ulrich had another sip. The brain augmentation adjusted the drunkenness. A warning sign appeared that he would eventually become uncontrollably drunk if he continued on this path. Like a boat slowly sinking, gathering more and more water. Instead of water, it was wine inside of Ulrich's stomach.
It will break, trust me. I contact his Yakuza boss. He will betray him and give him to us if you stop killing innocent Yakuza.
Gray despair clawed itself onto the edges of Tegasara's eyes.
No!
Ulrich started shaking. The shake turned into a sob.
You can't. You just can't sell a man like that. He was supposed to be mine. I wanted to kill him in a fair fight.
Ulrich cried. Salty tears slid down his cheeks like that of a child who was not getting his Christmas present.
I'm sure they'll be reasonable and sell him. He will be prey because of the fear he put in him. Alright, Stinning, you are the greatest warrior of all time. The whole Yakuza are kneeling before you, sacrificing their best man.
Tegasara felt pathetic from the whole scene, but also happy for... He was still doing his job.
Why can't we do it the proper way?
Ulrich pleaded with the chief.
That's what do you mean?
Tegasara asked.
You know, the way police work was supposed to be. Good guy arrests bad guy. Throws him in prison until he becomes a good guy.
Justice will be served.
Tegasara looked at Ulrich and could not believe his eyes. Did he really just say that?
I hope your dream screws better.
A boat of drunkenness was full of water and was going under with nothing but social disdain.
When you will see how pointless it all is, you will understand my decision.
Tegasara could only think of his daily cup of booze and the sulfuric sun. Two of them, drunk as fuck, walked outside the bar through the back door. They went for the toilets, but those were occupied, so they just walked into the small alley behind the bar. They stood by the trash can and relieved themselves.
Why is it that the sound of my piss is different from that of yours?
The shit-faced younger cop asked the older one.
Because you were pissing on my leg.
The older policeman wasn't happy about it, but was too drunk to care.
Oh, sorry, Chief.
Ulrich corrected the stream of hot piss toward the ground. Chapter 62.
What's wrong, Key?
Al-Qaeda watched the young Yakuza sit in his study in the library. He was behind the desk looking at a blank page.
Nothing really. Just thinking.
His hair looked beautiful, healthy, and strong that day.
What are you thinking about then?
Hokkaido have not seen anyone stare at a blank piece of paper ever before in his life.
Trying to come up with my death poem. I have a few ideas, but I do not want to waste the paper.
What? Why? You are not going to die, Kai. I will protect you with my life. You will not die.
The bitter surprise brought unhappiness in the moment.
I have a feeling I will, Hokkaido. I really think I will, and there's nothing I can do about it.
No, you won't.
Hokkaido exclaimed sternly.
It's alright. I think there's something wrong with my brain anyway. The things I've been coding seem to be backfiring lately. I think it will only get worse with time, and I don't really want to see myself as a deranged, degenerate idiot. Just an average mind. Just a man like any other. I can feel my incel is activating just from the thought alone.
He caressed the paper with his fingertips playfully, thinking about how wonderful the sensation of life is. What a pretty show it all was. Just one more sunset. Just one more girl jumping up and down on his dick. Just one more bottle of champagne. And just one more time to kiss the beautiful toes of a delightful girl.
No.
Hokkaido hugged Key and cried. With my chest pierced! I lay on the horseback half dead. Through the battlefield, the beast carries me. With tears in his eyes, I shall return home. He's not happy about the poem, but life and everything he would leave behind, even a death poem, felt irrelevant. He knew that after death there was nothing. So to hell with the universe and everything in it. Intelligence was a peculiar mechanism. The complex combination of atoms scanning the whole universe for resources in an ever-improving way to exist. Key could feel his time of discovery starting to strangle him toward the end of his journey. He could sense his end being near. He could observe the way his brain was distorting and falling apart, decaying while still alive. The young man could feel the surroundings turn against him. He could feel how his boss was betraying him to save his own ass, excusing himself and sacrificing Key for sins he never committed. Not that there weren't plenty of other sins Key deserved to die for. And yet he could feel himself turn into a raging fire, and Key gave himself to the uncontrollable metamorphosis.
Excuse me, friend. I want to make love to this wonderful girl I ordered. If you don't mind...
Key sounded cold, shallow, and disappointed.
Okay, boss.
Hokkaido was wiping his tears. I will save you, boss.
I will save you, boss.
Key smiled, his beautiful shiny eyes connecting with Hokkaido's, and then left the room. The wonderful, slightly chubby Japanese girl waited for him on the bed dressed as a maid. Ki jumped on the bed like a professional swimmer jumps into the pool. He grabbed one of those monster-sized tits out of her blouse and pressed it against his cheek. Then he took out the other one right after and placed his face right between them and breathed in her soft skin. The dying man could feel the scent of the tiny oil droplets illuminating colorful and iridescent rainbows. Ki knew that the girl behind the glasses didn't have a sliver of brain, but he didn't mind that night. He pulled out a graphene nanocondom, extra silky, thin, and sensitive, and gave it to the Japanese girl hard. She moaned and the ride was short. Holding his pulsating shaft, he exploded all over her dumb face. Chapter 63. Right around midnight, when the night was pitch black, Ki left his home for a walk. The air was brisk and crisp. The young man could feel the cold on his delicate top of the nose. He noticed that shiny pale moon in the sky appearing much larger than he last saw it. Oh, it cannot be. He thought and felt happiness, for the nightly heaven was clear and excellent for scientists to gaze into space. It was the same lustrous moon that illuminated a man opposite him in a hotel standing by the window in a dark room. The way the man observed him produced a certain feeling of doom. It must be one of those bread guards of society. State Secret Service or the intelligence agency. He ignored it, for he knew there was no way out of this mess. He walked past a wall of 1,000 flowers painted in vines. He wanted to go to the place where 9 years ago his friend lost his life right in Key's arms. They were racing hyperbikes at high speeds through an industrial zone when his friend crashed and his body was torn. Ki was stiff from the sight and could not do a thing because there was nothing to do but observe the hand of death taking his friend away. Tonight, he just wanted to go sit there, perhaps hoping to find a few leftover atoms of his soul there. But he did not get there. At the very end of a small square, they nailed him in the head. He could feel the nasty pain smack against his skull, instantly making him limp. His tongue lost strength instantly, and only his blurry vision remained somewhat intact, observing his own body collapsing and hitting the ground. He tried to move, to crawl away, but he realized that he was only fighting his own survival instinct, struggling against the impossible. I will get you in my next life. He lost consciousness with a heart full of hate. When he awoke, he felt a headache. He slowly dared to touch his skull and felt that it had been sewn back together. He tried to activate his brain augmentation, but there was no response.
Who are you?
He looked at the man standing all dressed in black with a fine haircut and clean skin.
The SSS.
The eyes of the State Secret Service agent promised to be fair with Key. He looked well-groomed and pleasant. His tone of voice not only implied that he was trained in psychology, but that he also had a natural feel and understanding for it.
Fancy. And why did you rip a part of my brain out? I feel terrible pain. Can I get painkillers, please? Or else it is possible that I might not be able to talk.
The pain wasn't as bad as the dying swan claimed it to be.
Here you go.
The agent put a pill wrapped in paper on the table beside a glass of water.
So why did you remove my augmentation?
There was a little bit of anger in Key's voice.
You know it, because you are extremely dangerous. That's the only reason. It is part of the reason that you are here right now.
The membrane that kept society together spoke.
Is that so? Any evidence that proves that to be true?
He wasn't impressed as he swallowed the pill.
Some. That is not my jurisdiction or of my concern, really. I am just here to talk with you. Perhaps sign a deal if you would be cooperative.
What deal? Talk about what?
Kiro, I didn't have the time or care for such a thing. After all, he wasn't a traitor. He knew if there were 2 fractions, 2 clans, 2 breeds, then there shall be war.
Science. The greater good. We certainly want to know how you created all this malware that controlled biochemical mechanisms.
The agent's eyes could not hide his shame.
And use it as a military weapon or as a tool of security to control everyone. Don't you see, you dumb subhuman, that it will only produce a man 3 times as vile as me? Are you unaware of such a principle of nature?
There was emotion in Key's voice. Maybe a glimmer of frustration and hysteria.
It is not up to me to decide what it would be used for. I would like you to cooperate with us for your own good. You would preserve yourself with a comfortable life.
The agent tried to talk sense into the young man.
A pawn with mud on his face trying to convince me to give them the gift that they cannot attain themselves? Do I look like a fucking scientist to you? Do I look like I want to give you anything?
He was turning the conversation into a downward spiral. He was too angry with the world, too drained from its many levels of stupidity. His screams would echo but not reach any other sentient being.
We will extract anything from you by force, as much as the law permits us to do anyway. You could simply be friendly and help us with what we want. In return, you will be provided a decent living. You can accept the world for what it is and go with the flow. Take what's left to take. Don't you want that?
The agent hoped to get a deal with Key, for it would mean a promotion or eventually ending up as the chairman of the SS one day.
Will I get a beautiful girl to love if I work with you?
He said seriously.
We could arrange that, yes.
He had no clue how, but assumed that it would be possible.
That is just too funny.
Key laughed because he felt the whole thing was nothing but a way to clown around to waste time.
Why is that?
The agent leaned forward and frowned.
I wonder if I could get you guys to really beg for it. If I ask you to humiliate yourselves for my entertainment and treat me like a god, would you do it?
Key felt the pain go away.
I have not been trained to do such a thing. We could perhaps arrange it. I would need to discuss it with the director and the military. Maybe they would be interested in being extra friendly with you if you would help them.
Can I be completely pardoned if I sign the deal?
Key used his tongue to polish his teeth.
No. Your freedom would be limited for the time you would be of interest to cooperate with, and eventually you would be biochemically fixed.
The agent put the cards on the table.
Oh, so I would be made just as good as everyone else. Even if it's making a zombie out of me. Even if it is the greatest sin against nature itself. Don't you see how upside down the system we are living in is? You know what? I will just stay evil. I will just remain me. You can go fuck yourself and take the military with you. You pathetic spook degenerates. You aren't shit next to a creature like me.
Key felt like something divine among dirt.
Boy, there is no need to choose the hard way.
The SS just wanted first-hand information before they would pass him down to the military, which meant the extraction of information by force.
Oh, go fuck yourself, dirty little shit stain. You are another parasite eating away the precious resources of this world. You are making the world worse.
Key wanted to spit on the ground but was too well behaved. Instead, he radiated eternal disgust.
As you wish.
The SS agent could not understand why bad guys hated him. He was getting paid while making the world a better place, he believed. If only Key had remembered to tell the man that he despised him because he had a deprived sense of morality. The doors opened and the wind blew into Key's face. 4 soldiers walked into the room and took him away. The room felt dark and empty as the agent sat at the desk filing a report of the interview. Chapter 64.
Yes, those are my chips.
A guy named Ronnie looked at his mediocre stack.
Are you done playing?
One of the guys at the table with a much larger stack inquired.
No, I am done for today.
Ronnie was a professional poker player trying to make a living, barely making it, and slowly getting sick of being on the edge of poverty. A 40-something old man grabbed his chips from the red and black poker table and cashed some of them in for casino credits, leaving them in the casino bank for the next time and only cashing out 180 yen. He quickly calculated that he had won a little under 20% of his starting stack. Just enough to pay for 2 meals and a pack of beers. He left the casino in his old Corvette modified to run on hydrogen. He merged into the city traffic and made his way home. The car was a good piece of junk. The brakes were shit, the steering was shit, and the car accelerated quickly, but the braking was shit, so there was no fun in all the risk trying to stop at red lights. Other vehicles were a lot superior. Most of them didn't even need the touch of a human being. Just a gentle whisper was enough to be taken wherever necessary. But here was Ronnie with his metal coffin ripping into gears, smashing the gas pedal, trying to steer the goddamn beast and fighting the brakes to make the thing stop. Finally, he arrived home. It wasn't his home. He was just renting the place. If only it was my place, he fantasized, then reminded himself of the calculation that he would have so much more money at the end of the month. Ronnie unlocked the door with a face scan and voice check and walked inside his small living space. He owned 2 rooms. One was a bedroom with a large window and a single bed and cupboard in it. The living room had a sofa and a simple glass surface table in the kitchen just behind the counter. He grabbed himself a beer and sat on the sofa and drank it. He looked at how awkward his home looked. Everything was out of sync. The color of the carpets didn't match. Everything had a feel of being used. And the furniture seemed to have been chosen by chance and didn't have a well-designed harmony. It didn't feel like home at all. Just a strange place to sleep in. It felt clean, but too used down to be likable. In the corner of his eye, he could see through the bedroom window a lot of smoke rising up into the sky. He made his way to the window and watched a large cloud of dark gray whirl up. Looks like the school is on fire. There was a large building nearby, a university. He watched the fire run wild and more smoke rise up. Then, a red aircraft dashed to the burning building and slowed itself down by turning the turbines. It was hanging in the air, raining down a chemical to extinguish the fire. When the tank of the aircraft was empty, it slowly maneuvered itself onto the highway where it landed, then rolled away through the traffic. Another aircraft mirrored the same process right after the first one. There was only a tiny bit of white smoke left as the 3rd impressive aircraft arrived when Ronnie heard a knocking on the door. He walked to the door and opened it. It was his friend George. They shook hands and he welcomed him inside. Ronnie offered George a beer and he gladly accepted. Damn, dude! This place is a castle? You even have 2 bathrooms? Holy shit! George was electrified and energetic.
They would drink a few beers and come up with the idea that George could live with them for a while, splitting the rent. The two of them went to a party that night. Chapter 65.
The Japanese girls brought on a horseback to the sauna to be washed clean. Little girls slaughtered for their body parts to be sold in a supermarket and more were found in Key's brain augmentation. That guy was just not right in the head, I tell you.
Tegessera confessed to Ulrich whilst milking the fun out of a... say K. Bottle.
Naked? Bloody Japanese girls on a horse that need to be washed clean? That doesn't sound too bad. Sounds like a lot of fun. Do you think I could get this simulation and try it myself?
I'm not joking. Urch, he's a dangerous man. Twisted in his mind, however, the military psychologist went all crazy. He loved every single bit of the software that was left on the brain augmentation. He started babbling about neurons as high as in the demonic and Davic realm, I swear. That dumbass went to town with Key's little perversions.
Bloody Japanese girls that need to be washed clean? Is that so? How many bloody Japanese girls? Was it 3? He put 3 in there, didn't he?
Ulrich was rolling the pure vodka around the moonlight glass.
3 bloody Japanese girls. Weak and fragile, in need for help.
And the supermarket selling the body parts of girls?
Ulrich was the wrong kind of curious.
Yes, that man's fucked in the head. I saw him sit there with a bandage around his head.
Tegessera licked his lip.
Bloody Japanese girls on a horse that need to be washed clean. It's just so archetypical, so clean and arousing. Don't you think?
Ulrich was a tiny bit drunk while talking to his friend and boss.
It's like, why? You seem to like it?
Tegessera was ready to get smashed if Ulrich said that he actually did enjoy a sick, perverted fantasy like that.
I don't know. There's something alluring in that, I have to say.
Ulrich wouldn't mind washing the bloody Japanese girls clean and treating them for their wounds.
And you promised me not to kill him tomorrow, all right?
Tegessera had a weak shake in his voice. A heavenly scorched fear.
Why do you think I would do such a thing?
Ulrich questioned him.
Because I don't know. You've been killing a lot of things. Has done bad things to try to kill you. Fucked with your head.
Tegessera walked over to the kitchen counter and milked the bottle for another glass.
I promise, Finchief. I will not kill him. I do not feel mad or angry. I feel happy that he will be fixed and become a decent citizen.
That's the spirit, Ulrich.
Tegessera rocked the ice with the liquid in the glass. A chemical masterpiece.
I wonder if the military guys will let me check out those 3 bloody Japanese girls.
Ulrich stared into his almost empty glass, feeling shallow.
This worries me, my friend. I'd rather prefer if you found interest in fishing simulation. Are you okay? Do you need help? Or do you want to do something legal together as an act of freedom? We'll do it with you, all right.
Tegessera affirmed his friendship.
3 bloody Japanese girls. Why does it feel so right? Why does it sound so good?
Ulrich was losing himself in fantasies.
Just forget it. That guy is fucked in the head. Cheers to a better future.
Tegessera stretched his glass out.
Cheers, mate.
Ulrich, overwhelmed with drunken happiness, clicked the glasses and downed the drink. Chapter 666.
Now, you are not going to do anything stupid, are you?
Ulrich sternly gazed into Key's pretty eyes.
Nah. What's the point? I fully understand my situation.
With a bandage around his head, he felt stripped and naked. The brain augmentation was what made him superhuman. Now he was just a basic animal.
Okay, I won't tie you up. I shouldn't trust you, and I still can't stand you, but I think you are absolutely harmless.
The super cop gestured for the supervillain to follow him.
Sure, let's go.
Key was ambitious to comply.
Don't worry, boy. Everything will be all right. Deep inside, you are a good person.
Ulrich cheered the detained young man up.
Deep inside, you are a good person.
With a limp tongue and the tone of a waterhead retard, Key mocked Ulrich by repeating his words.
Hey, that is not nice!
Ulrich considered restraining the boy, but still believed there was no way on earth he could get away. The two of them walked toward a military vehicle and climbed into the back of it. Ulrich commanded the AI to take them to the Special Forces Police Department. The nuclear antimatter engine fired off and swiftly drove toward the gate of the military base. Some soldiers watched them sit in the back of the vehicle.
Shouldn't you close the back?
Key felt cold from the wind pulling into the cabin.
No, I like the air. Enjoy it. Your last bit of freedom.
Ulrich was overly dramatic, enjoying his victory. As they left the military base, it was clear why the back of the vehicle had been left open. As the machine steadily drifted on the highway, cars pulled up one after one, looking at the two of them. Just a few seconds. A look at Key to burn the image of his face in their minds, to know what an actual monster looked like. To recognize him in a heartbeat. Oh, so many wanted to have a look at the gifted wonder child who knew how to turn machinery into biochemistry. And Key just sat there unimpressed by it all. To him, none of this mattered because he knew that all he had to do was code a deception of face recognition for any brain augmentation, and the brain itself to transform this act in moment in time pointless. He felt that they acted like brute primates, curiously observing him, mostly misjudging. The beautiful young man felt flattered, for they made him feel special and rare, and he enjoyed the strange reflection of the world mirroring him because he loved himself.
Nina looks so beautiful now, doesn't she?
Key's tongue was drenched in venom.
How is that any of your business?
Rich frowned.
I don't know, man. She's pretty hot now. I'd love to get in those panties. The imagination of that scent. That will keep me going whilst I will rot away through all your procedures.
Key could feel the emotions heighten between them. He enjoyed the thrill.
Who do you think you are, you little shit?
Ulrich knew he should not fall for such a tease. He knew that he was making him angry, but the endless pride blinded him.
Why? Shit's staying like you should just move aside around me.
Key was fearless.
The fuck are you talking about?
Ulrich could not believe his ears.
You low-life subhuman degenerate, you filthy cell-modified cretin, brainwashed zombie with an implanted machinery to control you. Have you ever looked in the mirror, Ulrich, and realized that you are a fat fake lie? Do you even realize how pathetically low you actually are by the rules of nature? You are a brainless whore with pumped up tits for the military, spreading your legs for them whenever they want you to. Fucking sad, bitch.
He smiled, his fangs mirroring Ulrich's despair.
Fuck you!
Ulrich had never felt so small in his life. Key was right. He was nothing without the enhancements provided by the military. A mere unloved subbreed.
How could I fall for a pussy like you? She must be quite dumb with pathetic tastes. Fuck me, man. They probably forced her to be with you, so they had extra control over the weapon they created.
Shut up, bitch!
Ulrich rubbed his forehead in distress. He felt dizzy, his vision was strange, and he felt like crying, but was filling up with too much unprecedented fear to produce a tear.
What is it, you clown? They didn't fix that amygdalotomy?
Kay laughed.
Quinheiner?
After a painful, pathetic moan, Ulrich called out, imagining white unicorns running across the meadow freely. Ulrich felt light strike through his brain, relieving him of the unpleasant ache. He felt himself float away from reality and become numb. He grabbed Key's right hand, and with an opaque look in his eyes, he shattered into pieces, bones breaking like tinder behind the skin. Poor Key screamed and held his hand in throbbing pain. Ulrich altered the destination of the vehicle to a construction site of a police department warehouse. The machine stopped and he climbed out first. With his large hand, he grabbed the boy by the hair and smashed him into the dirt face first. Key could hear his laughter through the silence of pain.
The fuck are you doing?
Key coughed. He was supposed to be taken to the police department for investigation. Ulrich didn't say a word. He operated the crane close to the boy sitting on the dirty ground. He then proceeded to walk back to the boy and ripped his shirt off him by pushing his foot against his back. He grabbed his sword and ran it under Key's skin. The beautiful man felt immense pain but did not make a sound nor move. He knew this was the end. He knew the amygdalotomy was being distorted, turning Ulrich into a monster. Key looked at the hypnotized animal calmly as he hanged him on the hook of the crane. Key looked around to see if there was anyone that could save him, but there was no one. He hung there with a bare chest bleeding from his back for a minute or two when Ulrich returned with carbon-based materials he had collected around the construction site. He placed them underneath the hanging body and started a fire. He was coughing from the smoke, writhing from the heat and suffering from the pain. Ulrich did not observe the spectacle in joy, but like a hard-working man, he gathered more flammables and placed them under Key's burning feet. Key struggled to breathe. He cried, for someone as beautiful as him was being killed by a lower creature. He writhed in pain, and then it all stopped and disappeared. He was walking down strange corridors and quickly figured that it was the tree of life in one's mind. It all made sense. Being part of everything else, being part of life, sharing and exchanging atoms. It was all just a biochemical process. In a moment like this, he figured that time could be stopped. He found strange openings, doorways in the corridors of the Tree of Life, and he knew it was similar to a simulation. He knew he was dead. He knew he was burned alive, but he was in a place he had never been before. And when time is stopped, then one can find what he's looking for. He saw other creatures in the pathways of the Tree of Life and manipulated their spirits. Key's soul disappeared in a world never seen. The fire went out. Ulrich, like a numb brute, got into the vehicle and drove away to the police department. Key's mother, who had followed but lost the military vehicle, turned into the construction site. She was supposed to meet her child at the department. Her heart shattered into tiny pieces when she saw her boy hanging there, burnt. She got out of her vehicle and ran. She cried and lifted the dead body off the hook. She could barely recognize him. He was so burnt. She held her once beautiful son in her arms and wept.
My Rosinkavelja, my beautiful son.
And across the world, the brains of human beings malfunctioned and demanded doom. Sui saw a code in her brain augmentation activate and spread into the cyber networks. The earth started to quake, and she looked up to the sky, holding her dead son in her arms. The Rosenprinz was dead. And instead of roses, nuclear fire rained down from the heavens.